All right, give me a minute here. Let's get a few folks in the space. See what we can do. I went into monolith space, but there's a lot of dead air, and someone said I want to talk to Zag. I want to talk to Zag, and I said I'm not requesting, but I haven't received a mic. And then monolith said, "Oh, it's been a strange day," so I left the space and I started my own. Anyway, a few things I wanted to discuss. One of them was my friend David Weissman's tweet that I saw, where he's basically declared that he was leaving the Democrat Party today, once and for all. I'm going to hold it to him, though. I don't want him to sort of go back and fall back into their arms at some point. Like, let's be honest. Like, they're not. The progressive movement isn't for David. There's no doubt about it. He is not meant for that movement. And I think a lot of people are finding now that there's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, made strange bedfellows, and you know, you get what you get when you hate somebody. You make strange alliances that come back to bite you in the ass, and I think that's sort of what's happening. And I think David would be the first person to tell you his interests are now changed. Israel is a very important matter for him, and the Democrat Party is just not delivering. They are just simply not delivering. So, something to keep in mind. Let's see. Name. I'm gonna send you administrative powered, if not just for a second here, because I can't keep track of all of that. Jason, you requested. What's going on? Hmm. Jason, can you hear me? Very weird. Very weird. Can everyone else hear me? You all can hear me. I assume you can. Yeah. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Jason, you got to talk. We're not going to just have you
Hi.
sit up here and speak. There you go. All right. There you go. What's going on? I don't think I've ever. Maybe I heard you speak once before. Um,
Um, what's going on?
what's on your mind?
Um,
Go ahead.
um,
Maybe he's having connection issues. I don't know. Anyway. I just see now that the Harvard rabbi has resigned from the university anti-Semitism committee, and I was having a dinner tonight, and a bunch of people were saying things like, "Well, gosh, don't you think that these Ivy League presidents need to resign?" Um, I don't know. What do you all think about that? Maybe, but I don't know. Like, I sort of challenged Weissman's tweet when he said that I'm seeing, like, the next Jewish genocide, and I was like, where are you seeing that? Where do you see that? Where do you see signs of such a horrible thing? I certainly don't see it in the United States. I certainly don't see it in, like, Kaiser's country of Germany, where people are so afraid to even talk about things. I don't see it here. I don't see it in the Middle East. I don't see it anywhere. I certainly won't reject the fact that there is anti-Jewish sentiment out there, but genocide, my God, no, no, I just don't see it. Um, the nation of Israel is a powerful country. I don't see it. I really don't. I really don't. I'm not trying to downplay problems that exist, but I'm also trying to sort of, like, people need to realize that it's just genocide when you throw out that term. Just like when the Ukrainians, oh, the Russians are genociding us. What utter nonsense. This is a very dangerous type of vocabulary to use, in my opinion. And it creates sort of this uneasy scenario in which people think that their lives are at risk just for being a certain race, religion, or creed. And, like, I'm not suggesting that Jews aren't getting the raw end of the deal in certain aspects around the world, especially from the radical left. But come on, like a genocide? Where has there been a genocide since like when? Rwanda, Nagorno Karabakh was a genocide. Um, I just don't see it. I really and I just don't see it. I really don't. I'm sorry if that's callous. Maybe one of the other speakers,
Well, like a
but
genocide is more like, I don't know, I just feel like there's so much bloodshed. But also, a story that broke the other, well, this was a while back, was about somebody opened fire at a nuclear power plant in North Carolina. And I got the story early. I posted it out, and somebody was like, I'm in North Carolina. There's no attack on the nuclear power plant. And I was like, oh, okay, well, we'll see. And because I trusted the source that I got it from. And then just a little while later, the story came out. It just said attack. It didn't say terrorist attack or anything like that. And I said, there's a gunman at the nuclear power plant. He opened fire. No one was injured, so on and so forth. And they're like, oh, well, that's not an attack. I'm like, so everything is a literal genocide, except for like, you don't feel like if somebody just rolled up to your job and started shooting, you don't feel like that's an attack. I was like, this is ridiculous. So there's some things happening, but I don't believe that I don't see a genocide. I mean, some horrible things are happening. War is nasty, but it's not, I don't know. I feel like people are trying to claim that America has like this huge hate problem, and I just don't agree that that's the majority of people.
for
Do you?
sure. No, I disagree. America hates people, but not the Jews. And I mean, like, thank God this country has a lot of its own skeletons in its closet with slavery and the Native American Indians and all that. But I'm not the Jews. The Jews came here in large mass between the late 1800s and mid 19th century and mid 20th century. So I think this was like a safe haven for a lot of people. Displaced people after World War II in the late 40s came here in droves, in droves. People of all sorts, of all classes, of all backgrounds. So yeah, I would firmly reject any discussion of genocide, even the notion of a genocide. No, 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 no. What you should say is, I don't like the fact that people are anti-Israeli. Be honest about it. It's not anti-Jewish to the point of genocide. Yes, there are anti-Jews in this country, of course, and you can point to certain subgroups that happen to be more anti-Jewish than general whites. Like we all know these African Americans have been labeled as strongly anti-Jewish, um, and like you can split hairs all you want, sure, about these things, but this is not a genocidal country anymore. Oh, the Indians. No, no, no. That was a long time ago. I'm so sorry. Like, that was a long time ago. We don't do that sort of thing anymore. And I think it's a little outrageous to sort of label us as genociders. Like, where is the genocide? I asked him for it, and I think something happened to my tweet because it got so few views and no engagement about it. So that's also curious. Um, yeah.
What tweet? Put it up in the
Oh,
nest.
I just responded to David and I was like, "Where's the genocide? Show me what you mean. Like, explain what you mean." And I didn't get a response. And then, not long after that, he's like, "I'm leaving the Democrat Party. No one's taking this tweet seriously about my concerns." And it's like, well, yeah, if you're a progressive, you don't give a shit about the concerns of Jews. Period. I mean, that's clear. That's why those people are at odds with Israelis right now, because they have a disconnect, a huge disconnect. Um, the whole BLM movement has really overtaken the pro-Palestine discussion. It's kind of lame, if you ask me. One thing I will agree with our friend Samira Khan about is sort of like the cringe nature of that, like the slogans, the chants, the manifestations of all this. It's very lame. It's very lame. Like, we understand what's happening by making this like a university level issue, and these hearings, the congressional hearings. You're just deflecting. You're distracting people with these ridiculous university presidents, all women, by the way. You're distracting, and that's not a slight on women. It's just, I'm just pointing that out. That's interesting. Um, you're just obfuscating about. They blew up an entire administrative facility of a Gazan refugee camp today. The whole thing was blown up. So where the hell are you supposed to house the offices for this sort? I mean, it's on its basis, it's absurd because they're destroying the infrastructure for any legitimacy that Gaza could have. And I don't think people realize that. I really don't. And I see Blood's laughing, but Blood, you know I'm right. Like the indiscriminate nature of these strikes, these aren't military targets. These are administrative targets. There is no way you can confuse that.
My dear Zach,
Go ahead.
Palestine. No, I just wanted to make a statement.
Let's let Name go, and then Blood, I want you to respond to that.
Yeah, I think since the beginning of this, and you can even go back, I don't know, let's just say when Trump was running for the first term and everyone was throwing around the word Hitler, Nazis, in general, you shouldn't be, whether you're whatever side you're on, you shouldn't be, if people, take, and most people agree the Holocaust happened, and maybe there's arguments of numbers or whatever, but that's a very traumatic, horrific part of history. Okay, there's been actual genocides since then, like Rwanda we talked about. Okay, when there's literal indiscriminate trying to just actually kill an entire group or race or whatever you call it. So to ever compare anything to Nazi, Hitler, or Holocaust should actually be offensive to Jewish people. October 7th was not like the Holocaust. They shouldn't even be comparing it to the Holocaust. I view it as an act of war and a terrorist attack, and now it's playing out. I view now Israel's sort of overdoing it. Okay, like you just mentioned, Zaganol. This is to me just they're going to annex as much of the Gaza Strip as they can, or they're just making it unlivable, and that would be ethnic cleansing, because you're basically expelling people from an area. Okay, so you can call it that. I would not call it genocide. Others will, fine, but I think these terms are being too loosely thrown around about comparing things to the Holocaust. I mean, I was offended that Bibi compared October 7th to 29 11s, he says. So I'm not sure exactly what he's talking about there. But that was, sort of offensive, but whatever. I mean, people just call it what it is. They're just cheapening these comparisons, and any comparison to the Holocaust, shouldn't be used. And saying something is a genocide is actually a big charge. So
Name your rubber banding.
I can hear you now, Name.
Yeah, I'm driving. I'm just saying.
I can hear everything. Yeah.
I have a general problem with people that do this, whether they're on whatever side they do, because it cheapens. It just cheapens or downplays sort of historical things that have happened that are actually pretty serious things. Okay, so that's. And yeah, building. I saw the video of that today, Zag. I mean, by the way, lining up however many hundred of men and stripping them down, parading them around. I mean, is this okay? Were these Hamas fighters, or were these just Palestinian? Like, not sure what the final say on that is, but there's, I'm not sure. There was a lot of Hamas fighters in there. There's a real overweight, out of shape people. Is that the typical Hamas fighter. Not to get into the whole thing back and forth, but there's just a lot of things I'm seeing. Yeah, I saw videos of October 7th were disgusting and sort of barbaric. So like I have problems on both ends, just so we're clear. But making comparison to like just horrible, horrific historical events, I think is just or calling. I don't know. I'm just not down with that.
Yeah, because for Jews, a genocide would imply systemic destruction and murder of a people at an industrial level, and that's just something you're not seeing it against them today. You're just, if that were happening, every last one of us would be calling it out. Every last one of us.
Oh, absolutely. I
Yep.
DM'd you earlier too. I was listening to a space last night where someone said the Palestinians are committing genocide on the Israelis. I'm like, that's an interesting take. I mean, that's as crazy as now. I thought I've heard also a take on the other side that the reason Hamas took babies was because they didn't want to leave them alone because they killed their parents. Like, I think that's pretty ridiculous too, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, I've heard some really just terrible takes on this on both ends.
I replied to one of Zag's posts earlier that that picture is kind of a clear violation of Article 27 of the Geneva Conventions. Like, it specifically talks about footwear in there, and you can see, barren sandals just littered on the ground that they removed from the alleged Hamas fighters. So,
yeah, let's go to.
I want to say one more thing because I am driving, Zag, so I'm not
and
going to
yes,
be able to
Andy,
take.
you're 100% right.
Yeah, that is a war crime. That is correct. So we only have 50 people in here, but I'm just going to go on record. I don't tweet much, but I just want to again point something out to everyone listening to keep in mind. There are people that during COVID and even sort of afterwards and after Elon bought this platform that were pro, these avid pro free speech people, and I'm one of them, that were anti-censorship of any kind, and these same people are now pro-censorship, calling for the other side to be suspended from the platform, and they're actually supporting cancel culture now. So just keep that in mind. Very disturbing and unforgivable.
For sure, it's very hypocritical. But I'm going to go to Blood because I had cut him off earlier, and I want to hear what he has to say about this refugee camp and the missile strike today. Blood, go ahead.
Yeah, Zach, the thing is, as far as the civilians in Palestine or Gaza are concerned, a majority of them are Hamas terrorists. They just don't have the Kalashnikovs with them. Now, whatever happened over there when they stripped out those quote-unquote Hamas collaborators or terrorists, they did the right thing. This is how you go along. Ritual humiliation of the enemy. It's all psychological warfare. That's how you go. I mean, and besides, it makes sense. Some of them may have IEDs with them or strapped with suicide vests. So you have to search and ensure that none of them blows up and goes the Allahu Akbar way, right? It causes a lot of casualties then. So they are sneaky bastards. You have to be always careful.
well, I think it's fine to search them. I mean, for a suicide vest, it requires a pat down. But reclothe them after you've completed the search and give them footwear, and it's kind of inhumane, and it's kind of hypocritical because a lot of talk over the last 75 years has been about the way that the Jewish prisoners in the Holocaust were treated, and part of that was removing their clothes, and so it's a little hypocritical, I think.
I agree, and one concern I've had is that you're seeing the Israelis employ certain tactics against the Gazans that had been employed against Jews historically, like you just mentioned. And I just look at this: if you're a people that has suffered horribly, your lack of empathy and sensitivity over your current, if you're an Israeli, over your government's current policy towards the Gazans has got to be quite disturbing. Um, and I think a lot of the issues we're seeing today with this nonsensical emotional Hasbara is because there are very few Holocaust survivors left in prominent positions in the media, in cultural aspects. They're either old or dead. And you don't have those voices of reason coming in and saying, stop this nonsense at once. And you're just not seeing that. And I think that it'd be a different story if that generation were still with us. There would have been a stop to this. There would have been some logic, some reasoning, some objectivity here. Instead, it's we're going to destroy these people, and then we're going to create every justification in the book as to why it's acceptable. And that's sort of where my issue is. You do you, but if you're gonna lie and make up stories as to why you have to do things, no, just embrace it. Just say you want that land and you want those people gone. And I would have a much easier time sort of accepting that position because you're being honest about it. But don't tell me that they're a threat to you and that you need to do this, that, and the next thing. No, just say you're going to vanquish them or broker a peace deal. And none of this in between, none of this moralistic bullshit. Just be honest about your agenda. And that's
But
sort of
to be
why I have a lot
clear,
of respect for the Russians that said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take parts of Ukraine that we believe are ours, and we're going to demilitarize the Ukrainian government. Simple as that, full stop. And we'll let you know when we change our objectives. That's straightforward. If the Israelis said, we're going to de-Hamasify the Gaza Strip, but you don't see carpet bombing campaigns from the Russians. You don't see that, but the Israelis are pulling those things off. Louisiana, why don't you go ahead and then we'll go to Suki.
yeah, I was just going to say, to be clear, I don't think that anybody's calling for the genocide of anyone. I wanted to make that clear because you kind of went off the rails a little bit about what people should just say. Like, I understand, be honest, but just, yeah, tough situation. War is so nasty. I think that's about all I can contribute to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Suki, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd say it's a good segue with what you just said, Zach, and I'd say objectively as a centrist, I think the ultimate centrist position. I'm pro-Israel, very much so ultimately, but just that, yeah, it should be recognized, okay, that it's probably what's being observed in Gaza Strip is like practically. I don't know if they're going to take all of it, but yes, there's already going to be a huge section that's already been ethnically cleansed of Palestinians. And it's just going to be a matter of fact at this point. But I definitely can't say the October 7th attacks was like an act of genocide, but I think it's also kind of clear that you have to look at, okay, Palestinians do have a genocidal hatred of Israelis. And Jews in particular, just like, if they had the means, they would probably, kill them all if they could. And that's kind of like my personal, take is, I've always had this take, by the way. It's might makes right, and to the victor go the spoils. I don't really
your take is, so yes, you're correct that the Palestinians would kill all the Jewish people if they could. But I think it's fair to say the same of the Israeli people. They would kill all the Palestinians if there was not a international outrage. Like it goes both ways. And as for calling it a genocide on October 7th, I think that is extremely disrespectful of your ancestors.
It's genocidal what happened but because in terms of like I've seen the attacks on video.
That is absolutely not genocidal. Come on.
How in terms of like spraying,
was
just
was it
everyone?
A genocide for? I mean, come on, man. Do you think Hamas is capable of genocide?
No, that's my key point. Is that it can't.
It's absolutely
They can't.
ridiculous.
They're not.
Now,
They're
hold on,
not. Well, they're
Suki.
capable. They're actually capable, but they don't have the means.
Well, so
Is
okay, but if you're capable of murder, but you don't have the means to kill somebody, like is that sort of like your like the preemptive nature of like the argument? Like we
But
need
in
to
terms of
stop this
attacks,
from
in terms of
happening
the
before it does.
like the way they were doing it, in terms of they were just kind of indiscriminately killing people. They were also, besides the hostages they took, they were just straight up like like shooting people in the face and just unarmed, like people that had no threat, as civilians just walking around, and they shot them or just killed them all. No announcement either. I mean, in terms of the acts of war, hey, a military announces, hey, we're gonna bomb this place. So if you want to like stand your ground, be a warrior, jihad warrior, go right ahead. We're gonna bomb it. Otherwise, if you're a civilian, man, woman, or child, get the fuck out. That's what war is. And I mean, they have that policy in IDF that people are given an opportunity to get the fuck out of the way. You know what I mean? In terms of the Hamas
I
attack,
think it's just better to characterize it as a act of war, a terrorist attack. They killed innocent civilians, completely unacceptable. There's no defending what they did. But I mean, again, what I said earlier, maybe you weren't on. Like to go so far to say genocide or compare it to the Holocaust. Like these. This is just come on.
well, no, I agree. It's like it wasn't. Well, actually, you arguably, like, in terms of like the kill rate, it kind of almost got holocaustic on October 7th, but that was it. And again, they can't pull off another Holocaust. Holocaustic. Yes, there it is.
Really? That if there's any
William
Jews on the
Shatner would use
stage,
that
if there's
phrase.
any Jews on the
Alex
stage,
Traffic.
they should be offended at you comparing that to the
Yeah.
Holocaust.
Well,
That is
on October
nothing
7th.
like the Holocaust.
October
Yeah,
7th, in
it's
terms
not
of like
anywhere
like
like
1,000
the
Israeli
Holocaust.
died.
It doesn't
That's
matter. Comparing that to the Holocaust is cheapening the Holocaust, and you shouldn't be doing it. No one should be.
that's
Well, I guess
that's the thing, right?
If
Like
you're if
I've
there's
heard
a
But
many.
Jew
okay,
on this
but
if there's a Jew on this stage that disagrees with that and thinks that you should be comparing it to the Holocaust, you're like downgrading what the Holocaust was, and that's just like it's ridiculous. You shouldn't be doing that. I mean, you can do it,
well,
go
in
for it,
terms
but
of
like it's
like
not
the
anywhere
kill
near
rate.
that. They didn't like now I'll give you this much. If they had
Uh-huh.
kidnapped 1,500 Jews or Israelis and brought them back into Gaza and stripped them down, started lining them up and butchering them, okay, then I would say yes.
That was
Okay,
more.
but
That would be
they
more
didn't.
holocaustic. Yes.
Yes, that I would say yeah. Now they did
Yeah.
go in and kill people. I get it, but it's not comparable to the Holocaust, and it shouldn't be. That
Yeah.
word shouldn't even be brought up, in my opinion. I mean, you're free to say what you want. I just
Yeah,
disagree.
but
Let
again,
me say something you might like to hear. I
Go ahead.
don't believe this is very controversial. I don't believe the Arabs are capable of organizing anything close to what was orchestrated by the Nazi Germans. I don't think Arabs are capable of cohesiveness to create an atmosphere where Jews would fear for their lives all throughout the Middle East. I don't believe so. I don't give the Arabs this much credence. I think they're not that sophisticated at the end of the day.
Well, in terms
And
of maybe as a military power, yes. As a professional
bureaucratic
Air Force,
structure, the Arabs are
yes.
a terrible bureaucracy. They're terrible bureaucrats.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
And
I
you
100%
have to
agree.
have a stifling bureaucracy to pull off what the Nazi Germans pulled off.
I agree 100%.
And there's just no chance. Even if the Arabs wanted to do this, there just is no way they can pull it off. And like I think that's the first thing a lot of Israelis or pro-Israelis should be acknowledging, that yes, there's a lot of hatred, but these people aren't sophisticated enough to do this. And we are way more sophisticated of a state in this general region. If you want to go there, I mean, that makes sense to me. But like,
yeah, but I'm gonna have to agree with like Douglas Murray's statements about how there's always these reports of people written up of there was this sort of almost like a begrudging attitude that when like these Nazis were committing war crimes during World War II, you know, they didn't want to do it, but orders are orders. You know, I'm gonna have to slaughter these people, like line them up, shoot them, or whatnot. You know, on the flip side, you know, when you're watching the Hamas footage on October 7th, I mean, these people were gleeful. They were shooting, you know, they were like massacring entire families, just like, you know, that were just kind of going by day to day, you know, setting their homes on fire, just like, you know, again, you're shooting them when, you know, they know war, like they just thought there was you know, peacetime and all this stuff. So, you know, Douglas Murray said, you know, actually they're in fact worse than Nazis. And I would even make that argument that's true. They just, again, don't have the means to kill, to be as efficient as them. Yes, I do agree with that. I do agree with that statement. And as for the situation in Gaza right now, hey, you know, they lined these guys up. They stripped them down to their shoes. I mean, to be shoeless, actually, and maybe, you know, that might be violating the Geneva
I mean,
Convention.
were these men caught with weapons of any kind, or what's the
Apparently,
charge?
yes. But are you saying because you didn't see footage of them, you know, with weapons of any kind after they remained in a, you know, a bombarded area? For what I assume is to just like, you know, fight off the IDF, and
Well,
then they were
I don't
rounded
know.
up.
I don't know, to be honest with you. So I haven't. I've seen the pictures. I've
Or
seen
they could be
both
non-Hamas.
sides. Yeah,
They
I've
could be in
seen
different groups.
everyone
Okay.
saying
Well, I
Hamas.
mean,
I've seen people saying not. But if they were, they should have definitely published. There would have they should have shown all the weapons they had, or where they were, the weapons that were there. Like, were these enemy
yeah, but
combatants? Like, they should show
here's
Perhaps they
more.
dumped their
You know,
weapons.
yeah,
Perhaps they dumped their weapons. They came out. I mean, come on. We had Hamas civilians crossing the border on October the 7th, and they kidnapped what 80-year-old grandmothers on electric. I mean, it was all on. They
what's
taped
what's
it.
your point? What's your point?
The point I'm trying to make is, I mean, how are you going to determine that this individual did not carry a weapon? Like a
Pretty
point,
easy.
every
Pretty easy. You either catch them with a weapon or you don't. Were they enemy combatants, like they're with machine guns fighting, or were they just, I don't
well, I
know,
mean,
were
there's
they
been okay,
guys
okay,
that didn't want to leave the area
they
that were
were in a
staying in their
general
homes?
area. Hold on, Nate. They were in a general area where the Israelis were combating the Hamas terrorist guys, right? Now, if they were there, that Israel had IDF had almost told everyone, every civilian, to get out of the area, get out of there. They didn't go. Why didn't they go? Because they were there to support Hamas. That's why they were caught
Oh,
there.
But there's also
you know
nowhere to
that?
go, Blood.
You know that? Or were
yes.
they
Well,
just
I
wanting
mean,
to stay in their
Marines did the
homes?
same thing in Fallujah. Marines did
I
the
mean,
same
come on.
thing in Fallujah, and insurgents, you know, practiced the same tactics in terms of like, okay, we're just gonna switch out to civilian clothes, you know, and we'll take, you know, we'll take positions, we'll like shoot them with fire RPGs, AKs, and then when it was pretty obvious we're gonna lose the battle and not hold out, we just dropped the weapons and then kind of tried to blend in with the rest of the population. I mean,
But
this
Well,
kind of stuff
I'm
happens in
just gonna
urban
Turkey,
say,
warfare.
this, that if those were Hamas fighters, they'd be dead. They wouldn't have been caught
I
that way.
tend to
That's just
agree. I tend to agree.
that.
There,
Well,
It's
it's
they're
just.
not dead. They got
I
stripped and
said
they're
if they
arrested.
were, yeah, if they were, they would have been fighting the IDF and they'd be dead. They wouldn't have all surrendered. That's
I
just
I
Some of
not
them
100%
pussied out.
agree with this
how it
assessment,
works.
and I'll tell you
Some
why.
of them.
Yeah, but listen, the hostages. If Israel takes dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of Hamas fighters, Hamas can just take a few Israeli hostages again and get all these people back. So Israel's very sensitive to this fact and will make sure militarily that they don't have to deal with that problem moving forward. This is a legitimate case to be made for Israel saying, look, we don't want to have to do this again. So instead, we'll just blow up the building. Finished. Done. Bye bye.
Okay, well, there's no
I agree
question
with
that
you. They might
prisoners are.
they would have
These
killed
are
it. They would have
prisoners
blown
that
it
get.
up.
Yeah. So there's no question these are prisoners that will be taken in. I expect they might be, you know, traded out maybe in terms of like a future deal. And as for right now, as for the campaign in the Gaza Strip right now, I don't know how much they're going to be willing to take at this point. Although I'd say they're going to annex, you know, the northern part of Gaza now. So the Palestinians there will have even less if there's still a Gaza Strip, like a Palestinian controlled
They'll have nothing. Yeah, I mean, but how are you all going to feel if they do sort of annex the more populous areas of the north, and then start repopulating them with settlers? I mean, how like what are the optics like that going to come off as? That's not going to be very well received by the international community. The Europeans have been very critical of all of this, especially the Europeans. Spain and Belgium don't even want to have an embassy in Israel anymore because of all of this. I mean, there's going to be a lot of blowback for that type of everything now, in my opinion, is the groundwork that's being laid to sort of perpetrate ridiculous acts against the Gazans. Oh no, we've laid the groundwork. We need to re-educate them. We need to be here. We need to repopulate it with Israelis. This to me is very problematic. Where is the solution? This is not a solution. This is an occupation, but not just a figurative, but a literal occupation. And I just have a hard time with, you think anti-Semitism is bad now? Just wait until the blowback from acts like that.
Yeah, well, I think
I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I'll tell you right now, the Islamic world will never love Israel. They'll hate Israel forever. The reason I think
they'll hate Israel, Suki, but do they hate the Jews the same way they hate Israel?
I mean, look at Europe. Look at who's actually committing the terrorist, anti-Semitic, terrorism or hate crimes within Europe, quote unquote hate crimes. I don't believe in hate crimes in terms of what they are. It's acts of vandalism, violence against Jews in Europe. They're all Muslims.
You bring up a good question. How much of the hate that the Arab world has for the West is due to the West's deep ties with Israel? I kind of wonder now.
Well, okay, Andy. So you're gonna blame. So you're gonna excuse Muslims running, child sex rings, terrorist attacks in the name of ISIS, or some other radical jihadist entity.
No, I hate Islam. I'm a Christian nationalism. I hate Islam as much as I hate.
Okay, so you really think that's going to go away as soon as Israel's no more?
No, but I think a lot of the animosity that the Middle East has for America stems from our close ties to Israel, particularly in the last 100 years.
So you want to give up, let's say, a place like Jerusalem. As a Christian, you want to give up a place like Jerusalem to Muslims for Palestinians to make them happy.
I don't care. Jerusalem. Okay,
that's great. That's how I want to get from you. Thank you.
Jerusalem. That's like a dispensational talking point. Jerusalem has no impact on the modern Christian religion at all. Not whatsoever. God, Jesus prophesied the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. That was part of God's plan.
Okay, Andy, I have a question for you. When were Americans taken slaves by an Islamic caliphate? Do you have any idea? When was the first time it ever happened?
Probably in the early 1800s.
Yeah. And was there an Israel there then?
No, there wasn't. But
there wasn't. Why did they take? Hold on, Andy. Why did they take the Americans as slaves? What was their valid reason that they gave the American ambassador when he asked, "Why do you take Americans as slaves?"
Well, it was mostly the Barbary pirates. It wasn't particularly.
What was the reason that they gave? What was the religious reason that they gave to the ambassador that why are we taking Americans as slaves? What was the reason?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Explain it to me.
I'm referring to their Quran. They gave the reason of the Quran, the Quranic text.
The Quran,
yes, exactly. So when Suki says, even if there is no Israel,
blood, hold up.
Andy, hold on. Andy, hold on. Let me finish.
Wait, you got
Suki, I said, let me finish. Let me finish. Then you can answer. When Suki said, even if there is no Israel, that does not mean that the Muslims will not hate the Christians, or for that matter, any non-Muslim. So he is right.
So the Muslims' animosity is directed particularly to the West. You don't see the same level of animosity towards, Buddhists or practitioners of any other religion.
They have
no, hold on, Suki, hold on. This is my territory over here. You just said that don't hate the Buddhist.
No, I did. No, you're putting words in my mouth. They hate all other religions, but they have a particular hatred for Jews and Christians.
They have a particular hatred for everyone that does not believe in Muhammad and Allah. I mean,
Right, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I don't know if this is a language barrier or what, but like the vast majority of terrorist attacks have been against I mean, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but there wasn't a 9/11 in China. There wasn't a 9/11 in, your country. I mean,
there has been a 9/11 in India right since the inception of Pakistan from 1947. We have been on a constant state of warfare with that Islamic State. And the reason they hate us is because we are a majority Hindu country. The same thing happened in Myanmar. Why do you think that the Buddhists kicked them out, the Rohingyas? Because those fuckers were carrying out terrorist attacks. These people.
I mean, I have no love for Islam. I have no love for any other religion. I think that all other religions are pagan. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think there's a greater level of hatred towards the West because of our deep support for Israel. I think that the West would be safer if we were neutral with all the countries in the Middle East.
Andy, Islam is an expansionist ideology. It does not mean that if you stop supporting Israel, let's say you stop supporting Israel, let's say America stop giving them weapons, stops giving funding them whatever dollars or the budget that the Israelis end up having. The Muslims will not stop hating America. I mean, look at it this way. Look at the history of Islam. Look at how
I agree with you. I don't think they'll stop hating America, but I think they'll have less reason to attack us.
No, that does not mean they will have less reason to attack us. They will bide their time. They will bide and they will wait and expand their capabilities. And when the right moment occurs, they will do what they do, what Islam preaches. I mean, this has been how, I mean, look at it. Look at the caliphates. How do you think the Reconquista happened? I mean, it happened because it needed to happen. Otherwise, they would have just swamped all over Europe. Islam is a political ideology. It is everything over there. I mean, it's basically of warfare and hatred of the non-Muslim. That's all Islam is.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think
and
Islam
it does not mean.
I think that Islam is as evil as Judaism, as Hinduism, as Buddhism. I think it's just as evil as any other religion. It's a pagan religion.
Okay. Do the Christians preach hate for the non-Christians?
No, but we preach that they're pagan religions.
Yes, but do you pray for the genocide of the pagans on every on every Sunday?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there's imprecatory psalms for sure.
Yes, but you do not do that, right?
No.
Yes, but the Muslims do that. Every prayer, every khutbah.
Just, like I said, it's just as much of a pagan religion as any other religion except Christianity.
Now, hold on. You're calling Islam as a pagan religion, or are you calling it as bad as any pagan religion?
It is a pagan religion. It's a false doctrine. It's a false religion. Just like Judaism, just like Hinduism, just like Buddhism. It's a completely false religion.
Okay. Now, what do you think that will happen to you when you say when you're in a majority Muslim country and you end up saying that Islam is a false doctrine? You will get beheaded, right?
Wait, no. Which country are we talking about, Blood?
Any majority Islamic country.
I think.
I mean, there's Christians
are as anti-Muslim as a lot of Westerners are. These people don't give a shit in Qatar, UAE, Saudi. Those people are those are not Arabs in the same way that like Lebanese, Syrians, Egyptians are. They're Bedouin people. They're tent people. They have very different interests, man. Let's just go as far. They're rudimentary people. They don't have the sophistication of a Persia, of an Assyria. They don't have it. So those people are caring about their, the trappings, the riches, the beautiful, big, tall buildings. They don't give a shit about Islam. They're trying to make Mecca a tourist attraction, man, and the Kaaba. They're
Wait, no,
very, very
Muslims. Okay,
sacrilegious.
non-Muslims
The
cannot.
Saudi regime is brutally anti-Muslim, in my opinion. They built a fucking clock tower around there, a huge hotel. This is a commercial operation. I mean, this is, come on, like, I mean, it's.
Now
Zach, if you're
no,
saying the Qataris,
let me just say something in terms of this, and this is a good segue into a different topic about, I guess, like the hypocrisy of Saudi Arabia, and things they do, because they actually are at war with Shia. They've destroyed Shia holy sites throughout Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. But I like to make a note, like, in Iran, you still get punished by death for converting to Christianity in Iran.
Really?
That's
There's
still
Christians.
yeah.
There are Armenian Christians living in Iran that, for the
yes,
most
but they're
part, live there
smart enough.
peacefully.
They're smart enough to not condemn Islam. See, get the point.
Hold
Okay.
up. They condemn Islam all the. I mean, they preach the gospel there. There's Armenians that live in Armenian Christians in Palestine. There's Greek and Armenian Christians in Lebanon.
Andy, let me finish. So in terms of that, yes, they're people by the book, so that they're considered dhimmi. So the people who are already Christian, they're allowed to live. But if you're a Muslim and you convert to Christianity, that is considered apostasy, and that is punishable by death in Iran. And yes, Iranians have executed other former Muslim Iranians for converting to Christianity. That it's like a capital crime, as under Sharia law, which they kind of run things.
Zoroastrianism was a pre-Islamic religion in Iran. They do not even let any Muslim Iranian hear the prayers of Zoroastrians, because if they end up over there, they will end up dead.
Okay. But again, I do want to make a point, though, is that also a key thing to point out is that I think, pro-Israelis, Zionists, more Zionists than me, so to speak, they tend to kind of edge towards point out like Islamic terror around the world from like a Iranian backed perspective. Although I would say that I think most Islamic terrorist attacks are of Sunni origin. They're Wahhabists. They're Salafists. They have Wahhabist ideology. And but it's funny enough, Saudi Arabia is trying to normalize relations with Israel, and they kind of were on the path to do that. But then, right now they're in a situation with Gaza. But yes, I would say, maybe that gets downplayed a little too much. How much like Sunni terrorism is more often the case than like Shia terrorism, which is backed by Iran. But regardless of that, I mean, their ideology is like 90% the same. And oftentimes, the only times you really see like Muslims calling out, Muslim oppression is when like they're just oppressing other Muslims. So the only time I heard, what I would consider a very genocidal campaign in Yemen by the Saudi military is, like the only people that really spoke out were Muslims themselves. Or I mean, when you see a lot of Muslims speaking out about it, it was only because it was Muslims killing Muslims. I mean, the same situation was happening in Syria. Bashar al-Assad and his army were like massacring, like a lot of rebels, insurgents. Some may have been foreign, fighting the jihad or whatever as foreigners. But they were still like, the guy was bombarding his own cities, that he supposedly was supposed to govern, not like the situation that is in Gaza. Again, Muslims called him out on that, but it's because he was killing other Muslims. But then it gets to the question of like, is it, even Muslims don't really honor this idea of them having a very peaceful religion, when oftentimes when Muslims get into these wars, it's basically it's either a fundamentalist feud between Sunni Shia, or it's because it's secular Muslims like battling fundamentalist Muslims, right? So
show me one peaceful fundamentalist Muslim, and I will believe that Islam is a peaceful religion. There are 72 different sects in Islam. and every sect is heretic to one another. They call each other kafirs. So if you're saying that, Andy keeps on the saying that, okay, Israel is responsible for the reason that the Arab world and the Muslim world hates America. And I'm telling him, no, that's not the case. Even if there was no Israel at this point, let's say there are no Jews, there is no Israel. Muslims will.
You're putting words in my mouth, man.
But you made that same point. I mean, you can
No,
literally. Yes, you said the same. You said. Hold on, Andy. You said if America stops supporting Israel,
you don't need to tell me what I said. I'll tell you.
You said the exact same things. That don't backtrack.
Let's let Andy clear up his position. Go ahead, Andy.
So what I said is that there would be less animosity towards the West if we didn't have such deep ties with Israel. I don't think that that's a arguable point. I think that a lot. I mean, you can listen to the talking points of many of the terrorists. They whenever they reference, not whenever, but a lot of times when they reference their hatred for the West, they tie it into the state of Israel. I think that there's something to that. That's my point. I don't think it would make us immune to hatred from the Middle East. Like I've said multiple times, Islam is not a peaceful religion. It's an evil religion, just like every other religion except for Christianity. That's my point.
Can you at least play? But hold on, at least play out the thought exercise of this, Andy. Just play the scenario in your head. Maybe it's just like a really convenient excuse. Like, can you at least acknowledge that that's a possibility, right? So, in other words, this is the focal point. Maybe that'll be the focal point. Is that at least a possibility, right? At least, acknowledge that, because,
acknowledge what? What are you saying I should acknowledge?
That this is the focal point. In other words, like, it's a good excuse to spread, X, Y, and Z, right? Israel's just like a convenient excuse for them because it's, because they don't, there's a lot of other factors that they could blame issues on the West, and Israel's just the number one talking point for them. So if Israel didn't exist, it'd be something else. Like, that's kind of the point I'm making. The hatred of the West specifically.
Well, I think that I mean, I don't know if there's statistics on this, but I think I mean, like I've mentioned before, Islamic countries, radical Islamic terrorist groups have committed atrocities against many different peoples around the world. But I think that they're usually directed towards countries that are quote unquote Western.
No, they're usually directed towards their own countries by like multiples of magnitude to like 1,000. They kill each other way more than they kill Jews or anybody else, to be honest.
Well, sure.
Not sure. Like it's not even close. So in itself, there's a lot of, again, it's just.
Sure, I'll clarify. External attacks are usually directed towards the West.
Well, Andy, since you're concerned about Christians only, and you call Christianity the one true religion.
No, you're putting words in my mouth again.
You just said that every other doctrine is falsehood. I'm not saying you just said that. Now, how many bombings?
You're changing what I'm saying. All human beings.
How the hell am I changing when you said the same thing? I'm just repeating what you said, and then you claim that you're putting words in my mouth. Now, at least be honest for what you're saying.
Let me speak. You keep interrupting me. So all human beings have value. All human beings are created in the image of God, right? But what I have said is that Christianity is the only true religion. I'm consistent here.
Thank you. And now the fact is, how many Christians get murdered every year in Pakistan? Do you have any idea? Every Easter bombing, every Christmas bombing, they literally burn down their churches and bury them alive. If you just Google it.
Saudi influence, though, blood.
No, that's not Saudi influence. Where was Saudi Arabian?
The Saudis
Zach, there was no Saudi.
The Wahhabism you find in Pakistan today with the madrasas, all Saudi funded.
It does not mean that Saudi Arabia was a desert state, but I mean it was nothing back 100 years back. But they were still killing. They were still killing non-Muslims in erstwhile, which was India at that time. Muslims were still killing non-Muslims.
Okay, so do you feel the same way that you feel about Pakistan, like you feel about Iran?
No. I don't feel the same way.
Iran are Shia Muslims that aren't as Salafi and Wahhabist? Is that part
Because
of it?
Iranians have not funded any terrorism in India, for that matter.
Okay, well, so this is an Indian issue for you. So the Pakistanis and the Indians, of course, would be blood enemies in that case.
No, it's more related to the fact Iranians, if push comes to shove, will come to the help of the Pakistanis. That I'm sure of, because they happen to be their Muslim brethren. What I'm trying to say is I do not feel the same for Iran, is because Iranians does not fund Islamic terrorism in India. Pakistan does, Qatar does, Saudi does.
Yeah.
See, the fact is that Andy kept on saying that if Americans do not support Israel, and perhaps the Muslims will be less antagonistic towards Americans. I'm saying that's
American
not the case.
Christians, maybe American Christians.
No, but
probably American Christians.
Christians in general, because if you look at, I don't know what is this, the amount of Christians that live in certain areas, whether it be pre-Israel, you could say the Palestinian region prior. If you ask any Muslim about why the population went down, it's because they will say this, and I know this a million times. We didn't kill them; it's just they converted. So, Andy, are you aware that Jews don't actively seek to convert Christians? Are you aware of that? That's not part of the Jewish religion. Yes or no?
That's irrelevant. It's still a pagan religion.
How is it irrelevant? It doesn't. Okay, but they are converting less people to Christ. They are taking them away from Christ. I don't think you understand that. Like, it's a net negative.
Well, Andy prefers to pay jizya to the Islamic overlords.
How many times do I have to say I hate Islam, blood?
Yeah, but I just don't think, Andy, that's a weird point, though. Like, again, I get it. Like, every religion but Christianity is a false religion. Fine, I get it. But literally less people are coming to Christ under a Muslim rule. Like, does that not factor into anything you're thinking
Exactly how many people have been predestined by God before the foundations of the earth are coming to Christianity?
Okay, Andy, I got a question for you.
This
Shouldn't your issue with like the situation going on in the West is basically just mass incarceration and deporting people when it comes to like a lot of crime, a lot of terrorism that's being imported into Western countries, Western majority white countries, that this stuff is happening to? Why is it that you really think, okay, what we really need to do is going to cut off aid to Israel or whatever like arms deal they get, which fund like the military industrial complex? That's also a thing that will always exist with or without the existence of Israel. Giving bombs to everybody else. It's sort of like, yeah, I'm just kind of just wondering about this. Like, okay, so you want to like we make this debate about Israel, but don't you think that's also just kind of like, some type of distraction when in terms of like how things are going to be demographically in Western countries?
I think you're speaking to a larger point. I think that our foreign policy, particularly affected by the military-industrial complex, is very interventionist, and I think that the West would be much safer if we took a more isolationist position.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But in terms of like the domestic situation now, why, well, I mean, actually, America doesn't have to have so much of a problem, but it's becoming, the point has come to a head in Europe with the Muslim immigration. By the way, which I want to add, actually, right-wing Jewish groups have funded anti-immigration political actors within Europe. And again, it's in terms of that, I mean, don't you think? And and it doesn't matter. These European countries are, kind of beholden as democracies, are turning their backs on Israel. Okay, that's fine. But then it's like, that's not going to help their domestic situation at all. No. So what? So I mean, what's your kind of take on this? Like, okay, you don't want. Okay, I mean, why is this whole, support of Israel that has to end, and then it's going to solve, Muslims will behave better? Or would you think maybe they, like, if Israel's destroyed, they just become more emboldened by this kind of act in terms of, oh wow, we've defeated the Zionist entity, and then the West is next?
No, world peace is achieved. You don't understand.
I never said that. What I believe is that intervening in the Middle East, whether it would be with support of Israel or if there was a different Jewish state there or even a different Christian state there, I think that creates a unsafe environment or a more unsafe environment for the West. I think that, and I don't think that that's just particularly true of just the Middle East. I think that intervening in the affairs of other countries across the board creates a less safe environment for the I'm an isolationist. I think that we should have open trade with foreign countries, but I don't think that we should support their domestic whatever's going on in their country, whatever wars they're fighting. I think we should stick out of it.
You know what? That's fair. That's completely
I
fair.
agree with it.
But I'll say this much though. So don't you think though, in terms of Israel's main concern, like immediate security concerns, they have hostile neighbors right across the border that if given given an opportunity, will like attack them, massacre them, get a legion of motorcycle riders into Israel, doing rape and kill whoever, and then
yeah, like I said before, I think that that's true, and I also think that if Israel had the capability to do that to those countries, they would do the same. Wait.
At this point, though, yes, they're invading and occupying Gaza, but again, they're basically taking out a threat because they already have a peace deal with Egypt.
The original Zionist position was that they wanted to restore. I mean, it's still true to this day. They want to restore the complete Holy Land, which extends up into southern Turkey down to
they're not doing that.
Baghdad.
They don't have real plans on doing that. I'm just letting you know right now. Unless you think all these Zionist Jews are secretly like reading the Talmud and they're plotting to create the greater Israel. They're not going to do that. What they're doing right now in their immediate security situation is to annihilate the enemy in the Gaza Strip and de-Hamasify the Gaza Strip. They're not even going to wipe it off the map technically, because they're just going to rid it of Hamas. They're not going to rename. They're not going to wipe it off the map because they're not going to actually rename it that. They're just going to they're just going to.
They don't want to annex the people into Israel.
Yeah. Well, they want
to move them out of Israel.
They'll actually probably annex like a good chunk of the Gaza Strip, as far as
but I'm talking about the people. Like it's complicated, I guess. Right?
Yeah. I mean, again, but okay. Like I think already 1 million, Gazans have already been kind of displaced where they were. But in terms of that, I'm just I'm just making a point with Andy here that if they're just handling their own security situation, that's like an immediate threat to them. But you have a point about other Middle Eastern, for the American military and our adventures, oftentimes it's a misadventure. But I can tell you right now, though, I mean, because of the military industrial complex, we didn't fucking occupy Afghanistan for almost 20 years because of Israel. I assure you that was not the case. I know the logistics, the amount of cost, amount of lives and manpower. The conspiracy theory case is the reason why we occupied Afghanistan for that long was that it's supposed to be a staging ground to invade Iran. That's not it was just easier to get all the troops out of Afghanistan and invade Iran, from the Persian Gulf. It's just logistically and everything else.
Yeah, it's more realistic that Boeing needs to survive economically in the United States and produce munitions. These are the things that are embedded in our economy. But here, Andy, it's not even just that, right? You also with an isolationist perspective, you have to you ignore. And I'm not saying we should be involved in every war, obviously, but this view that other state actors, other powerful nations aren't also playing the game, aren't also influencing other nations to make trade more advantageous, to make their position more advantageous. This myopic view of a restoration of some type of, which never existed. It never existed in America where America was this great entity of isolationism. The America prior to World War II had some, good things, whatever. But like the reason why our country is with high living standards and all these things is because we are, had an advantageous position in a global marketplace. And I think that the amount of suffering that would occur from a pure isolation perspective, considering how globally intertwined the world is, I think is underestimated by a lot of isolationists. It's just these are just things that you have to consider, Andy.
No, listen, I want to quickly shift though because I see we have Patrick who joined us, and today is Pearl Harbor Day, so I wanted to get his thoughts. I saw his tweet. I retweeted you, Patrick, and then I saw you edited the tweet. That's been happening to me a lot. I'm retweeting someone, and then they edit it, and I have to go back and retweet it. But I'm glad we have that feature. Thank you, Elon. What are your thoughts on Pearl Harbor Day today, and how do you sort of like view that in the greater scheme of the whole geopolitics that we're dealing with now? Because I don't know, Patrick. America, I think, was a far more robust place in 40. What was it 43? 43, 42? When was Pearl Harbor Day exactly?
41.
41. Could we handle something like that today? And also, not only Pearl Harbor, but I heard that Suki said we were in Afghanistan because of Israel. And I immediately thought of you and said, I think Patrick will disavow that. So I wanted your take on that one too.
No, Suki didn't say that we were in Israel because he didn't say that. He said
Yeah,
we're
he
not.
did. He said we were in Afghanistan because of Israel.
Oh no, I said there's a lot of conspiracy theorists that say we did, but I
Okay.
believe that it doesn't.
Okay, thank you for
But
clearing that up. But let's go to you, Patrick. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've been typoing all day, so I keep having to go back and correct myself. Apparently, the tech gremlins are on my butt today. This one's always kind of. I was fortunate; neither of my grandfathers were involved directly in Pearl Harbor, though one of them did join the Navy later. The other one was in the Army, also Pacific Theater, and they both, were when they could. They would tell me a little bit about it, and in that sense, I was very, very fortunate because a lot of people don't get to spend time with that generation, or it's very hard to talk for a lot of them to talk about it for good reason. But yeah, a couple things. One, you've got the kind of ignorance of actors like Tulsi Gabbard, who I tweeted about earlier, and people can go read it if they're so inclined, but who think that Japan remilitarizing today is the same as the rise of Imperial Japan in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which is frankly one of the stupidest things I've heard lately. But in terms of the U.S., and I've been giving this a lot of thought, especially today. Keep in mind, after Pearl Harbor, the U.S. was shocked. We were appalled. We hadn't been struck on U.S. territory probably since the War of 1812, if you don't count some minor border skirmishes with Mexico, which ironically Patton was involved in. One of the first uses of the internal combustion engine in a military operation. And the nation girded itself for war. I'll be posting and commenting on FDR's speech on December the 8th in 41, where he literally addresses the U.S. Congress and says, look, I have today requested a declaration of war against the Empire of Japan. We haven't seen that since. So basically in 82 years, despite a lot of fighting that the United States has taken place, and we have not declared war. And then obviously the country girded itself for total war. We ended up with over 10 million personnel in uniform, far more than that served throughout the course of 4 years. And we did things today that some of the usual suspects would be clutching their pearls and screaming war crimes and genocide. We firebombed Dresden. We firebombed basically every major city in Japan, inflicting more casualties than the atomic bombs were responsible for, which a lot of people don't know. We conducted unrestricted submarine warfare. We specifically tried to starve the island of Japan to death. Chester Nimitz, who was sink pack for basically the entirety of the war, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet,
was very, very open about this when he wrote an affidavit in defense of Admiral Donitz for attempting to do the same thing to the British. He basically said, look, we did the exact same thing to Japan, only we did it more effectively. The Japanese islands were starving by the end of the war, and we did that. You have examples like Commander Morton on the USS Wahoo, who, after torpedoing a Japanese troop transport, proceeded to machine gun the survivors so they couldn't get to neighboring islands and rejoin the Japanese army and conduct resistance operations against Allied forces. We conducted a very brutal war by any standard, and an unconscionable war by today's standards. And so when you ask, could we actually go to war and win a war if it was existential in the way that the Second World War was, I don't think we have the right headspace for that today. I think some of us understand it, but we're definitely the minority. And we're the ones who, sit and read about this stuff and study it and try to understand it in its broader context and apply it to what we're looking at today, whether, it be applicable directly or not. And I don't think there is enough of that. And I don't think enough people fully understand what it really means for a nation to go to war, which is why we're seeing a lot of what I think we're seeing in terms of the Israel-Gaza war. Because keep in mind, this is the first time Israel's declared war since '73 during Yom Kippur, and they're conducting themselves and they're still fairly restrained. They're conducting themselves as if they're at war. And a lot of the West just can't seem to wrap their mind around that, which I think explains a lot of the hysteria about, a lot of the reactive hysteria about a lot of what we're seeing come out of that region at the moment.
I mean, Patrick, so the one thing that you hear now, and it's just like a plain view, is when people discuss war, you hear, they go, well, look at the numbers on this side versus another side, right? In other words, like it's like a game of like equal, I guess, equal force or equal responsive force. It has to be equal casualties. And I think that view in itself makes it impossible, if that's the public's opinion, to operate in any type of effective war against any actor, right? Is that something that that kind of, you think about sometimes?
Oh yeah, boxing. I see it all the time. It's this misunderstanding of proportionality. And unfortunately, that view of it has kind of metastasized into popular discourse and certain portions of the U.S. government. And you're right. It's this notion that you can't use more force than what was directed at you, which, for professional military folks, I am no longer serving. I was, but that's insane. If you're at war, the goal is to disproportionately inflict as many casualties as you can while preserving your own people, because you understandably place a higher value on the lives of your own soldiers than you do the enemy. And I mean, you'll see, just as an example, exceptions to that where, like, Churchill allows Coventry to be bombed and you have British civilians killed, rather than reveal that the British have broken the German Enigma ciphers. And he said, yeah, that I'm going to allow, but then I'm also going to firebomb Dresden and kill tens of thousands of German civilians because, well, A, they're part of the war effort, and B, they're effing Nazis, so screw them. And there was no outcry. There was none. In Britain, in the United States, in Canada, in all the other various Commonwealth countries, everyone knew what we were doing. Curtis LeMay, who would later command Strategic Air Command for the United States Air Force, he was famous for saying, look, if you kill them all, eventually the war ends. You win. And he was the one who said, oh, look, the Japanese have dispersed their industry in what are basically cottage industries in various homes and small shops. And a lot of their cities are made of bamboo. So I'm just going to drop incendiaries all over the place and let the firestorms kill hundreds of thousands of people. And that's effective, so I'm going to do it. And there was, no outcry, because we all understood that this was a fight for national survival, and it was going to be them or it was going to be us. And we weren't ready, and we were not going to allow it to be us.
Yeah, wasn't there a point in the war on both sides? I think maybe it was like 43 to 44, and then Japanese end, and then obviously had maybe on the same timeline of the German end, where most of the government, most of the experts knew that the war was unwinnable. In other words, like there was a degree of retreating, and I think that's the point in which the numbers significantly uptick. So, in other words, like when we look at like the atrocities we committed, we don't look at the own government, like you said, like the invasion of Japan. If we were to invade Japan, I don't know what the 500,000. That's like one of the numbers I hear. So we kind of ignore other state actors in which how they don't protect their own troops when we talk about atrocities.
We do, and Operation Downfall would have been just hideous. That we were talking millions of casualties. I know through the War on Terror, we're still using Purple Hearts that were created in anticipation of having to launch Operation Downfall and invade the home islands of Japan. That's how many casualties they anticipated. But yeah, like probably certainly to late 43, the Third Reich, elements of it really understood that they had truly screwed the pooch. There was going to be no coming back from it. By that point, the Allies were in Italy. We had taken North Africa. Things were not going well for them against the Soviets. The bombing campaign from American and British bombers based in the British Isles was starting to have an impact. The Japanese, that came later. And even at the end of the day in 45, when both bombs had been dropped, so August of 45, and the emperor is finally convinced that, okay, this has to end. There was an attempted coup, and several army officers attempted to take him into custody and or kill him. And that was stopped by loyalist members of the Imperial Guard who shut it down. But even at that late stage, there were still significant elements of the Japanese Army and Navy who really thought that if they could just inflict enough casualties on the Americans and the British landing forces that were going to be scheduled for Operation Downfall, that they could somehow eke out a negotiated surrender. Now, when they thought that the war couldn't be won outright is debatable. I would say probably... for them, it was probably around the same time frame, but probably a little bit later. I think from everything I've read, I think they thought they could hold us in the island chains a lot longer than they did. But even Yamamoto, who's arguably one of their better naval strategists, understood from the get-go that this was not going to be. They had to win everywhere else, and then maybe they could make peace with the U.S. But a long-term war was not going to be in their favor.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely, Patrick. Yeah. So, what is everyone on this panel's thoughts about the something maybe we can all sort of chime in on what's going on with the Ivy League university presidents? I was having dinner with some people tonight, and they were saying these people should resign. No, I don't know.
It's so gay. It's so gay.
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you exactly what's going on here. Like, you have Elise Stefanik, who's like grilling this woman who's like president of Harvard, I think, and she's like, how can you not condemn that speech? And she's like, well, we have like, we believe in free speech. I'm like, look, I'm not saying that Harvard is necessarily consistent with this policy, but neither is Elise Stefanik if she calls herself conservative and wants to be free speech. Like, you're either free speech or you're not. But like, they're trying to act like they're these heroes for yelling at these like university presidents and being like, you need to cancel these students for saying mean things about Israel. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, but the inconsistency, Anna, is the point. Like, that is the point. It is the point. The point is that you misgender somebody. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, but it doesn't. But that's the point that I'm making. Like, if you like, instead of being angry at that specific thing this whole time, like you should have just been like, okay, we want free speech on all our campuses, which is true, we do. But you're not going to sit here and fight them for allowing students to say mean things about Israel. Like, first of all, words are words. They're not violence. They're not physical violence. So this idea that them saying, like, and whatever, you can interpret it as however you want. Like, she was, the whole phrase, whatever, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. To make the stretch that then means that you want to harm Jews or Jewish students there is just outrageous. It's insane. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Listen, I agree, and I put blame. Listen, I put the most blame in these situations are liberal Jews by giving affirmative action to these people that do not like Jewish people. Listen, it's their fault, and they allowed this to happen. So they have to own this behavior. I agree. She should be sitting here and saying, instead of saying, "Why are you allowing this quote unquote hate
But
speech
why
against
do
Jews?"
these so-called Jews you're talking about? Why do they get to dictate this policy if it's an American nation?
I don't know. They did it
Exactly.
pretty well. Well, I mean, listen. No, I'm talking about specifically like this woman. She should sit there and say, "Why are you allowing this and not allowing that?" Instead of, you're right, being emotional about it, saying, "Why did this student get expelled for this? Why did this student get expelled for that?" That would be a better approach.
It's just
I
a
agree.
stupid hearing, because ultimately we all know that these campuses, first of all, are not free speech at all, never have been. But I wouldn't like for example, like, I'm not going to get mad at a college campus for allowing free speech in this particular area. Like what's the ultimate goal here? To expose Harvard? Like, I don't want my tax dollars going to Elise Stefanik, yelling at this college president, just saying, "Oh well, it's not fair that you fired somebody for this. You should be firing. You should be getting angry at these students for saying this." Like, no, that's not the solution. The solution is be free speech for everything, including what the students are saying about Israel. I don't care what they're saying about Israel. I just don't. It's thoughts are thoughts. Words are thoughts that are just come out of your mouth. That's all. And as a free speech advocate, like, you want to say something mean about Hispanics? I don't give a shit. Like, you can tell me that you wish Hispanics didn't exist. I don't care. Your thoughts do not harm me. So I don't, this idea that, and I hear stuff from the left all the time. I don't care. I'm not going to cry about it. Like, whatever.
Anna, you're
So
base when you honestly you are like, wow. No, honestly, I respect you. I have a huge respect for you because it takes a backbone to say, "Fuck that. Who cares? Words don't hurt my feeling." Yeah, fuck that shit. I love it.
well, Prodigal thinks it's
Yeah,
funny.
the
He's
sticks and
laughing.
stones may break my bones, that old saying. But Patrick, why don't you follow up? You may disagree with that, so I want to get your take. I want to get a good debate here. So go ahead.
Sure, Zach. And this is a little out of my wheelhouse, but you know what? Why not? It's been an odd day. One of the exceptions to the First Amendment has always been incitement, and for good reason. So when you have people saying "kill the Jews" and
Yeah, but
the
that's not
questions,
incitement. Incitement's narrowly defined.
Anna,
Let's let
wait,
Patrick finish, Anna, and then I'm going to let you follow up.
and then you have violent
God,
mobs
I'm not a dog.
chasing Jewish students into various buildings on campus where they have to lock themselves in and wait for the cops to come get them out. That does encroach into incitement and, frankly, is legally actionable and, in fact, possibly criminal.
Okay,
All right,
Anna,
well,
why don't you go ahead? Sorry, I didn't mean to say it, and I'll let you follow up. That's just the nature of
no,
the
not
space.
you. I was talking about Patrick being like, Anna, wait. Like, I'm like a Yorkie that's like barking.
No, but like I will say though that the talking over of people is becoming.
No, sure, yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
get
like
it.
yes,
I'm not offended by that. I
let's
thought it
all
was a
say
funny way of
we're
putting it.
all going to be cordial and civil and polite here, or I'm just going to close the space and join Nuance's space.
My dear Zag,
But no,
my dear Zag.
blood,
All right,
no.
all right.
I
Well,
want
No
Blood,
Anna to
justice.
respond.
we just
Anna,
explained
you
we
go
are going to
ahead.
be cordial and polite here, Blood. Anyways,
I love you, Anna.
I know, I love you too. So what I was going to
Be
say is
careful,
that
Anna. You said it to an Indian. I mean, he will take that literally. No, he follow
I
you.
know I'm a little concerned now.
Zag, you just had Gavin McInnes in your space, man.
Oh, you did?
Listen, I don't know.
Well,
I'm not sure who that is.
All right.
But he can request. Listen, we've
but
got a
this
lot going
idea
on. Go
that
ahead.
that's incitement is certainly a stretch,
Pick it
because
up, Zag. Pick it up.
incitement needs to be like narrowly defined. It has to be clearly threatening somebody, and because you're right, that is an exception, but you have to be clearly threatening somebody specifically. The threat has to be very specific. You can't just be like,
Yeah, but they pointed at the Jew and they said, "Get the Jew." Is that not specific enough for you?
no,
or
it's
how
not. It's not specific enough. You have to be very clear about what your intentions are, that you want to hurt that person. You have to be specific about who you're referring to. That's
that
not.
sounds like what the lefties said to try to throw Kyle Rittenhouse in jail.
No, it's
Pretty
true
much.
though. It's true though, and I'm as somebody who's very pro free speech, I feel the same way, whether it be protecting a leftist or somebody on the right when it comes to free speech, and because you never want to screw around with that sort of thing, because when you start broadly, interpreting these things, what happens is then everybody gets. You can make the argument that everybody is targeting someone, and the reality is it's very narrowly defined. So
When
if
you
somebody
said
were to be like, I want to like, and it's not even like you're saying from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free or whatever. That was the specific term that she was referring to in that argument.
So
But
when
wait.
you hold on, when you saw the BLM,
You noticed that rhyme scheme? What, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Where else has that rhyme scheme? 1, 2, Freddie's coming for you, right? So that right there.
From the river to the sea, it's Israeli territory for everyone to see.
It wasn't river to the sea.
The Indian nationalist has arrived.
Wasn't it
Oh, great.
Antifada? Wasn't it Antifada?
No,
that
the
there
way
were
Stefanik rephrased it
that's a
was,
global
is
fucking thing.
the way Stefanik said it was, is calling for the genocide of Jews against your free speech codes. She specifically said the genocide of Jews, not from the Free River to the Sea or any of the other slogans. She was very specific on that point. To her credit, she was very narrowly asking that, and they couldn't answer her.
No, but that's not what the students were saying. They weren't saying, "Hello, I am calling for the genocide of the Jews." Like, they were saying things like, "For the river, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free," which is protected free speech.
Things like that.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. Hold on.
No, Anna, I've heard the chants of "gas the Jews" on American college campuses. So let's not pretend that didn't happen.
Even then, that might be mean, but it's not specifically referring to any individual.
But Anna, when the white students were sitting studying and they had the BLM people fucking bother them, I mean, people were like, "Let these fucking kids study." I mean, seriously. So it's a disturbing environment. So this is like, even if it's not a free speech
but
thing,
that's not the argument that she was making. This
okay,
isn't
fuck
about
her
whether or
argument,
not it was
but
disturbing.
I get it. I know where you're going. It's fine.
It was all about free speech at the end of the day, and that's what this hearing was about. And everything that all the examples they brought up were free speech, protected by free speech. The reality is, even if it's super mean and you don't like it and it hurts your feelings, it's still protected. The only way it can't be protected is if it's specifically referring to.
Well, to be fair, like, let's just, Hamas and Hezbollah are designated as terrorist organizations by the State Department.
So what? Taliban is designated also. They went to Taliban and they negotiated with the Taliban. What are you going to do, prodigal? Huh?
You act like I trust the government.
They negotiated with the Taliban, the U.S. government. U.S. government publicly negotiated with the Taliban. Shut the fuck up already. Kaiser, they're just talking in circles. Terrorist group, BLM, oh my God.
Hey, no, I have to say, Anna is actually super based. I'm super happy about your takes because, no, I have to say it, it's a very well-measured, reflective take. This whole notion, yes, Patrick, I mean, the thing is, free speech, okay, we don't have free speech here anyway. Like, I cannot say from the river to the sea, yada, yada, yada.
Kaiser's muting
So,
everyone.
and that is cool. What is wrong with that slogan? It's a fucking slogan. But here's the thing. We are not a neutral here. Again, it's the same with Ukraine, Zagonel. We are war party. Our politicians want to make us war parties, and I will have none of that. I am not at war. I am not at war.
It said 15,000 Ukrainian soldiers had been killed. I didn't see any reports saying that. You lied to me.
Prodigal.
All right, Patrick. Why don't you go ahead, Patrick? Let's bring us some semblance of normalcy here. Tell us why it's inciting to say things like this, because I'm kind of torn on this, because I will grant that there are people that get out of hand with this and do heckle and molest Jewish students, not physically, but
Whoa, they're getting molested? Okay, that's wrong.
Molestation is an old school term, but why don't you go ahead, Patrick? Let us get some.
Why did you say that in such a condescending tone when you introduced them? I don't. What's going on?
So, Zach, there's actually a standard for this under the Supreme Court rulings. The first one was Schenck v. U.S. in 1919. The other one is Brandenburg v. Ohio. And Brandenburg is the one that is generally used today to determine whether something is or is not incitement. And I'll give you the quote. Incitement constitutes the advocacy of force or criminal activity, does not receive First Amendment protections if, 1, the advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and 2, is likely to incite or produce such action. There is no test, as Anna asserted there was, of it having to be directed at a single individual. The standard is it designed to produce the lawless action, and is that lawless action likely as by virtue of what is being said?
Well, actually, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, you have to be, the point is you need specifics. Like, the way that you would prove what you just brought up there is you would have the specifics. So if you like say something about someone implying that you want to hurt someone or something, you can't just say like, I want to hurt someone today, and then be like, have that be a crime, right? It has to be, you have to be very specific about it. To your point, it needs, and you just said this yourself, and you're spot on. It has to be specific with the intention. It has to be like it, assume that it's likely that that's going to happen. Like if some fat blue-haired communist just starts screaming from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, are we then to assume that fat blue-haired communist is going to like shoot a Jewish student that goes to that same school? Like that's absurd. You can't just make that jump,
No, you're right. But when someone says kill all the Jews, and then a violent mob starts running after a kid with a yarmulke on his head, then yeah, that's incitement, and that has happened.
Well,
it sadly it has happened. Yeah.
Then it comes down to specifics. Like I don't think
case
what was
by
going
case
on in
basis,
that,
right, Anna? Yeah.
With what was going on in that particular hearing though, was she was referring to like slogans that they were saying. So if you want to get into specifics like you just mentioned, then yeah, you have an argument there. If that person said that and then they all went running after a Jew, like that would obviously be wrong.
I mean, I'll be fair. From like a right-wing U.S. perspective, like I don't have a problem with it. They've been doing it to people on the left forever, on the right forever. Not that I'm for it. I don't want to legitimize it, but I want the left to fracture even more.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
No, it's true. It is kind of fun watching them, like
95% of the people there hate white
road.
people, hate Europeans, hate America. Let them eat some charges. Let them eat those student loans. Let it fracture the left. Let these money liberal elites and these middle class kids, let their parents be rage filled that they got stuck with these student loans and now the Democrats have made their son a criminal. Like I'm all for watching this. Like maybe after the election, but up until now, let them attack their own. Let them eat themselves.
It's certainly fun to watch. I'm just saying from like a principled perspective, like, yeah, when you bring up specific examples like that, then you have an argument. But like,
I mean, come on, they're going after Mackie over a meme. I'm not gonna cry over some commie. Like the commie example, I was like, yeah, lock her up.
Yeah, but Prodigal, again, you're so pedestrian, man. You always looked at the things about some really pedestrian left and right thing.
Oh, now you're gonna defend the blue-haired commie.
No, I don't give a shit about blue-haired. The thing is, it's a way bigger topic, man. It's a way bigger topic. And Prodigal, you're always making it like so pedestrian. Come on, bro. Grow a little bit.
Yeah, because that's what we're down to. It's brute fucking power. And are you moving the fucking inches? Are you moving up the field? This will move us up the field. It will fracture them. We don't give a shit.
I don't know.
Well, the other thing that I didn't really understand, and I'll be honest, is like, why were we even having a hearing for all of that? Like, what's the ultimate goal? Because ultimately, Harvard's going to do what they want to do, and they can do what they want to do. And same with all the other college campuses. So I just don't understand. Just from like okay, so great. So
yeah.
let's say
my question is, Anna, where was the ADL in groups like this when you had radical students on campus saying, fry them in the pan, cook them like bacon, all these things about police and like killing the cops. A good cop is a dead cop. That sort of sorts of nonsensical. We weren't
like
that
people only get worked up when it has to do with
annoyed
Israel.
about it. But where are the
people only get worked up when it has to do with Israel. People are only really
that is not
agree
true.
with
we
that
have the
one.
Summer
Yes,
of love. That is crazy, Anna.
That is crazy. But boxing, they didn't say shit on the right or the left about maybe fringe, maybe like a guest on the
I'll tell
Hannity
you one thing that I think is interesting.
On this, but they weren't having congressional hearings over students yelling about killing cops.
I did a whole show the other day talking about how like it's interesting how they're suddenly so concerned about anti-Semitism. But for years, Christians have been persecuted in a country where 60 to 70% of us are Christian, and nobody has ever really come to our defense. Yeah, every now and then.
Can you find me a scenario where Christian students have been sitting in a library and non-Christians have been bashing on the fucking door and harassing them?
Like, actually, worse things have happened. They're trying to they're literally, the FBI is literally spying on Catholics. So Catholics are under attack right now in this country, very clearly.
Wow, she got you fast.
Yeah, that
was guys, there's a certain reality. And why are we not talking about this? The reality is, Zagoner, come on. It's the same as with Ukraine. Our governments want us to make a war party. We are not neutral. They want to push us in the direction that we are a war party. And I will have none of that. I hate this.
Well, I want Canada and Mexico. I mean, if they want to go north and south,
No,
I'm all for
Prodigal.
it. As long as we stay on
It's
North
about
America, I'm down.
agency. It's about sovereignty. I mean, I will not be dictated by some politicians that my country is at war for something. I don't care. It's not my war. So, but they want.
But what are you going to do? Greta Thunberg goes to your country, shuts down your coal plants. I mean, you can't even control that little.
Prodigal. You make it always like.
I'm just saying, I think it's interesting that in this country, Christians are treated terribly, and suddenly everybody's so concerned by anti-Semitism. Why? Not for any other reason than because of this war that's going on, that everybody's taking a side on, that we're told we have to take a side on. I'm not obviously, like, I'm not for anti-Semitism in any capacity, just to be clear, but I'm saying I do think it's interesting that that is the focus, and only because of a war that we kind of butt our way into, that, like, and again, there's so many layers to this. I'm not going to.
And can I give an example? I give an example because we're talking about let's say exciting violence or whatever. Today I had an argument on Twitter, on German Twitter, with a German gay soldier. Okay, he's conservative gay soldier. I have a huge problem with the combination, but it is what it is. That's the year 23, and he goes into a gym. He's from Berlin. He goes into a gym with let's say with this olive kind of t-shirt that I guess it looks like an army t-shirt with the German flag on it, and above the German flag is the star of David, and he goes into a gym where 80%, he says 80% of the
Disavow.
No, he did it.
Even boxing doesn't like
Yeah, but
that.
look, wait a second, you guys. Yeah, and 80% of the other gym goers are Arabs. So what do you expect, man? First of all, I am offended by this, okay? And the German flag is a German flag. There is no David star above the German flag. First of all, I love the David star.
So are you saying the Arabs, the ethnic Arabs, are such German patriots?
No,
that they would have
they don't give a shit about the thing is, what do you expect? What is this? Let's say, if you go to a situation where you know the emotions are running high, then you are going into a gym where you know 80% of the other gym goers are Arabs in Berlin in a certain quarter, and then I mean, it seems as if some people want violence to happen. And that is a no-go for me. They want it to happen. They want to provoke it. Because if I know the situation, look, in the Balkans wars, Portugal, you know that shit. If you go to the gym, you do not take a t-shirt in the fucking colors of your country, because you know, hey, there will be Albanians in the gym, there will be Serbs, Croatians.
I mean, we all do that.
In Germany, they didn't do that.
It's all tatted on their body.
On the body, okay, but you hide the tattoos with a t-shirt. You see, you do not, if let's say if tensions run high, the rational thing is to lower the tensions, not to provoke them. And especially, you know, Israel is not Germany, and our politicians want to tell me that the security of Israel is the utmost raison d'être of my nation, which is ridiculous. And I love boxing. I love every Jew. I love every Arab. I love everyone on this planet. I love everyone. But my nation is my nation. It's not Israel, okay? And that's the point.
Yeah, but you're conflating the two. You're conflating the two. Like, and this is the point. Like,
I'm not conflating anything, boxing. That's the push here.
No, hear me out.
Yeah.
No. Hear me out. A kid.
All right, you go ahead, boxing. Then we're gonna go to Patrick.
Yeah, let me just say.
Yeah, let's hear what the Hasbro has to say.
Let me try to get the word. No, a kid fucking studying in college, not being harassed, is different than whatever the fuck foreign policy is. And now, you know, I agree that the fucking ADL sucks and they should have been standing up for white people when this shit happened in the other way. I agree with you 100%. I blame left-wing Jews for a lot of this. But I will say that these same groups of people typically are the same groups of people that went after white people. That's all I'm saying.
And boxing, for the record, I agree with you. No one should ever be harassed because of their ethnicity or belief. And if that happens, I will be the first one to defend you. Don't get me wrong. I will be the first one to defend you because that shit doesn't fly. But
so why don't you go to Cologne, Kaiser? I mean, I sent something to Zagano about 2 days ago. The German government in Cologne itself succumbed to complete and utter pressure from the Turkish side because you guys are highly populated with Turks, and they took the Armenian genocide monument.
Okay,
yeah,
you see, no.
Got him.
Exactly.
No,
You cannot mute me. I'm co-host, bro. That's exactly.
shit,
That's
right. No, but
that's
I want
exactly.
you to follow up
Yeah.
on
No.
that.
No.
I
I
want
will
to
make
take some
just
time
one
with that, but I want
sentence.
to let
One
Patrick
sentence.
speak first.
One sentence. That's exactly what happens. We are a nation. We have 1,000 fucking ethnicities over here. If you take your shit, let's say of the past to our shores, we will have a shit situation. Therefore, don't do that.
No, see, now, Kaiser, you're talking out of
No. Wait, guys. I don't want this to devolve into a separate side discussion. Let's get there.
Wait.
But I want to let Patrick speak first. He's polite and raises his hand and doesn't cut in. So let's allow him to speak, and then we'll continue. Go ahead, Patrick.
Thanks, Zach. Well, from my perspective, Kaiser just articulated the religious version of, well, her skirt was so short, she was kind of asking for it anyway. I mean, you can't
disavow,
say,
man. Patrick, take that back. Honestly, this is scheiße what you're doing right now.
Yeah,
no, it isn't.
he's like a
No, it
figurative
isn't.
rapist.
So, Kaiser, what you're telling me is a German Jew is not safe in Germany because there are
No, I did not say that. Listen, Patrick, I have enough of your.
Don't mute.
Zagunel,
Don't
okay,
mute.
Zagunel, you know what?
just
I have
related
enough
to.
of this shill. This shill, I have enough of that of
was
him.
the story you just
No.
related to.
Let's. No one's shilling. This is an interesting
What did I
debate.
say? No, Zagunel.
You're trying to force yourself onto
I will be.
Patrick
I'm
now. Like you are.
I'm gonna have to
You're a
make Patrick
literary
a
rapist.
co-host now.
Zagunel, I was personally insulted here.
No, that was the story you
Patrick,
just
I
related
literally
to.
said,
You said
if
a Jewish
someone.
guy.
Let's. Why don't we allow
Zagunel,
follow
I
up?
will not
Okay,
tolerate
Kaiser,
slander.
why don't you
I will not
clarify your
tolerate slander
position,
here.
Kaiser?
I said,
No, Kaiser,
Zagunel,
clarify it.
Zagunel, I said 1 minute earlier here, if someone is being harassed because of his or her ethnicity or belief, I will be the first one to defend that person. I said that literally here. Patrick, and if you go along, you are a piece of shit, Patrick. Honestly, I have enough of that.
No one's a piece of shit.
And the story you gave us before that was the Jewish guy with the German
He
flag
wasn't a
and
Jew.
Star of
He
David
wasn't
on
a
there,
Jew. He was a
goes into
German. A German was a.
He said he's a German
He was a
gay.
German soldier with a.
Goes into a gym with a bunch of Arabic gentlemen, and something happens. So,
Patrick,
square that circle.
Patrick, he was a German. I said a German with a T-shirt with a German flag on it, and above the flag the David Star. First of all, what kind of flag is that? I don't know this flag. Do you know this flag? I don't know this flag. And then he goes. He knows where he goes. And they're 80% Arabs. He knows that emotions run high. That's completely different what you're accusing me, which is so low of you, accusing me of being a rape apologist. Honestly, Zagunel, this is wow.
I don't know. Listen.
Wow.
I don't think.
Do you defend this?
I don't.
So he's got it coming because he knows where he's going. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was saying, but okay, whatever.
He's saying he's doing it intentionally.
Okay, I
think
Kaiser was sort of saying that it was a little bit cringe that this
She was
guy
asking for it.
was LARPing in such a way.
So what?
And
what? Everyone should be held to the same standard. You don't go and beat a guy's skull in because you don't like what he's wearing. I don't care what it is. I've had to walk past people wearing jihadi shirts, and I'm an Iraq vet, and I didn't go and attack anybody.
Yeah,
okay?
I got to be honest. I didn't think I'd ever have to do this in this space, because it's controversial. But I am anti-rape. Whatever other people are saying here, I'm against rape.
Me too.
Me too.
We're all anti-rape. I think. But I think Patrick is making an analogy that was a little bit sort of sensitive to Kaiser because we need to clear these things up. We have to all get on the same page.
Patrick, what makes me angry is I said earlier, obviously, if someone is being harassed because of their ethnicity or belief system, I will be the first one to defend that person. If that dude in the gym would have been attacked, I would be there. I would defend him with my life, okay?
Yeah, Kaiser would hit him with a barbell, yeah.
So to accuse me then of being a rape apologist, that's unheard of.
No, I didn't understand the point you were making because it sounded like you were saying the guy in the T-shirt had it coming.
Oh no, that's not the same.
No,
that's not the same.
I think we've clarified it.
Okay. I stand corrected then because I misunderstood the point you were trying to make.
He's saying it's like the beginning of Die Hard 3. You know what I mean?
There are 2 points. The first
boxing,
one,
spot on. Boxing. Yeah. Thank you very much, my friend.
No, I mean I'm not joking. It's kind of the truth. I mean,
exactly.
It's an obscene.
Exactly.
Okay, very good. All right.
I sort of agree with Patrick.
Man,
shut the fuck up
tonight, man. What did I get myself into? Huh? But
Zach, let me get a moment
good
here.
debate. I'm very glad we did this.
Let me get a moment.
Arden, why don't you go ahead? Go ahead, Arden.
Okay, good. I have 2 points to make. First, Patrick, we all respect you, but we also respect Kaiser too, and we know Kaiser very, very, very well. And I just had a disagreement with him, but I can absolutely tell you that this guy is not what you're thinking. It might have been a misunderstanding, and that's normal, and that's fine. But in no way, shape, or form would Kaiser even stoop to that low of an opinion or an
Yeah,
action.
you're right, Arden. And for the record, I don't really allow people. There are certain acquired tastes. Richard, Charles, maybe even Nuance Bro with some people, but I'm not going to allow any sort of like monsters in the space. Like at this point, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we
Arden,
literally come
that's
here
why I was
to literally
shocked,
talk
and
about
I'm
it.
glad we clarified.
Yeah, we literally come in here to
Okay,
hang
very
out with
good.
one another after long.
Trust your instincts.
But here's the second. Shut up, prodigal. Here's the second thing, Kaiser. Going back to what you said, you had said that about the Armenian genocide monument thing, and it's not because I'm Armenian. This is just something that happened 2 days ago in Cologne. Uh,
Yeah, but
no
only an
Armenian.
Armenian would know this. Nobody
Well,
else other than an Armenian would know
because
about a
I
statue
No,
follow.
being
no, no,
removed
Portugal.
from front of
I
Because I
know
Paris.
about
follow.
this as well, and
Hold
it's
on,
a
guys, give me
shame.
a second.
It's a shame. Yes.
Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Because I follow on practically any cultural news throughout the entire world. It's not just Armenians. It just happens that Armenians are getting shit on lately, and their news is front loaded just as much as the Israelis are, but they're being pushed back because the Israeli news is coming out up front. But anyway, that's a separate topic. I don't want to get into that. The second point I'm just trying to make is that the German government, Kaiser, put up that monument. There was no Armenian that put up that monument. And so the German government put up that monument because of its own past mistakes, and it got over its mistakes, and now it's understanding the situation, and it's celebrating the lives of those that survived. But it's weird to me that the Turkish government has so much influence in the current German government, while they're Turkish citizens in the German government, that they get to pull out a genocide monument as though it never happened. That's the part where I don't
I fully
understand.
agreed with you, Artin. I read the news actually 2 days ago. I was ashamed of the decision. Cologne, they did it actually. Yes, there was. I don't know the specifics here, regional pressure groups, whatever, local pressure groups, but they took that down, and that's shameful. That's shameful. Absolutely no discussion points. But here's the thing: this is the situation. This government, which we right now having here, they have maneuvered themselves into a corner where they can be blackmailed by everyone because they're absolutely incompetent. They have no leverage whatsoever. So basically, I think the only rational reason why they did that is because they want no diplomatic escalation with Turkey, because you need Turkey on your side when it comes to Ukraine and when it comes to Israel. It seems the only explanation, rational explanation. But I will look further into it, Artin. Believe me, I was ashamed of it because that should not happen. It should never happen. But here's exactly the thing what I was fearing from the get-go. And Zagunel, we talked about this 2 months ago. In this country, we have basically of every conflict region of the world you can imagine. We have a relatively large diaspora here in Germany. And they are not, let's say, detached from their old home. Like if they go to the United States, they still have these connections. And it can really create a shit house situation. We have the Turks and the Kurds, the Armenians, we have the Balkan people, Portugal's people. I mean, you know how crazy Portugal is. You can imagine if shit.
I'm American.
Yeah, you're American. I know. Sorry, if shit goes down, we have the Arabs, we have the Iranians, the pro-Ayatollah Iranians, the anti-Ayatollah Iranians. We have 1.5 million Ukrainians right now here. We have millions of people with Russian heritage or people who have family in Russia. You can imagine it's like a powder keg. I'm just waiting until it all explodes. And so I would say
Kaiser, you think there's more Russians in Germany or more Russians in America?
I
What
mean,
do you think?
look, they're Germans, but they have family in Russia.
Because I'm gonna tell you, there's more Russians in America than Germany, Kaiser.
Okay, man, whatever, man. This is not the point. You're actually not. That's actually not true. But anyway, it depends how you.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm gonna bring up another point once you get to my
Yeah,
hand.
Fish, you will get to your hand.
All right, Fish. We'll
Please,
get
man.
to you soon.
The
Don't worry.
situation
I
is
appreciate you being polite.
I think. I mean, this government is completely incompetent. But I do think what they're fearing is massive ethnic, and you can blame Merkel, Portugal, you can blame Merkel, whatever, I don't care. It is what it is right now. A massive ethnic escalation on our turf. We have literally millions, like you can say 10 million people out of conflict regions right now in this country. And if they go at each other, it's a royal rumble, like everyone against everyone. And actually happy that so far the Ukrainians and Russians, they stayed quiet. They didn't go at each other, you know. They actually go shopping in the same shops because they eat the same food, but it can escalate. So again, that's not an excuse, Arthur, for what happened there. It should not have happened. I will look into it further. But yeah, this government, it's over. It's over. There, and be happy, guys, that America, it's not yet there, but it will come. You will see. If you're being, if my point always is, as an entity, you must have your own independent policies, no matter of sympathies whatsoever. Because if you are, let's say, making yourself a war party without, let's say, further, let's say, is it even useful or sensible for us, you will be dragged down the hole in the shitters. And I mean, the United States might face a situation. What if this further escalates in Gaza? What will happen if the Arab nations decide, okay, they will not do that, and we will make a boycott? It will not happen, obviously. But you see, it's not in the interest of your nation state, actually, your entity. And this is why I'm always skeptical of these notions of carte blanche. You know, like Nikki Haley said. The United States, Israel doesn't need the United States. The US needs Israel more. I mean, how can you say that as an American politician? That you're yeah, and that's the problem here. We are being you have no and you see you have no agency anymore. How can you counteract now? How can Biden say something to Netanyahu?
Yeah, Kai, I tend to agree, and I'm curious to get Patrick's take because I sort of feel like we're approaching this. So our friend David Weissman today was complaining about the way he's been treated by Democrats as an American Jew, and I understand that. And he was bringing up concerns about a Jewish genocide coming to pass again, and I sort of pushed back and I said, "Well, how do you mean? How do you figure that's going to happen? Where would this take place? Where is the bureaucracy like Nazi Germany? I'm not saying Germany, Kaiser. I said Nazi Germany. Where is the bureaucracy like that? Where is the sort of collective groupthink that would allow for such a thing in the free world today? Where? He didn't reply to it. And so that's
No, he
sort of
did.
why.
You didn't see his reply?
Oh, maybe he did.
Yeah, he said, whatever you say, Charles Lindbergh.
Yeah. So like I would agree that there's almost this sense of like strong arming, like you're going to submit to the wills of Israeli foreign policy and you're going to like it, and if you don't, America's going to be labeled a potentially genocidal state. I don't know, Patrick. I've got a real issue with that. What's your take on that?
Wow.
That was a crazy, Zach. That was a crazy question.
Got him. You got him.
No, but it's. I'm just responding to what David tweeted today. David's a very large account of 350,000.
No, I know, and this is the thing that I said with David. Like,
it's not a gotcha question. I'm truly like I'm not trying to put anyone on the spot, and you're welcome to say pass. I don't want to talk about that. That's fine. That's not a cop out. It's your right. It's just a space. You know, right? Yeah, but like I don't know, man. And I think if there were a lot more Holocaust survivors alive still, they would put the kibosh on this and say, "What are you guys talking about?"
The problem with this is the thing with David. He is
Zaganol, you should cut it out. Don't talk about any Holocaust.
What are you talking about,
Fish?
This
you
is
can get sued for that. You know that you can get
It's
sued.
an intellectual space.
Okay,
Calm the fuck down.
Listen, so I'm not like gonna like devote. Listen, I feel David. Like I've had like private conversations with him about this because this is the same thing with a lot of liberal Jews. They have focused so hard on the fringe right, you know, these like wing nuts, like these like a really small group of people, that they've ignored a larger group of people that have a negative view of them. And for him, that's shocking. So that hit like for David, this is what I'm telling you from David's, he's just like, it makes him uneasy. So that's why he exaggerates the threat to him. I'm telling you that's why. And you could, Zach, can you at least see it from that perspective? He's like, all these people, we were so good to them, and why don't they love me back? And that's what it comes from. It's not any more complicated than that. And I see this with a lot of left-wing Jews that ignore, like, you know, this and that with like the Nation of Islam and Obama, like these things
Like
that he's ignored.
yeah, like boxing, I understand how my point is fraught with tumult and problems. Okay, I'm the first to admit that. But I mean, if we're going to be real about this, like I'm the type of person who, if I saw something like that, would immediately speak out and would push my like time and resources to put an end to that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm not.
And
I'm not worried about
and
that.
to be honest, we throw these terms out so loosely now that oh, you're a racist. Like I mean, that's we've sort of ruined vocabulary, and now people can just say you're this, you're that, you're advocating for this, you're advocating for that. Like, and as Kaiser's brought up before, that people in other countries that have had issues with this are far more sensitive. We Americans sort of just attack one another relentlessly with these types of terms, and I think we have to be very careful. Like, it is not cool to suggest that somebody favors a genocide. No one, I do not favor a genocide. I would be completely against any genocide anywhere. Thank God we haven't seen anyone other than what Arden's had to endure as an Armenian. That is genocide. Like, it's happening. The Armenians could say that this is happening again. They make a great case for that. They were marched. They were marched out of Nagorno-Karabakh on horse, buggy, and wagon again, like, because roads were impassable. And that is really fucked up. And we spent no time on any of that publicly other than some spaces here and there.
And second,
like,
the problem
and that's
here,
not taking away anything from anyone else. I
yeah,
just want to point that out.
and second, I mean, spot on. And the problem here always is that we conflate the two. Like, for me, honestly, I have no problem compartmentalizing. If everyone says something hateful, or let's say, or is advocating hate or violence, or is committing violence against an ethnic group like the Jews, I will be the first one to defend this group, and there's no question. But the thing is, for me, Israel is a political entity. It's a different kind of concept. It's not the same. Like, I criticize my government all day long. Every nation state should be open to criticism. And but what is happening from the other side? Not boxing. Boxing is actually fucking based. What I'm seeing is this kind of propaganda push. If you criticize Israel, you are basically automatically an anti-Semite, which is nonsense. But this line is being pushed. I see it on Twitter every day, and it's being pushed by my politicians, which is ridiculous.
Well, it's because they have no answer for the crimes they're committing. I mean,
oh,
really
Charles is here. Oh, now it's getting spicy.
So
keep it in your pants, guys.
So why don't you follow up on?
I mean, this
on
is
that,
not
Patrick?
complicated.
Let me go to Patrick, Charles, because I called on him and maybe he was in the middle of something. So I want to get his take, and then I want to go to you about what you were just saying, because I think this is a great conversation that we're having, and a lot of people on the stage disagree about a lot of fundamental stuff. So it's
or moral blackmail that's being put on us. But I take your point. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, Zach, I was in the middle of a call when you said something. I didn't even hear most of the question. Could you repeat it?
Okay. So I saw David Weissman's tweet, and he was very concerned about sort of another genocide being perpetrated against Jewish people worldwide. And I responded by saying, like, we are a good world. We're a good society in the civilized world, so to speak. And where is the apparatus? Where's the bureaucratic apparatus in place to pull off such a thing, such a ghastly thing? And I think it's one thing to say certain people are being persecuted because of X, Y, Z. And I got a lot of Jewish friends that point to the first thing. It's because we're successful. And I say, yes, you're right. People don't like you for that reason.
No, that's not why.
But no, well, hold on, Charles, hold on. But and maybe you have a different point. So we'll go to you after Patrick. But I don't think that is really in the modern world today. I don't see how that's a possibility. So I think we have to be very careful about the terminology that we use. Like overt persecution, okay, maybe, but a genocide, wow, that really sort of like rubbed me the wrong way. And I didn't say, I mean, I'll post the tweet in the nest, but gosh, the United States, to think that could happen here, my God.
Yeah, anytime the Holocaust comes up, I always refer people to the most evil office meeting ever conducted, and that would be the Von Set Conference. HBO did an amazing movie about this in 2000, starred Kenneth Branagh as Heydrich and Stanley Tucci as Eichmann. Wonderful movie. Probably the best one to encapsulate the phrase "the banality of evil." I highly recommend it. Zach, I think you're both wrong. I don't think our societies are good. I think they're self-indulgent, they're slovenly, they're navel gazing, they're capricious, but I don't think they're good. I also don't think that, as you say, the infrastructure and the governmental power exists today in any country to replicate the Holocaust. Certainly not in the United States, where Jews are, especially lately, are more heavily armed than ever before, to their credit, given their, the issues that they've faced historically. And frankly, Germany would be aghast at the notion, rightly so. I can't see any nation in Europe doing it. But what you might see, and I mean, this is what Hamas has attempted, is people attempting it into Israel. I mean, that is the one place where you're going to see probably the mass murder of Jews, and then have it celebrated by the population at large. You might see in fairly isolated incidents in certain places around the world, but at this point, given all available information, the Middle East is probably the point of greatest concern, and it's a point where such an act, and as we've literally seen over the past 2 months, would be greeted with parades. You had 1,200 Jews massacred in the most horrific way, and people around the world who were of Arab descent, specifically Palestinian descent, were celebrating it. Everybody remembers when the literal party they were having in Australia, where they chanted "Gas the Jews." So that would be my point of greatest concern. I can't see it happening in the West. One, the power isn't there. Two, the impulse is not there.
Yeah, exactly. The impulse. That's sort of that's where I was sort of basing my argument on, is no one has these sort of impulses today. I mean, thank God. Charles, why don't you go ahead? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should just stop encouraging Jewish delusions when it comes to these sorts of things, to be honest with you. I mean, it's really offensive to those of us who've lived in the country and have had family that have been in the country for 400 plus years. I mean, America has always been a welcoming place to Jews. And frankly, we've allowed a lot of Jewish behavior, particularly Jewish mob behavior, to take over our institutions of higher learning, to basically discriminate against Americans in all forms in business. We're seeing this right now in Missouri, actually, where there's a lot of pressure that's being brought to bear by the ADL against a member of the Missouri legislature for having the temerity to have a conversation with me about investing money into the St. Louis area. So no, like, we have to have a conversation about Israeli misbehavior, targeting of civilians, killing of journalists and surgeons, war crimes. We need to have that conversation. And while it's unfortunate that 1,200 people were massacred in a kibbutz, in that area, let's not pretend for a minute like why this didn't why this happened. It happened because we have a criminal regime, a rogue regime with nuclear weapons, known as the Israeli apartheid state, led by Netanyahu, who's credibly accused of accepting bribes in the tens of millions of dollars from various Jewish oligarchs around the world who he protects and whose power he basically enhances by using the apparatus of the state. We have example after example after example of Israel destabilizing countries around the world. Most recently, we have the example of Felix Tshisekedi, who is the leader of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who was nearly assassinated when Yossi Cohen, the then director of Mossad, who's been kicked out for corruption and for having extramarital affairs, tried to assassinate him and shot down the wrong plane. So we have this history of this behavior, and we see this time and again, where we tolerate this behavior in the United States. And let's be real here, like, when we look at what's going on these college campuses, whether it's Penn or Harvard or MIT, there's been a long tradition of basically shaking down these institutions and putting a number of largely underqualified Jewish students in their place. There's many examples of white men and white students who score perfect scores in the SAT who are denied admissions to these places. We have the long history of Larry Summers and his connections with Jeffrey Epstein, who was, of course, trying to get people into Harvard. So we have a sort of a corrupt situation going on here. And what's one thing I'd also note here is that it's not a coincidence that the U.S. government has been pushing policies that discourage the rating of pensions and the rating of endowments by by many of these sort of what we call them private equity firms, venture capital firms, and that there's all of this going on at the same time. This is a shakedown, and they're trying to shake down these colleges and pretend that there's some sort of equivalency here between people getting harsh words spoken at them at a higher education place than the sort of wholesale murder of tens of thousands of people in Gaza. I mean, we're talking about like 1.7 million people that have been displaced, something like that, something crazy like that. We're talking about journalists being deliberately targeted by Israeli military intelligence. We're talking about
and UN workers, more than 100
and UN
UN workers.
workers, right?
They're not embedding any independent third parties
I
within the
mean,
Israeli
Shireen Abu
forces.
Akleh was was an American citizen who was assassinated while covering what was going on in Israel. So, like, spare me on this. Like, this is a rogue regime, and it's a matter of time before the United States is forced to basically go onto the side of all of the responsible countries around the world who have, rightly acknowledged that this is a genocide. And what's happening here is not acceptable. And I'm sorry that, like, a bunch of people got slaughtered along the border. Many of those people, by the way, are critics of Netanyahu and were critics of Netanyahu. And what's been particularly moving to see is people who've lost family members who basically called for a ceasefire because they don't want people killed in the names of their loved ones who've been killed. By the way, people should go to Gaza, right? Like, I had very strong opinions about Israel and the occupation and everything. And then I went to Gaza and saw it for myself. Go see it, obviously not now, but like, go see the way people are treated on the West Bank. And, ask yourself if that's the kind of thing that you want your government countenancing. And, there have been brave people like Josh Paul at the State Department who resigned, who basically argued that, like, we basically allowed all of these weapons to flow unchecked into Israel. And it's really unacceptable. Like, what's going on here is unacceptable. And because people are unwilling to actually have somebody call them an anti-Semite, and by the way, like, I'm called an anti-Semite 4 or 5 times before breakfast. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, you'll live to see the next day. Uh, because we're unwilling to talk honestly and openly about this stuff, we've allowed Jewish privilege, like white privilege, to basically be used to distort a lot of conversations that need to happen in the public interest. And as the country becomes increasingly multiracial and multi-ethnic, the white population that simps for these people and the white politicians that simp for them, whether they be in Missouri or whether they be in DC or what have you, they become more and more obvious to us as the traitors that they are, because they are traitors. They basically sold out their country to be liked by a bunch of Jewish oligarchs. So it's pretty pathetic, really.
And I saw you
By
had
the way,
your
I would
hand
also
up. Does
note
anybody
too,
want to
there's some
follow up on that?
hold up, but just one final point. There's some very brave Jewish organizations that are fighting all of this in our country. Like you saw J Street came out today saying what's happening in Israel is unacceptable. You've seen a number of these Jewish, Americans for Peace out there. So this is really an oligarch, tied in with the Netanyahu government thing. It's not a Jew thing. And in fact, like, a lot of Jews are rightly disgusted at what's happening here in their name. So I think we need to be kind of open and honest about this. That there's a lot of, I mean, Netanyahu's government gets something like 70 to 80% of the money in its coffers from the diasporic Jewish community. So imagine if we had an American president who got 70 to 80% of the money from, like, I don't know, Mexico or China or whatever. We would lose our shit, and rightly so.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, to your point, Charles, like the idea that like there could be a Jewish genocide, that the idea that there are people actually saying that is absurd, because the people who are actually like controlling that narrative, to your point, are these oligarchs. It's not even actual civilians, just people who are in the general populace. So it's like the people who are creating this narrative are also the people who would not want to see that happen. So it's like, I don't really understand how you can make the argument that they're going to concoct this like Jewish genocide, especially in the West, but even beyond. Like you look at other countries, like NATO and all of these other like world organizations, like they have so much power, and there's just no way that any other country that would be opposed to Israel would have enough power to uh to essentially commit genocide against Jews. I mean, yeah, like you have these other countries where they might do things a certain way that we can't control, but again, it's not, they don't have the power to make this to make it an actual genocide. The only people that would have the power to do that would never do it to begin with.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I also asked a question once in a space a few weeks ago, and I was removed. I said, yes, these accusations against Jewish students are despicable, deplorable, horrible things. And I said, has anybody been able to find a police report about any of the stuff? Oh, whoa, my God, get them out of here! Like, I mean,
No, because the second you
asking
ask
serious questions.
the second you ask for evidence here, right? Like
No,
what
I'm
you're
not
doing
being
is
an asshole. I'm
people
I'm
have
genuinely
been given
serious. Like,
evidence over and over again.
no, not
Given
really.
evidence.
Sorry, Jason. No,
no,
not
Yes,
really.
you
Jason, I
have.
want to see a police report. I'm not
No, I don't
saying that
think
there isn't
so. I
heckling and
think you're lying
harassment.
again, and
Just a
we're done
second,
with
Charles.
we're done with the Hasbara. Like we're done with it. It's
Yeah,
over.
let me
It's done.
just ask this, because of course people get
You
harassed.
got to
and
have
heckled.
you got to have evidence you got to have evidence that's equivalent to what's acceptable in court before you're going to convince anybody. And no one has
No, but they don't
produced that
want
sort of
evidence
evidence.
that's acceptable in court. These are the people that gave us the babies being put into incinerators
They
in the Iraq
have.
War.
They have
These are the
been
people.
put
These
in.
are the people
No,
who
no
lied us into
interrupting,
the
please.
Iraq
One at a
War.
time.
These are the
Go
people
ahead,
who lied us
Charles.
into the Iraq War. These are the people who lied to us perpetually about to keep the Afghanistan grift going. So no, they're actually, they need even bigger evidence than what's used in a courtroom, because what happens is we see that they fabricate things
No,
over
we
and
have. They
over
haven't
and
fabricated.
over and over. You won't even use your real name because you're a coward. Okay? Like, let's just be real
And
about
you just
this.
made a personal attack because you lost the argument.
All right. But hold on, Zach. You said, okay, Charles. Here's the thing. When Anna was talking about like the students, right? Like I do have a different mentality personally than a lot of these students who are like crying based on these things, because I'm like different. Like I I have a different mentality when it comes down to like people saying mean things. So I do cringe when anybody cries about like hateful speech. Like, so I will say personally, I take it a lot different than these people. But Zag is right. Like, there's a difference between like a police report and a threat. And when the problem is exaggerated, you kind of lose a lot of, I guess, good faith.
Oh yeah,
Like,
they do real harm to real people who are victims of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
And by the way, many of the attacks that have gone on these synagogues are done by other countries. Like we know that the Russians do the active measures approach, where they target Jewish organizations. And Zonigo's laughing, but it is true.
I didn't mean to. I meant to do the O face. Sorry.
I mean, it is true. Like, it is true that they do fund a lot of these attacks on Jewish institutions to make Jews uncomfortable, as does the Netanyahu government itself, because they want a bunch of Jews, particularly smart Jews, moving to Israel. That's what they want. They've done it many, many, many times over the years. We've seen it.
The other thing is, like, when it comes to these attacks that we're hearing about, this generation in college isn't exactly known for being completely honest with what's going on. They're not exactly known for being truthful about things that are being done. For example, like young people, they love to cry about everything that happens to them. So yeah, I mean, it's really hard to know. Like, I don't doubt that. I'm sure certain things have happened now by who we don't exactly know, because there's plenty of perpetrators that aren't necessarily American, as Charles just pointed out. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, like, how many of these things are really just people crying over mean words that were said at them, that were spoken to them, versus actually bad things. Now, I'm not stating that.
Yeah, and also, like, who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
That's my point. Like, because if it's mean words, who cares? And that's the point I was making earlier. Like, we have free speech in this country, unless you're being very clear about wanting to hurt somebody. And by the way, no, and I brought this point up earlier, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is not a threat. Okay, that is a slogan. I'm not, whether or not you agree with it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. But the point is, like, how many of these students are just crying over mean
That
words
is a
versus
call for
are actually
genocide
being
of Jews.
Jason, no.
Yeah,
No,
we'll
just
let
kick
Jason
him.
me
speak
finish my
afterwards.
point.
Go ahead,
Wrong
Anna. Why don't you
person.
finish your point?
Just kick him, or I'll just go start another group. Because honestly, like, we're
Look,
done with these
this is
people.
the thing: is you bring these things up, and then people like Jason immediately emotionally react, and it's like, dude, nobody's coming after you. I'm just pointing out the obvious that when you say things when it's the boy who cried wolf type of situation, it makes you a little bit less sympathetic. It makes it difficult to actually go through and see who was actually hurt and who wasn't. Because again, like, obviously, if somebody is physically hurt, nobody I would think is supportive of that, but we just don't
Jason, can you
know.
acknowledge that though, please? Like, listen, because like,
I
listen,
removed Jason because that was the third time he interrupted. I think
Yeah,
he
because Kaz
interrupted three
Baraj
different
right now.
people, and
That's what they do.
it's not that we don't want to hear him, but when we have this sort of like not heated, but a controversial discussion, it's best
And
to let someone make their point, not
yeah,
filibuster and use the hand system.
Kaiser,
it's
you're awake.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to
Well,
hear your voice.
all right,
just one
Kaiser, make your
second,
point, and then we'll go to
a very,
Patrick.
very,
Go
very
ahead.
fast point because that's
Yeah, go
super
ahead.
important. First of all, if someone, let's say, imagine I'm walking with boxing through the street of Frankfurt, we're having a drink, someone is attacking boxing, saying hateful things because of his ethnicity, whatsoever, I will have his back, I will have your back, bro. Just that you know that. Because that's a no-go. But here's the other thing. What also must not happen anymore is the weaponization of what Anna was alluding to, the weaponization of anti-Semitism when it suits you. We had a big case here in Germany for the last 2 years with former pop singer Gil Ofarim. It happened in Leipzig 2 years ago in the Westin Hotel. It is a very public case. So basically, he had a chain, with the David star, and supposedly the hotel employee said, "We don't serve your kind here." And then he went on TikTok and Instagram, made a huge story out of it, and everyone, the whole country went batshit crazy. You can imagine every politician, every media, intelligentsia, everyone came out. The normal people are witch hunt, because as soon as you smell something like this over here, people go crazy. A witch hunt. What the reality is, it comes out right now. 2 years after, at the first day of in the courts, he made it all up. It never happened. Basically, what the situation is, he was an old pop singer, and he needed some media clout, and that's harmful. So basically, what you see right now here, the weaponization of hate, and it's in particular, yes, in Germany, it's very sensitive, anti-Semitism. Uh, Everyone was calling for the head of this normal hotel employee for boycotting Westin. No, never go there. Crazy. And now, but what about due process? Again, as Anna was saying, if the emotions run high, people don't think. At the end of the day, what's the outcome? It was all made up. Nothing of that was true. It was nothing. This whole situation didn't happen. He admitted to it because I guess his conscience was too much pressure. But the thing is, you see what happened. The damage was done, and the damage is now done twofold. Because obviously now, when really something bad happens, if let's say boxing or someone else is being attacked, you see the doubt is there, and this is why you should never ever weaponize something like that. If shit happens again, you should call it out, and you must defend your citizens. There's no place and no country for ethnic hatred. I mean, I hope we can all agree on this one. And to just call someone because he is of a certain belief or certain ethnicity, to call names or propose violence or do violence is a no-go. But again, as a nation state like Israel is a nation state, an entity which must be open to all kinds of criticism. Those two things are not the same. And I do think what happens, again, I repeat myself, the weaponization happens if you conflate the two. Boxing is of Jewish ethnicity. He is not the state of Israel. Those two are different things. And then we can have a normal debate, a heated debate, happens all the time. It happened
Yeah, but
when
they don't want that, dude.
I know, Charles, and that's the problem. There's a certain push in media and in the political sphere who don't want it. They will call, if you are critical of Israel right now in Gaza, you are basically de facto an anti-Semite, which is nonsense. I will have none of that. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
Oh, just for your reference, Zach, NYU is facing a class action lawsuit from a number of its Jewish students over its handling of the security arrangements around recent protests. My understanding is NYPD police reports feature prominently in their suit for people who want to go look.
I will take a look at that.
Yeah, good,
That's
good.
fair. That's good.
By the way, that'll be laughed
Very
out of
good.
court. By the way, that'll be laughed out of
Wait a
court.
minute, but Charles, a police report is a little bit more of a serious thing.
No, it's not a police report. It's what they're doing is they're using shakedown shyster lawyers to sue NYU.
But if there are police reports though, and they're NYPD,
No,
I mean
that's not what they're doing, right? So they have an obligation. All right. So the law is very clear about this. Each of these colleges receive federal money, right? And as such, they are obliged to offer basically a free speech setting. Now, what's happening is there's a number of these Jewish lawyers that have been trying to shake down these colleges for quite a long time. We saw this during the Trump administration, where they basically appointed somebody at the head of Department of Education for Civil Rights, who was funded by Sheldon Adelson. That's sort of what's gone on here. And it's been a kind of pressure campaign on American institutions.
Who's paying for these lawyers?
A lot of it is from kind of these Jewish oligarch groups.
Like Ben Shapiro's group?
Same group, yeah. Same groups typically.
Jason, you're pretty hard on the fucking emoji thing, dude. It's really
Listen, let me just say something too. Is like, I mean, to me, it's like some of this stuff is personal because in a way that, because I grew up in a Winter Park, not a really Jewish area, and I dealt with shit. But like, listen, being a pussy and crying about every little thing, and like, I don't know, like it's everybody.
I remember when Jews were tough.
Why do you think I learned how to box? I mean, I'm not being funny about that. Like, my dad is a tough. Like, it's
true. There were some really good Jewish boxers back in the 20s.
It's just no. So like every little thing, and listen, and you get respect from other people. Like if you don't fucking cry, you man up. But listen, I do have a different. If a girl's harassed, I feel differently. But personally speaking, like it is like I do cringe when. It's because I look at some of these, like I was in DC and the protest and it was fine. There's no violence, but I look at these people. I'm like, I could like fight like 6 of them on one. They like weigh 110 pounds. So like, I'm not worried about fucking words, but this generation is pussies and I can't be hypocritical either when I see a fucking half a fag fucking cry over a little thing. And it's like, if it is what it is. So it's just, we have to be honest about it. And Jason, if you're listening to this, you have to understand is that when the boy who cries wolf exists in all groups of people. So you just have to be a little careful sometimes about it. Like
and they're weaponizing these children is what they're doing. They're weaponizing their children as basically a way of distracting from the conversation about how they're ethnically cleansing Gaza right now. And like they don't want to have that conversation because it's disgusting. And nobody wants to talk about how the United States has helped facilitate it because it's disgusting. So they're trying to change the conversation to a bunch of attractive Jewish co-eds or whatever. And I myself found some of those women to be quite attractive too, like I'm not going to lie. And of course, that's what they do is they try to change the conversation from what their conduct is around the world.
It's interesting that you say that. You bring up the fact that you found them attractive because to boxing's point, because boxing literally said, and I think a lot of people would agree, especially men, obviously, is that, it's different when it's a woman being harassed. You have a little bit more sympathy for a woman being harassed than a man. And I almost feel like they're strategically using women because every time I turn on Fox, I see another like 20-year-old girl whining about how she was harassed. And like, you know what? I'm not for people being harassed, obviously. But once again, was it free speech? And this girl's just not used to being yelled at because, again, women don't tend to have to face those things as much as men do. Or was she actually, in danger, right? And I'm not saying that like her feelings weren't real. I'm just saying that it definitely feels like there's a lot of emphasis being placed on these young women's feelings more so than in any other situation. And I think that's strategic.
Yeah, look, this is a propaganda campaign, and the purpose of the propaganda campaign is to distract and deflect operation. That's what's
but we
going
heard the
on.
words genocide being used, for example, when they're talking about trans genocide because a few trans hookers.
Yeah, and that was absurd too.
Yeah, I agree. And listen, Charles, and I've said this, and
I mean, no, but like, come on, like, is there a trans nation state out there? Because if there is, that's hilarious.
I understand.
Like, come on, man. Like, let's be serious here, right?
I know.
Come on. Do you honestly accept us to believe that it's acceptable that like thousands and thousands of Palestinians are being ethnically cleansed right now in Gaza? Like, do you honestly like we don't really talk about that conversation in the United States because it's disgusting.
I mean, that's I could separate the issues.
Ethnically cleansed or bombed. Is there a difference?
I mean, bro, look at
legally speaking? Is there a difference?
They've killed something like 67 journalists. They're going out of their way to
I
drone
mean,
strike
Charles, can we be honest
journalists'
here?
homes.
Can we at least admit that some of these journalists are not like what we consider journalists? Some of them are. I will admit it. Yes,
Dude,
but like Charles,
are you really making the case that somebody like a Shireen Abu Akleh, who's an American citizen, who was shot in the head, a woman, unarmed, shot in the head while she was doing her job, are you really going to go there?
did I? No. It's Charles. I know you're
Come
smart. You
on,
listen.
the
But
Reuters
no, but
situation
you listen
where
to
the
my
tank. I
whole.
mean, we could go through each and every one of them if you want, but like, come on, they're killing surgeons. They're going out of their way to target.
Okay, so
UN workers.
okay, listen. I mean,
Come on, man.
it's
Like, come on, have some
okay.
integrity. Like, have some integrity and admit that kind of thing is disgusting. Because you would, if there was if something was going on right now where people were going out of their way to kill Jewish journalists and Jewish surgeons, you would lose your shit over it. Like, just be honest. Like, you don't like Palestinians. I've heard you in these spaces before say that. So, like,
I've
be
never
honest.
said I don't like Palestinians. I've never
You
once said
100%
that.
have said that in these spaces.
No, I have not.
I haven't
Yes, you
heard
did.
Boxing say that he doesn't like. I've heard Boxing disparage certain Arab groups. Like I was disparaging certain people earlier, but I haven't heard Boxing say all of them.
And I've never, not even all of them. And I've never criticized Islam like purely. Like I've never done that. I don't do that. Like I'm not dumb, Charles. But so you can't generalize my speech on that. Listen, I agree on that specific journalist. Like I haven't done research on each one, but if that's a war
Maybe you shouldn't
atrocity,
be
they should
talking
be
about
punished.
it then.
Well, but we like Boxing's perspective, Chuck, because
No, I mean I don't though. Like I like people to have some integrity, right? So like,
well,
But you didn't
I
there's
haven't
something
even
heard
like
finish my
anything.
point.
no, but
I
there's
haven't
like
heard anything
there's
sort of.
thousands and thousands of people that have been killed here, right? And like let's
Yeah,
just be
that's
real.
true.
Like let's
We
be
should have
real. Like we're
respect
talking about some hurt
for the
feelings
dead
of
for
a bunch
sure.
of Jewish co-eds. Like okay,
No,
whatever.
but you conflate. Listen, you're conflating the two things. Now we're talking about
No,
it
it's a
being
distraction op, bro. Like they're deliberately distracting you.
Charles, Charles, look, I value you, but I will say Boxing, I value him as well. I will say he has been a man of integrity on the spaces, and it's not easy. If you're, let's say, involved in a conflict, it's always different. And he is involved because it's ethically he is involved. It's always difficult, man, but he tries. Boxing honestly tries to make sense out of all of it. Doesn't mean that I always agree with him, mostly not, but we still have a good conversation. So I would vote for Boxing here, okay?
Yeah,
Just to make that
Boxing's
clear.
at least honest, authentic. He's not boring, and I think like in these spaces, like we can only do our best to find like a diverse range of beliefs that aren't steeped in propaganda and sort of retarded positions that we've all heard, bargain basement talking points. I prefer none of that. So like yes, maybe Boxing has said something, but I think we've all said ridiculous things on spaces at one point or another. I mean, especially an unrecorded one. So that's kind of the reason I recorded this. It's good to go on the record and sort of set things straight because there is a lot of shit talk out there. Oh, this is like the junior varsity anti-Semitic space. BS. Give me a break here. That is not the case. It's okay to have difficult discussions, but let's sort of avoid the labeling. But yeah, like I think like the important thing is Boxing has never said like these people all need to be either re-educated or killed. I've never once heard something like that from Boxing. So
No, and also
Charles left.
it's okay to like not like certain religions. Like you're allowed to have opinions on religions. Like I'm not totally a fan of Islam myself. Like, and I've been very honest about that. I've said it on my show and I've said it openly on spaces. Like that's okay. Like you're allowed to think that way about anything you want. And this idea that you can't have those opinions is retarded. It doesn't mean that you wish ill upon people who believe those things. It just means that you don't believe that yourself. And that's normal. You're allowed to have, other beliefs.
Yeah, I hope Charles just had a connection issue, but we don't
I
want
mean,
to see
if
people
Charles
leave or
doesn't
quit.
listen, if Charles doesn't like pushback and that's what he wants to do in this space, I could leave because, like, I mean, if that's what
Nine?
he wants to
like
do,
we
No.
have to
no,
have
because
some
it's just
pushback.
No,
because
Boxing,
it
it's
was the most
fine.
minor push. No, because like all I said specifically was that he used a journalist that I could agree that may have been targeted by Israel and it was wrong, and then you use the number. It's no different than somebody conflating sets. All I pushed him specifically was on that maybe not all those journalists, that number, were journalists. There has been evidence of embedded journalists that have, conducted, I guess, military attacks. That exists. I don't know what percentage of numbers are, but I just think that number in itself is not necessarily true. But listen, there is war crimes being committed. I don't know the intention of it. That does matter specifically, but we have to assess it and I do agree that the timing of some of these, I guess, not attention seeking with this anti-Semitism, but there has been a connection to anti-Semitism. But I'm going to be honest, though, they were silent when they saw random Black people beating up Orthodox Jews in Brooklyn for a long time. These same people were silent. So it is weird. It is uncomfortable because I've literally, this is why I get angry at liberal Jews, is because they focus on one group of people who don't like them and they ignore the other one because of their political, allegiance to one party or the other. So, these are all factors. It's a really complicated, embedded issue.
Yeah, and again, I mean, boxing is, honestly, man, I don't know why Chuck left. I don't know. But he's a free man. He can do whatever he wants. But let's be also super brutally honest here. Boxing, I know him for the last 2 months. He is a person of integrity when it comes to spaces. It doesn't mean that I always agree with him. Absolutely not. But this is why we have discussions. He is not the same as other people. To make that very, very clear here. And honestly, I'm a little bit. I don't know why Chuck left. I hope it's just connection.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He said that he was going to open another group if we continued to sort of but that's the thing. You always have to have a balance in the space. You always sort of have to have that. If it's a debate, it's a debate. This isn't it's a debate time. No, none of that nonsense. But it's a discussion, and naturally in discussions with people of differing beliefs and opinions, there will be pushback. We have to expect that. There was worse pushback and back and forth earlier before Chuck got here, and everyone was sort of able to settle in, and there were no issues. So I'm kind of a little disappointed, but it is what it is. We're not going to cry over spilt milk, but at the same time, if you want to be able to maintain the best argument, you have to be able to learn how to take some of the pushback and recraft and reformulate. Anyway,
I don't even know what happened. I just looked down and I don't know.
Listen, I pushed back on some of the stuff he says, and I don't think he, sometimes in these spaces he likes to go on monologues, and a lot of people don't push back. And if that's what he wants to do in this space, I'm okay with that. I just won't participate because and there's no problem with that. I have other things I could do, but it's just, if that's what he wants to do and that's what you guys want to do, it's okay. But
the filibustering can be a little bit much at times. Yeah. Because I will say this. I removed Jason. He continued to interrupt, but I would say that we wanted to avoid that sort of incident from happening. So, Charles did interrupt you a couple times and said, no. So let's just wait your turn and speak your piece when it's your time. And I'm not going to let people filibuster and go on and on and on. So I don't know. Yeah, it's the nature of the spaces, I guess. I don't know. And I apologize, Doc. I know you wanted to ask Chuck to join your space tomorrow, and he left. So I don't know.
Oh no, that's okay. I was just in the DMs catching up, sitting here watching a Laker game while I was passively listening. So yeah, nice. I'll reach out to him. Yeah. So just what I'm looking for is I'm going to have a space Saturday, and it would be 11 o'clock my time, so 11 o'clock Pacific Coast time. Basically, Elon, white hat, black hat. What do you think? Is he Q? Is he Satoshi Nakamura? What really is this guy all about? Is he an alien? And we're looking for someone who hates Elon, because I and the other co-host, Ryan Masbuni, is sort of middle. Well, I'm middle, sort of.
Yeah, and Doc, when you need a fanboy, ask Nuance.
Right. Disavowed.
Nah, Joe, come on. We all know it. But yeah.
I know.
I
gotta say, Kaiser, I haven't seen you since I saw that post of your big hot dog, and just wanted to say congratulations again for you. And just haven't been in space with you.
Yeah, that was a really nice hot dog, a bratwurst. yeah, great to see you, Doc. And yeah, it's unfortunately sometimes those things run really spicy here. But yeah, I mean, I get it. But I have to say, honestly, boxing. I mean, the thing is, I'm not involved. I'm neither Arab. I'm neither Jew nor Israeli. I'm nothing of that. Nor is Zach, nor is Anna, and nor is Patrick or Andy. But boxing is an American Jew, so you have a connection to that. The same as American Arabs. I get that. Emotions run high. You feel it. Hey, that's like your family or whatever. It's always. I get that. I totally get that. So to then try to still be somehow balanced and not go batshit crazy. And we have seen other people who went batshit crazy in these times. It takes a lot of, let's say, psychological strength and inner strength to not go with the pitchfork crowd, so to speak, on either side. So yeah, I don't. I think I don't understand it. What's going on here? But yeah, boxing, you're always welcome, man. Come on, you will not leave because some other dude doesn't like you. Honestly, I think that's a little bit of stupid blackmailing, which is not cool. Like whatever. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I never
yeah.
really like when someone goes, if this, and this, I'm gonna leave the space. I really, as someone who hosts the spaces, I don't like that. I have to go on the record about it. I don't like when anyone does it. Plenty of people have done it. I don't like it. It makes it uncomfortable. Don't say anything, just leave. So I appreciated that Charles just left and didn't make a scene. But yeah, I mean, it is difficult to juggle all of the personalities, especially when you have people in the room that like to talk and are like, no, 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 I'm not going to hear that. That's wrong. I appreciate that. I respect. I'm like that in real life sometimes too. I had an argument with a friend of mine last night because he just wouldn't fucking listen. And we settled it out. He finally listened. But that's the thing. Like, it's very nuanced, and yeah, it can be a lot sometimes.
I mean, like, and I will say that there's been times in this space where certain people have been threatening Charles, for example. So, like, and I get it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true. Yeah,
you can't, and
he
you
has been
can't,
threatened.
right? And you can't, I just don't like the fact that, like, the one thing that he said that I really don't care personally. I don't really care, people, him specifically, or anybody really doesn't like me or not. Like, I have people in my real life. That's what matters. I want to be, my opinions respected in a way. But when he was saying how you say you don't like these people, that to me is an unfair characterization. And that's something that if you characterize me saying that about a group of people, which is not true, I've never said that, and I don't even believe that. Like, that to me is actually something that I had a problem with. So, because I'm careful with how I feel and my words, and I know people listen to these spaces, and I don't want to be like, it's not something that I believe or said. So, for the record.
So Kaiser, are you going to Amfest?
No, no, that's a little bit too far away. Yeah, but I hope you guys will have a great time. I mean,
Is that next week? Yeah, next week.
Who's coming? Monolith is coming. Phil is
Monolith?
coming.
Yeah. Oh, Phil's going?
Yeah, I think so. And what about Tribeman? I mean, then you have the Holy Trinity.
Triman's going.
Oh my
Patriarch
goodness.
Hannah's going. Nuance
Samir's
Pro,
going.
Sean, Current Revolt.
Luca's going.
Luca's going.
He is.
But like everyone's sort of like laughing. They're like, we're not going for these terrible speakers. We're going just to sort of catch up.
Yeah, we're literally going for like a space reunion.
But that's actually cool. Honestly, that's actually cool.
You think you and Nuance are gonna make peace, or are you gonna?
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think?
Here's the thing. I never had he's the one who blocked me. It's really bizarre. You see, my opinion on blocking people is usually you do it to people who like harass you or like are severely like annoying you. But I've never ever once I don't think I've ever even that's never been an issue for Nuance. The only thing that happened was he was just a dick to me in spaces, but like other than that, in that case I would just block him, but I didn't even do that. He just blocked me, and I wasn't even like joining the spaces. Like after a while I stopped joining spaces, so it was like funny because even if I would get it if like I kept joining spaces that you didn't want me in, but like I didn't even do that. So the whole thing is weird. Like there's no it's not like this two-sided fight. Like it's just I think he has me blocked because he has Samira blocked, and he we're friends. I could be wrong, but I mean I just
Yeah.
weird.
I think it's
it could be
nothing
guilt by association.
Yeah.
I
You're
can't
basically
remember some of the things he's referenced, like, oh, you divulged, you shared, and it's like, it all had to do with Samira. I mean, and like, listen, I mean, I wish that it wasn't the
Well,
case. I wish
even
he'd unblock you so you guys could all be in, we could all be
even
in
like
space. But it's
weird. It's
yeah.
also like I don't even know exactly because I didn't really care to keep up with the drama because it's really spaces are not my life. But like, at some point it got like he was starting to say that like I had said something about him. All that happened was we were in a space and he said something about Samira, and I told Samira what he said.
Are you
And
talking about Ryan?
no, not
No, we're
Ryan.
talking about Nuance, bro.
No
And,
nuance.
this was like months, like a couple
Yeah,
months ago, something like
and
that.
it was like a long time ago, and then I told Samira, and then he got mad at that. But then I was like, but if you said it openly in a space, why would you care that I told Samira? Like, it was weird. Like, I don't understand. And I told her that because at the time they were having issues, so I was like, I thought this would be like important information for her to know, and like she's my friend, so like obviously I'm loyal to her. But like, yeah, I mean, that was really the extent of it. And then he made it sound like I had like divulged all this information that I didn't. Like I guess the difference is like I don't do spaces as often, so like my life doesn't really like revolve on like around like space gossip. So like I don't really like the idea that I would have like gone out of my way to like I guess ruin Nuance's life is just like laughable. So I don't, you know.
I do remember that. I remember that he was a little. I hate when people diverge personal information, like not you did, but like it's like these personal things like this. I'm here for this, discussion and things like that. But he was like kind of like bullying you. Like he was harsh on like, So it's
Well,
people get it. People get emotional in these things.
Prior to that situation, but that wasn't even what had happened. Like you're right. He always was like kind of weird to me on spaces. Again, I think that was related to my friendship with Samira. But like this particular incident that I'm talking about was just a space one time where I wasn't even really talking, and he like said something about Samira and or a reference to Samira, and then he lied later and said he wasn't talking about her, but like he was because it was a tweet that she tweeted. And I honestly just mentioned to Samira, oh hey, like he was talking about the tweet that he was angry about. And then that was how, but I think honestly it was just an excuse to block me because he just doesn't really like that I'm friends with Samira. I don't know. But it's just funny because it's like I don't care enough about you to be like angry or anything. So no, it's not.
But like I think so. Like Anna, you said you don't care about spaces. I don't care about spaces. I like hosting spaces. I enjoy them. They're fun. It's better than TV. It's something to do. But like Nuance Bro is like a basically like a professional sort of like media influencer. That's what he's interested in doing. So I think he takes his like account and his interactions and his whatever a lot more seriously maybe than some of us do. So I don't know, like that's sort of my thinking. And I think a lot of it had to do with Samira was making some outrageous takes publicly, and the two of them were getting associated together as like where one goes the other follows. And I think Nuance Bros like that is not the case. She just comes into spaces, we interact, like she's a friend, but like I don't like live and die by Samira Khan's like tweets, her takes. I don't avow them. I'm not no, in fact I disavow. And I think he was getting a lot of shit from mutuals about it.
He
And like
was, yeah.
at the end of the day, like you have to do what like you have to do you. This is like you're like an extension of yourself kind of. He's not anonymous for the most part. He shows his picture. He does like lots of videos. He's on the scene. And like to sort of be ostracized from certain groups because like you're considered like, like Samira's like whatever. I can understand why
No,
he did that, man.
to be
Like it
fair,
makes
to
like
be
it's
fair though, I think
I
that
get it. I don't want to be gossiping about him, but
yeah,
like
it's not. Yeah, I was going to say that's. I don't think it's. I think when this issue, because I was in space a little before, October 7th, whatever. I think that this caused a lot of strife between a lot of people and factions. But I will say, like, it doesn't like. I don't. I never give a fuck about like people's opinions. Like, I'm cool with Samira. Like, I see through people's opinions. So people get like personal with like people's opinions, unless it's like specifically at somebody else.
Boxing. That girl called the women that died on October the 7th prostitutes.
No, I know that's not. That's
Yes,
a
you did.
mischaracterization. Like she's.
Well, but
she's
that
I
had nothing
have
to
a
do with that. I
picture of
think this was like manosphere tweets.
She
made.
said
Yeah,
girls that go. She
wait,
said girls that
Delta.
go to music fest are
Yeah,
304s and posted a picture
Delta,
of the
Delta,
women
Delta,
at that.
Delta. A Sekunde here, Delta. I mean, the thing is, yeah, Anna got nothing to do with you. I can understand actually where nuance is coming from. I think Samira, honestly, when Samira is on spot, she is on spot. I love that on the spaces, awesome spaces. But yeah, the tweets, honestly, honestly, I disagree with a lot of what she's tweeting right now because it's totally cringe and over. And I don't think she believes that. But it's because of the stupid algorithm, how it works. The more outrageous stuff you put out there, the more people will interact with that, and the more you will be
No,
read.
I get what
Yeah,
she's trying to do. She's trying to shift the Overton window. We've had many
yeah,
conversations about this.
exactly.
It's not like a.
Yeah.
She's
People
trying to
miss the
shift it
point.
to hate Jews. I mean, that's who she hates.
No,
Wait, hold on. Let me say one thing.
That's.
I've never heard Samira like, and this is one thing I'll say. And it honestly, like, I really mean this. Does she like Israel? No. Does she been critical of Israel? Yes. I've never heard her
She's
once
never
say.
said I hate Jews. That's not true at all, and that's totally like disingenuous for you to say about her and
I deleted
slanderous.
her because I got
I never
literally
heard that.
Hold on. I said
just
I've never
sick
heard her say
of
anything
her
negative about
daily
Jews. That's what I'm saying.
insulting
Anna.
American women or Israeli
All
women.
right. Well,
She
maybe
hates
you're
the West.
butthurt over her tweets, but like, don't say that she hates Jews because that's a
I will
complete
say it.
disingenuous thing to
No,
say.
it's not.
Yeah,
Just
I
never
didn't
heard
hear
it.
her
I
ever
truly
say
believe it.
anything about
And I
Jews
think
per
she
se.
genuinely hates the West and hates America.
Yeah, but
because she
Delta,
says
like,
it daily.
So what though? Who cares?
Well, I mean,
Just
I care in that I
because
live in the
Why do you
West.
care? Why do you
just
care?
because you hate a government in a country doesn't mean that you hate a
She
whole group
hates
of
the
people.
people. She hates the culture. She thinks American women are ugly, fat, entitled. I mean, I could go on and on with American women.
Well, many of them are.
Who cares?
Well, they
Many
kind
women
of are, to be fair.
No, not really.
I mean, look at the average size American woman. It's like I think
Yeah.
like it's pretty fat.
Yeah, but
So
Delta, you have to be careful when you
Since
say
when
she
are
hates
we
Jews
going for
because
average?
she's never said that. You got to be consistent.
Like, I like American
no,
women.
no
don't
one.
get me
If I
wrong.
I'm
said,
just saying
if
the
I were,
average
well,
American
listen,
woman,
let's do a
Caroline, is
comparison.
fat.
If I were to do nothing but post criticisms of black people all day, would I be accused of hating black people, or would I say no? I just hate their government.
Probably, but if they're facts, they're facts. If
Can
you're
I-
pointing out the crime rate and
can-
stuff, then yeah,
Yeah,
it's just fact
wait,
is
Delta.
fact.
Can I tell you a tell of someone who I believe hates Jews? This is just my personal thing. Is when they couple their criticism of Israel with Holocaust denial. And if they do that, then I'm like, but she's never done that. So like, and I don't believe that she hates Jews. And that's my personal like.
Do you follow her boxing?
Yes.
Fair enough. I mean, we disagree, but
Yeah, we're friends with her. So like, I mean,
I mean, I think her opinions.
I disagree with a lot of her
but it's not-
points, but
yeah,
like
they're crazy.
I don't think she's anti-Jewish per se.
she's not. She's never said to me, "Oh
She's
wow, I
anti-Israeli.
hate Jews,"
Yeah.
and that's just like really intellectually dishonest for you to say about anybody.
does somebody have to
Slanderous
come out
about
and
it.
say something like that? They have
What?
to say, "I hate Jews" for you to deduce
Yeah,
that
you
you
kind
hate
of
them.
do have to say that because, especially today,
In
when
what
anything you
world?
say about the Israeli government is automatically conflated with, "Oh, that person must hate Jews." So yeah, it is completely different to criticize an event or a government
So
than
if
to
it
say,
wasn't,
"I hate Jews."
if it wasn't about Jews, we could deduce it. So like if she were to criticize blacks or something, we could say she
What are
hates
you even
blacks.
saying, dude? You started out with saying that she hates
You're
Jews,
saying
which is
it's
just not
intellectually
true.
dishonest for me to say it because, and I quote, she never has come out and said, "I hate Jews." And I said you can use deductive reasoning to figure out what people hate. Most people don't come out and say,
That's a false equivalency.
Yeah, that's just not accurate. Like if you're, yeah, she's been very critical of Israel and she's definitely pro-Palestine, but can you can't just say that she hates Jews because of that, because she tweets about that all the
can
time.
I say she hates the West? Because
Well,
she does.
Let me ask you this,
No, she
Delta. So
doesn't.
like, like a good gauge for me, on the spaces is when someone is like blowing steam through their ears and they like let it all out and they start like attacking somebody because of how they look, how they sound, what their like race, creed, religion, sexuality, all these
Those
things.
are all
We've all
good
seen
things.
it.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
we've
those are
all
good
seen it,
tells.
and those are great tells. And
Yeah.
like when you see someone get so like exasperated, they do these things, then that person's like a piece of shit, and they've been exposed, and then whatever. like I've seen Samira in some real like drawn out like Twitter fights in spaces yelling and she has never once like made any sort of slur like that. She just basically says your position's retarded and like I'm now leaving.
You know, women don't
I
usually
just
make
haven't
slurs.
ever heard her say anything
Well,
like
men are
this
usually the
piece
ones
of
that'll
shit
come out.
XYZ. Like I haven't heard that.
Well, Zag, men are the ones that are going to come out and say what they think mostly.
I agree with you.
Women,
Dude,
they do it
the men in this industry are
covertly.
some of the biggest pussies I've ever met in my life. I'm more
The
likely to come out and
manosphere,
say what I believe than them.
girl, I'm not part of the manosphere. Okay, I
No,
just said there's a
nobody's saying
difference
you are.
between
This
men
isn't
and
about
women.
the manosphere. You were just saying that men will come out and say that is not true. In this industry,
Yeah, it
they are
is.
some of the
Because
biggest
Kaiser
faggots
knows a
I've
lot
ever
of
seen in my
hateful
life.
women. Donica.
What industry is this?
The Duchess.
The media industry.
Like these are hateful women that say things like, "I want to see these people die."
I love
Samira has never said that before. Like, I mean, you can say Samira might be misguided and like a simp for like,
full of
I don't
hate.
know, the whatevers. Like, yes, like I've laughed at her. I've been like, oh, you tanky, like whatever. But like, I just don't see her as being like an evil person. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry guys. Okay, Delta, listen, man. I know where you're coming from. Please, man, Delta, at least be honest, man. You don't like Samira. I mean, Delta, I know you from the Ukraine spaces. You were totally pro-Ukraine, anti-Russia, whatsoever. You hate her because of that. You don't give a shit about Jews, man, dude. And don't.
I
This is
do.
what. Yeah, come on, man.
Kaiser,
don't pretend here, Delta.
We
Come
get
on,
it.
man.
You hate
Kaiser.
her, but like that's
Hold on,
irrelevant.
Amy, let me respond to Kaiser real quick. I was raised evangelical Christian. We like worship the Jews, like prayed for them on Sundays, like sent money to Israel in the 80s and Russian Jews during the Soviet Union days to help overthrow it. Like we are very pro-Jewish
Well,
in the
I'm
southern United
evangelical
States.
and I don't
Whoa,
worship
whoa,
Jews.
whoa, whoa!
Delta,
see,
am I
that's
mistaken, or
dispensational.
did you say in another space that you're ethnically Indian, like a little Bobby Jindal, or am I making that up?
No, I'm half American Indian.
American Indian. Oh, my mistake. My
Yeah.
mistake. I thought maybe you had like some
Well,
Indian
no,
Pakistani beef with
Or
Samira.
Native American, or
no. See, in the 80s, we still called ourselves Indians, right? And I was adopted too. So we just said Indian. They didn't start saying Native American to the late 90s for some damn reason, you know?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Kaiser.
Okay, Native American. Okay, I got
I
you.
thought there was like Indian Pakistani beef between you and Samira, but that's obviously not what
You'd
it
think
is.
this
No.
guy is obsessed
No,
with like hating on
he's
Samira.
North American Indian, not
Well,
Indian.
now I know. Yes, I just learned. I was mistaken.
I mean, let me just say, like from the naked eye, right?
Natives
Kind of,
and First Nations up here.
Yeah, from the naked eye, if you don't really know, like it takes a lot of like understanding, I guess, kind of like Judaism and Israel and whatever to like look at Samira's tweets and know Samira and know that she actually didn't say things about Judaism. So I get it. Like it's from the surface, like somebody could pick that up. But
Okay, I'll withdraw my statement, all right? I withdraw it. She's not anti-Semitic. But she did call the women that died whores.
Yeah, and that was and that was wrong. Okay, a second, guys. Delta, yes, and I called her
It
out for
was
that.
insensitive.
It was stupid. I thought Sabrina, don't do this, but that's the problem. I mean, I don't think she does it deliberately. Unfortunately, her tweets are often very cringe. I will call it out, but she does it because she knows it's the only way to get fucking traction on Twitter. Because if you're, let's say, totally normal posting, look at Zagodel. I mean, no one is reading his very good tweets, actually.
I think it's because I may have retweeted Richard and Jeff Younger in the same day, and I think.
I mean, look, here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. Like, you can dislike her tweets. Nobody really gives a shit what you think anyway, because nobody even knows who you are. You're entitled to your opinion, obviously, but you can't just slander somebody's character that goes in these spaces all the time and who we know very well. So, like, if you're going to sit here and just shit talk her, then I'm not interested in hearing it.
I mean,
I get a lot of heat for defending her. By the way, I get a lot of heat for defending her. People are like, why do you even assume?
Wait, hold on. Is
Insults.
someone with a bad Santa avatar causing shit in here? I would love to be in that.
There's two bad Santas. There's Doc and Delta.
Oh wait, there are. Wait, who's Doc?
No, Doc is fine. It's this Delta guy.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm pretty sure that
No, wait.
I'm pretty sure that you should call him Alpha.
I gotta say that I am the real bad Santa. You look at my real face and look at Billy Bob. I get it
all the time. So that's mine. Whoever else is in here, boot. Is it Billy Bob? Fuck it. Boot that guy's ass. Thank you.
So her tweet about them being prostitutes was absolutely incorrect, and it was not a good tweet. I did not like it. But I think what her intention was to address the immodesty of how they were dressed, which I think is a fair criticism. Like they were not prostitutes, but I think that it's a fair statement to say that they were dressed in
How were
attire
they
that
dressed? Like normal
They
20-year-old
were
girls.
dressed like
Okay.
ravers
yeah,
at a
that's
rave.
and
Well,
and
I
that's
think
I
she
think
was
that's
trying to draw
highly
attention to the
inappropriate.
fact that there was a rave taking place
Where is
miles
this
from what is
picture?
essentially a
If
Send me
concentration
this
this
was
camp.
picture.
Delta, if this was the '90s or the early 2000s, she would have said these women are sluts,
Where's the
Yeah.
picture?
and then we'd be like, very rude,
But she's
very
also like
insensitive
listen,
to talk about the dead like that. But like, yes, they're dressed in such a way. Okay, I wouldn't let my daughter go out like that in public, sort of thing. But like, it was a very insensitive thing to say at the time.
Yeah, and she's also like, it's like an autistic way of thinking about it too. Like, and she's admitted this. Like, I mean,
Very, yes.
yeah, and I know it is insensitive.
By the way, I invited Samira to
Me
join
too.
the space.
I told her to come in. This is like retarded though, because who really fucking cares at the end of the day? Like, obviously, this guy just came on here to shit talk Samira, and
No, well,
Yeah,
Delta comes
I
in
came on
and
here before.
yeah,
he's interacted with her many times.
but Delta, man, don't. This is like personal drama, vendetta. No one needs that shit. And I know that you have been.
Fox left because
I mean, you have been going after her for the last half year, man. I remember you, Delta. I never forget anyone.
I don't
So-
like it when people insult my country daily. And I might
Jesus
not
Christ.
like the women in this country. I might have
Oh.
criticisms of them, but if I was living in someone else's country and I sat there and insulted their women, insulted their food, insulted their entire history, I would be ashamed of myself.
Immigrants aren't allowed
I
to
actually
have
don't believe
criticisms.
she's ever insulted our history.
American frozen food's disgusting, though. We shouldn't be striving for that.
And a
Yeah,
lot
it
of her
is. It
criticisms
is.
are actually correct, and criticisms that a lot of us have already.
I know where
Somebody
it's coming
criticized
from,
America. Somebody criticized America.
You know where it's
because the
coming
women
from. You
dress
don't
like
even know
whores.
her.
Okay,
I follow her.
I gave Samira the wasp
You
pass.
follow her
Are
on
you like
Twitter, so like,
BFFs
how
or
would you even
something?
know
You
any
have
of this?
accused me of being both anti-Semitic and a Wahhabist in the past, so your deductive reasoning inference skills
I don't think
are
I've ever
less
accused
than
you of
worthless.
being an anti-Semite, Bog.
You did, and a Wahhabist in the same space. In fact, I remember well.
I was probably just mad at you. I never have thought you were an anti.
Honestly, that's what
That's
I
not
figure.
something that's not.
You
cool.
have this tendency of projecting whatever pissed you off during the day at me sometimes.
I'm sorry. I
So I roll
like
with
your
it. It's all
post.
good.
What did Samira do? What's going on here? What am I missing?
Is everything good? Come on, no,
I don't know.
no.
Just some faggot just came on here to like talk shit about her.
Delta, man, make your points. I love you when you talk about you're basically an American imperialist, Mayflower. I get it. Talk about this, man, and not talk about Samira, man. This is personal drama, scheiße.
The Mayflowers aren't in the South, Kaiser. I doubt Delta's Mayflower.
Yeah,
but
no, we discussed this. I discussed this earlier with Bradler. The Mayflower sailed down the Dnieper, which was mistranslated as Mississippi because America is a Ukrainian colony.
What?
Bruh.
It's a joke we were making because people were arguing that Ukraine should take priority over American domestic issues, and I thought
women
that was
should,
hilarious.
Definitely.
Yeah, but you will not get the women, Spencer. We will keep the hottest women for us, okay? Just that you know.
Man, it's
Yo, who's that old chick with the big tits that you're posting, Delta? What's that? Isn't that chick from Alien?
Oh, Susan Sarandon. No, not Alien.
No.
You're thinking of Sigourney Weaver.
Susan Sarandon.
Susan Sarandon and Alien. I would watch the shit out of that.
Yeah, yeah. I watched Alien the other night. Actually, it's funny enough.
They still say Sigourney Weaver was born a man.
Alien 1 or Alien 2?
Oh, the original, of course. Yeah.
I mean, the first two were both brilliant.
Yeah, I actually watched Sicario tonight, but I won't bore the space. Fantastic. Dennis
One of the best. Oh, Day of the Soldado is terrible.
I just want to say real quick that everyone says Christopher Nolan is the great living filmmaker. It's Dennis Villeneuve, and it's not even fucking close. Like,
100%. Denis Villeneuve is amazing.
Thank you. Spence, was it the first time that you watched Sicario?
No, I've seen it a few times, but I've watched Prisoners like 20 times now.
Honestly, Spence, the scene.
Can you do me a favor and pronounce his name again?
Denis Villeneuve.
Is it Denis Villeneuve? How do you say it, Vaughn?
Look, I'm from
Denis
America.
Villeneuve.
It's Dennis Villanueva, okay?
And I tried my hardest to say that without my accent.
Villeneuve? Is that what you said?
Villanueva. Actually,
it's Denis
Arrival's like his
Villeneuve,
worst
but
movie.
that's okay.
Yeah.
And Spence, the one scene. I mean, the Mexican border scene, you know, with the cartel members and the special. The tension, wow, man, perfect scene.
It's
like
unreal.
wow.
It's unreal.
And you know, and when this one dude, the CIA dude, says, yeah, man, shoot at me, give it to me, baby.
Yeah,
he just
does.
wants,
Kaiser,
he wants the
does.
escalation.
He
yes,
does. Benito wants it so bad in that movie. He's like, come on, brother. Come on, fuck, give me.
But that's not the best scene. The best scene is when he wipes the tears away from the girl's eyes and says, "You remind me of my daughter." That's the fucking.
Well,
that is,
it's at the very end where he says, "This is the land of wolves now, and if you're not a wolf, you should leave."
Wait. You guys are so right. So he's got the gun up under her chin, and she has to sign the waiver that they did everything normal. And he says, "You should go to a small town where the rule of law still matters." It's fucking amazing. It's so fucking.
It reminds me of the scene in what is it, True Detective season 1, where he breaks the woman down and says, "You know, they don't take kindly of women who hurt children in prison. If you get an opportunity, you should kill yourself," and just walks out of the room. It's probably the best.
Have you guys seen Wind River, the other Taylor Sheridan script? He wrote Sicario.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That's a fucking great movie, man. I saw that in theater.
God, if I could be anybody, it'd be Taylor Sheridan. Like, what an awesome life, you know?
Yeah, who can tell Kevin Costner to go fuck off and still come out on top?
That's right. Yeah. I mean,
Everyone. Because Kevin Costner fucking sucks.
Yeah, okay.
Good point.
I was actually an intern at the production company that he was trying to sell Hell or High Water to when it was going by the name Comancheria. And he came in and had a few meetings about it. Nice guy, Taylor Sheridan, but massive biceps.
Guys, you're very young. Like Kevin Costner, you're very young. You're young ones. I remember the time.
One word.
Yeah.
Waterworld.
Okay. But okay. But I remember the time when Kevin Costner was the biggest superstar of Hollywood with The Bodyguard and then Robin Hood.
It was a dark time.
But he was the biggest one. Yeah.
I have to admit,
Did Field of Dreams make it over to Germany, Kaiser?
Kaiser, I have to admit, I watched Dances with Wolves in the last month, and I fucking cry at the end like a bitch.
It's a good movie.
Like
fucking Bull Durham, folks.
Every
what are we
time.
doing here? Are we kidding?
I know, like the woman, the native woman is a white woman, and it's still fucking.
For the love
gutsy.
of the game, it's a great movie too. If you like baseball.
Do you guys not like
Agreed.
Untouchables? I think that's the number one.
plays
But it's not because of him.
They
It's
will
because
come.
of Sean Connery and fucking Robert De Niro. They're like, you know, but he's there. You know.
You know the one that nobody said yet, which is incredible, is The Postman. The Postman is so fucking good. I'm not even joking.
It kind of is. It's
They actually
outrageously
filmed that,
bad,
by the way.
and it's good.
Wait, Spencer, is that you?
That's Spencer.
Yeah, WR. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how long have you been here for?
I don't know, a while, like 20 minutes now.
I didn't even notice. Good to see you, Spencer.
Oh, what's going on
Anna.
here?
Yo, Anna, when you dropped that hard F at the border, I was pounding the desk. I was pounding my desk. I was like, I know that bitch. Excuse my language, but I was so fucking hype. I was like, that's right. She's saying the F word at the border. And it was going nuts on Twitter. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I knew her before she said faggot on the internet.
Actually, I've been saying faggot on the internet for a while. It's interesting how only now they're catching on. But the other funny thing I learned is that apparently faggot is referred to as the F word. But the F word is fuck, not faggot.
Oh, well, you know, gotta be nice. We don't want to get to Alex Jones.
No,
Anna, there was like a
F-bomb.
There was a space that we were in like what, 7, 8 months ago where we were like, we need to reclaim our fucking words like that they took from us. And I really appreciate you leaning all the way into it. So thank you.
Always. I will always. I say that word like 5 times a day, and I say it on my show.
No,
Like
You say it more than 5 times a day.
Anna,
So,
I
you know.
actually chimp out.
I gotta say one thing though, Anna. Like if like a woman I were dating, if I were to say something like, "Well, it's a little nuanced. We can't be quite sure about this," and you're like, "Okay, faggot," I'd be like, "Go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
Don't call me a faggot." Like
Yeah,
that's
but that's
all right,
because you're a faggot.
we
all
have, we
right.
have to like draw
Tell
some
you
lines
what,
about these
Two
don't
things.
say it to these Gen Z kids because
I
I
mean,
said them
Anna,
around my
or a
employees.
Gen Z or a Gen Z will
They
get
looked
very
at
All
me
right,
like
all
I
right.
was a Nazi.
2 things. I wouldn't say it. Like I wouldn't say it to my boyfriend because presumably I wouldn't think the man I'm dating is a faggot. And secondly, it's just a colorful word, you know, and I think people just deserve to be called faggots sometimes.
you know,
And I don't think
Anna,
it's that big of a deal.
I really was chimping out for you. Like I don't simp, but I was kind of simping because the truth is, I know this Anna chick. She's in the tiny little 20-person spaces 8 months ago, and I keep looking at her and I'm like, dude, this woman's been put here to do something. I don't know what it is. She's attractive. She drops the F-bomb. Nobody gives a shit. She's trying to do her talk show. Who is she getting money from? What is the end goal here? And it's just a fucking every November day, I'm fucking sitting there eating a Chick-fil-A sandwich, and I turn on Twitter and there it is. Bang! She's going fucking viral all across the fucking world. And I was like, there it is. There it fucking is. So anyways, I love it, Anna. I love it.
Thanks,
If you were to
Spencer.
clip that, that would be like the definition of simping. Like if you were to clip that last like about 6
Yeah, but
minutes.
Can you guys
a little bit.
let me enjoy
All right,
the
Yeah, but it's cool. But
You
Anna
can
is
enjoy it. We're just gonna call it what it is.
Anna is more like a 90s. She's more like 90s girl. In the 90s, that was
very true.
But yeah, she's very 90s. And that's
I am.
yeah. The problem is today is everything is so sanitized. Oh no! Like back in the days, it was better. Honestly, if I could choose, I would like to go back in the 80s and 90s. Better times,
Oh,
man.
100%.
Kaiser,
Yeah.
you seem like the kind of
The
guy.
80s were great. I agree.
Kaiser, do you remember the Internet Forum platform? That's what I miss. You would have to reply. You'd have to think out your reply and reply it, and there would be like 30 pages of replies. It went on
Forums.
for years.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely,
please, Delta.
absolutely.
Nobody taught before they typed on forums. Let's
Yeah,
be real.
no. There was some good conversations that went on for years, man. And you
I'm
you
being
could research
facetious,
your
but come on,
response.
most people.
Well, I mean, the boards I was on, if you're on a history board or a philosophy board, you were going to be around smart people, and then they were going to think about their response non-emotionally, usually, and then they were going to reply. And it's a different. We've lost a lot in having this instant communication. I think.
You know the change in culture occurred when white girls like this is like I'm pretty young, I guess, relatively speaking, but I remember in high school when white girls would rap songs, they would say it's recorded, so they would say NIGGA, they would say it. The second when they started like rapping and then they like made that fucking I don't know, like a substitution for it.
That was
I'm
like
like, all
only
right,
that weird
we're done.
Krayshawn chick from the Bay Area, though, and the Bay Area has always had weird rules. Do you guys remember the opening scene of Old School, though? Probably my favorite faggot ever. My seatbelt's broken. What do you
Yeah, that
recommend
was
I do?
great.
Recommend you stop being such a faggot. We
That
haven't
was
we haven't
that
gotten a
was
scene like
shocking.
that in a movie in more than a
Wait,
decade.
no.
You
Actually,
can't make one like
not
that.
true. They made one, The Hangover, when I was rewatching it like a month ago. They said faggot in it. They were like, "Look, it's
That's an
Captain
old
Faggot."
movie, Anna. That's an old
Paging
movie
Dr.
now.
Faggot, yeah.
It's yeah, isn't it like 15
That's
years
right.
old or something?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. There was a good one in The Hangover.
more than
Yeah.
that probably. What is
Have you
more than
if
that?
you
Yeah, yeah, probably 15. Yeah.
you
But
know
here's
The
the thing,
Walking
guys.
Dead?
Guess what? Everybody's been like congratulating me for saying that word, but guess what? It starts with you. You just have to bring it back. If you start saying it, then it'll be normalized. I say it all the time, and I never thought of it as like, oh, that bad of a word to say. Like, I consider the F word, the real F word, worse than saying faggot because that's an actual curse word. Faggot is like a colorful word
Would you
for a
say it around
feminine
a gay
man.
person?
What?
Would you use it around a gay
Well,
person?
here's
Only
the
if you
funny
I
part.
mean, they use it
Here's
with
the
more
I
funny
would.
spice
part.
than anyone.
Yeah, here's the funny part. Gays use it more than anybody else. Like, I know gay people who use it way more than straight people. It's the same way like black
Would you
people.
use it in polite company though, like a dinner party? Would
It
you like
depends on the
describe
context.
somebody
It
as
depends.
being a faggot? Like, I mean,
It
Zag.
depends.
that's
It depends on the context. I probably wouldn't call somebody that, but I would say like, if somebody were like, it's all about comedic timing too. Like, part of it is being like colorful and funny, right? So like if somebody's like, it's kind of funny to say it when no one's expecting it. So everybody's sitting there and then they're like, oh yeah, that Adam Kinsinger guy, I don't know about him. Like he cries a lot. And I'd be like, yeah, what a faggot. And then everybody laughs and the ice is broken and it's a good time for everyone. And like, obviously it depends on it gets annoying when you just keep saying it. And that's never been like my thing, but like, I like to entertain, and I think that's a funny word, and I think that people should use it more often and bring the joy back into life, because that's what life is all about. Bring the color back. These communists that want to clamp down on our free speech, it's like, it sucks. Like, I'm not like, I don't take myself too seriously, and I've always been that way. And maybe that's a little bit unexpected for like a woman of my age and the way I look, perhaps, but that's how I am. And, I'm not going to change it, because I think that it does make a difference. And if I'm going to be the kind of person who says I'm free speech and anti-PC, then I'm going to live it too.
Anna, I have just to push a second here. I have to push back just a little bit, Anna. If you would have no, I have to do it, guys. If you would have, let's say, the real commies like me, that would be cool actually,
Or
because
von
of base.
Braunflitz,
Yeah, but you have those liberals, that bourgeois
No, you're right.
wannabes.
You're right.
Yeah,
I've met quite a few communists like yourself that I actually respect more than like establishment Democrats, and I can't believe I'm saying
they're
that,
all
but it's
lappers
true.
and losers.
Kaiser's not a
And
commie. You're not a commie.
and
Kaiser's
the
a
thing,
commie.
No.
words don't matter.
Kaiser is Mr. DDR.
Yeah, but anyway, it doesn't even matter. I don't give a shit, because I'm everything what you want to be. I'm called a Nazi, anti-Semite, commie, everything. That's the beauty of the 23 internet. Whatever one likes you to be, you are that. It's crazy.
No, I get called a commie, and I get called a Nazi, and I
Yeah,
get called a
everything.
capitalist. Yeah, most people don't know what the words mean. To be
It's
honest.
crazy. It's
They
crazy,
don't
man.
know the
It's
difference between
yeah.
Keynesian economics and socialism.
But my point mostly was just that, like, I do believe in like the horseshoe theory, in the sense that I think I find more in common with people who are just anti-establishment in general, rather than people who are like, just going by the rules, just going about their, like, they're just boring to me, and they're sheep like, and they don't question anything. Like, I'm just like, I'm kind of like a free spirit, but not in like a hippie way. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I just don't like being controlled.
Yeah,
And so
it's more about not letting them like, in my opinion, it's more about not letting them police the language, like what is and is not acceptable, and what you say that has consequences as far as getting canceled. And that's one of the things, like, I've tried to focus on bringing back retard and faggot, because if somebody's being a fucking dipshit, then they're being a dipshit or a retard or a faggot.
That's one
It is
I've
what
never
it is.
understood why it's a
And-
bad word,
yeah.
because it's appropriate. It's like a euphemism to me is insulting to people, And I had a retarded friend growing up, and I described him as retarded to people, and they get offended at me.
But it's like
or if I
people
call
wanna,
myself an Indian and not a Native American,
Yeah, but
they're
people
like,
wanna-
"You mean
Retard
dude?"
people want
from
to come up
Mongoloid,
with
you know what I
all
mean? So
these
it's an improvement.
hypotheticals. They want to come up with all these hypotheticals of like, oh, would you say this on a Thursday afternoon at brunch with your grandmother and her quilters guild? Like, no, they'd probably think I was a fucking retard if I just started blurting out retard or faggot amongst that company. But like, if I wanted to, it'd be totally okay if I did. Because
Right.
guess what? I can say whatever the fuck I want.
And the other thing is too, like, I always tell people this, like, this is a good test to see if like you're genuinely offended by it, or if you're conditioned to be offended by it. Like, actually ask yourself, like, if I were to say a word that is deemed by society a mean word, like faggot is a perfect example, and you were to have some visceral reaction to it, is it actually coming from your emotional response, like you are genuinely offended, or is it because you were told to be offended? And if it's because you were told and conditioned to find it offensive, then maybe you should rethink, finding it offensive to begin with, if that makes sense. Like people have this visceral reaction, and it's not organically there, it's conditioned. And that's what I'm trying to get people to realize. And if that takes me saying faggot for that to be the case, then so be it. And I'm not like a retarded person. I'm not like low IQ. So, this idea that, like, I'm obviously getting at a larger issue here. I'm not just using that word because it's the only word in my vocabulary. And I think that's pretty evident if you were to watch my show or anything of the sort. Like, I'm a fairly educated person, and I think that, more people need to push the boundaries there, or else we're just going to be conditioned to have a visceral reaction to everything. And I know there's a lot of pearl clutchers that will be like, oh, like, you know, this scenario, that scenario, like, I don't care. Like, you're not disproving my point. My point still stands. And so, you know, you can come up with all the scenarios you want, but at the end of the day, we have to fight this force that is obviously against us and wants to control us.
Yeah, try to speak in a way that would piss off Larry Fink.
I think
You'll
what
understand.
Anna is trying to say is that words only have the meaning that we assign to them.
Yeah, that's literally
That's true, and I think what Anna, what you are also alluding to, I think this is why I said you're a '90s girl. The '90s were actually a tolerant society. Tolerance means live and let live. It doesn't mean they have to condone it, they have to like it.
Mistake.
But here,
We
wait
were
a second,
wrong.
Prodigal.
Slippery slope was right. We were.
Prodigal, let me finish a sentence here, Prodigal. The problem is now you have to like everything. Like look, my father doesn't like gay people. Would he harm them? No. It's okay so. What's the problem? Now he is forced to say, oh, I like it. I like it. It's awesome. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Why can't we accept, hey, my wife doesn't like cheese. Is she a bad person? Because I love cheese. She hates cheese. So what? What's it? As long as she tolerates me.
Hating cheese, kinda, yeah. That's.
I mean, but as long
Dude,
as
the
she,
slippery slope fallacy thing.
as long as she tolerates that I eat cheese, everything is fine and dandy. And we lost that. That is the liberal lunacy that they want to force and push everyone to like stuff, which will never happen. It will never happen.
They took so many things and added fallacy to it that were actually genuinely like critiques and warnings, like the slippery slope or like fucking any number of the other ones. But like, yes, that's common sense. If we, like what you said, Kaiser, it starts with you have to tolerate it. And then you have to like eventually celebrate it. And then you have to like fucking actively practice it or we're loading your ass on the train.
Put the trans woman's penis in your mouth.
Correct. And if you won't, like Caroline, I know was talking about this probably in one of the date night spaces, I think like a month and a half ago it was like tongue in cheek, but it rings true. Like, would you date a trans like person who started as the same sex as you, but is now opposite sex?
That was not in my space, for the record.
It was in
pretty gay.
It was one of the date night spaces for sure, and it might not have been you that asked the question, but I remember it was brought up, and it was salient because people were asking that and wondering like, should people be considered bigots or like wrong for not being attracted to people like that? Like that's where we're headed.
Jonathan, it's happened. It's happening already. It's happening. If I say, look, okay, you was a man. No, sorry, you are cool, but I don't want to fuck you. Don't want to date you. I will be called a bigot and homophobe and Nazi. It's happening already,
It's
Jonathan.
happening,
it's
but
fucking
it's
absurd.
That one is it's so ridiculous. I can't even take that seriously. Yeah, like.
But this is the
No,
thing.
but Kaiser, everyone laughs at those people.
But
like
now,
I got a
for
question for y'all.
but for Clausewitz, the laughing will stop because I mean, honestly, the criticism that okay, but you are subconsciously homophobic, bigoted Nazi. This has happened here in Germany at least quite often, and I'm thinking, are you stupid? Are you retarded? You cannot. What's the problem? You cannot force anyone to like anything. Why are you even trying that? That's
Okay,
actually
we
you are
get
the
it.
Nazi.
You hate gay people.
No, I
Delta,
don't.
you're up.
Prodigal. Here's the thing.
He's
Honestly,
just trolling.
I would always say the liberals are the actual Nazis because they are so dogmatic and fanatic that they want to push through their belief system.
Delta.
Prodigal, you are very mean to me today. You hurt my feelings.
I got a question
I don't
for
have
y'all.
Fox News for a reason. Delta.
Hey, do y'all remember when we had like political conversations about practical issues like healthcare, tax reform, and we don't have them anymore? Now we talk about the Illuminati, whether or not we can say faggot, whether or not the government is massacring us on purpose. And I mean, like when you break down U.S. healthcare, we're paying like 1,000% more than it needs to be. Like, technically speaking, healthcare could be $20 a person easily, but we have 50 different departments of
No,
insurance.
no, I don't want to talk about that. So that's boring.
You pay
It's
twice as
not
much per
boring.
capita as we
It
do
is boring.
for the same quality of service.
$400 a person versus
I'd
$20
rather
a
talk
person.
about the everything else that you said you didn't like. Actually,
Yeah, I know. That's because that sells to the mob, you
no,
know.
it
But
doesn't sell to the mob. It's just more interesting and more true and more pertinent to what
are
we're
you
going through
kidding
right
me?
now.
No,
So
but Delta's
I
kind
would
of right.
say that
There's
the
entire
American
arenas
worker,
of public life that
but the
essentially have just
government.
been closed off to the average person. You know, it's just kind of been
yeah,
I
decided,
agree with Anna. We're
centrally
just talking about
planned that they'll
retrospective.
work.
You
Yeah, but
remember? You remember how?
it's not the topic that I want to talk about right now.
Yeah, because like now there's this growing suspicion that no matter how much you sort of like break these things down and re-prosecute issues, um, Congress can't even come to a consensus about how they want to handle things, and
well,
Yeah,
they're
they're
all
that's
bought
true.
by
funded
insurance
and
companies.
will
They're
shut
bought by.
down and blah blah blah. So like American people have stopped sort of giving a shit about a lot of those things because they
You
just
know,
realize they have no say in
here's my thing with them shutting down Congress. They did it for the wrong reasons. Like, they have no political agenda. They shut down Congress over January the 6th footage of all things. It's like, really, that's the issue. That's the biggest issue in the world right now is January the 6th.
Yeah,
Come on
it's
Yeah,
a
it
now.
is
big
because
fucking issue.
there's
It's
people
actually the
rotting away
biggest
in
issue in the
prison.
world.
There's people like rotting away in prison. Why wouldn't that be a big deal? Just
Well,
because they
there
exercise
have
The
a right
always
fucking
to
been
free
government
people
speech.
rotting away in
committed
prison.
an entrapment operation against its own people to
I don't
Yeah,
believe
ensure,
that.
like,
I'm
I
sure
don't
you
give
don't
a
believe
shit
it.
what you believe. I'm telling you the truth. Like, it's the biggest issue in the world,
God,
without
Delta, you're
question.
actually a faggot.
Don't tell Kaiser that. BSF leaving. This was a huge issue. This is much bigger than it
I
is.
feel like we've just descended into
Is that right, Kaiser?
idiocracy, you know?
What?
Yeah, I mean, Segudel, I have accepted my fate. Sorry, I have accepted my fate. It makes no sense to wage against the destiny. I will laugh about it. We will see what's going to happen. It's exciting, you know. Maybe a little bit of civil war will happen, uprisings. Let's see.
I saw
Oh,
something
there
Kaiser,
won't
that
be
was
any
Kaiser, are you ready
uprisings,
to be a
Kaiser.
citizen of the
That's the
second
feds setting people
Polish-Lithuanian
up.
Commonwealth?
dude.
This ain't gonna happen. I mean, come on, let's be realistic here.
Kaiser,
Kaiser will
by their
leave
own
his beloved Germany
proclamation,
before he sees its demise.
uprisings are what the Democrats do, not the Republicans. They would never revolt, even if the government was killing them and stealing their vote. If the government was killing people and taking their vote, they wouldn't even riot, is what they claim.
Thank God I'm not a Republican.
I agree. I would be embarrassed. I would never want to be in a fight with them next to me either, because they will suck their thumbs and then the next day deny they did it. It's like, we got set up for it. It's like, no, you didn't. You thought the government was killing you. You thought the state took your vote away. You
The
went there to
government is
riot.
killing us, you
Just fucking
retard.
admit it. Well, then why wouldn't you riot on January the 6th?
Because
Why
there
would
was
that
no
be so
incentive
far out?
to.
That's what everybody went there to do. And I remember when
Nope.
they were sending emails
Delta,
about it.
shut the fuck up, dude. Not having it. Not a chance, buddy.
I mean, that's
Not at
just
this point.
crazy.
But Jonathan, there were about 400 or 500 people that went there to fuck shit up, and there were about
Yes.
50,000 or 100,000 people or more that were just like, "Hey, we came for Trump's speech. We're very upset. We're gonna like
And they
yell and
followed
scream,
Zag,
and
him.
now we're
shut the
gonna go
fuck
home,
up.
and
I'm not
now
doing
we've
it,
gone
dude.
home."
Not
But there
doing
were
it,
like
man.
five, six
I don't give
hundred
a
people.
shit what your people are
But
paying you to like
Jonathan,
talk about. Like, I'm
The
not doing
people
it.
paying you. No one's
no
paying you.
one's paying me to talk about this. I'm just saying that from looking at the footage the day it happened, I was like, there seems to
From
be
looking
about
at the
five, six
footage the
hundred
Hey,
day it
people,
Zag, if
fucking
and there's
someone's
happened.
lots
paying
of
you, the
foreign
least you could do
actors
is
in
give your
that crowd,
co-host
man.
a cut.
There were
So
huge
let me
foreign
ask
actors in that
let me ask
crowd.
you,
Yeah,
Jonathan.
exactly. Caroline's cut.
At
There were
what
so many foreign agents operating there. We don't even know all the fucking people who were involved in this. They won't even tell us. So
Why do you
this
think
was
the
some sort.
fuck that is, Zag?
Well, but thank
Use
you.
some
But
common fucking
they took
sense.
advantage. But Jonathan, they took advantage of angry, moronic, basic people. That's what they did. And those people are
Yeah,
sadly
I
suffering
get
for
that
their
they fucking
stupidity.
shot them with percussion grenades and fucking smoke bombs, like,
What were they
unprovoked.
supposed to do? Were they supposed to let them walk in?
Nothing. They were standing there. They weren't doing shit.
They passed the
And they
line.
invited people in. Like, how is it? being a human being and pretending that this shit isn't common knowledge. Not the chance that you've maybe glanced at the footage, but that it's not fucking common knowledge.
They're out there with batons, forming a line saying, go away.
Dude, I'm not
they know that
Wait,
they're voting
Delta,
in
so you
Congress
are
for the
in
president.
So Delta, you're in support of the violence that the police used against January 6th protesters that day.
Yes.
Wow.
I don't want anybody hating.
So you're okay
Delta,
with
I
Ashley
disagree.
Babbitt
Yeah.
being dead.
Yeah.
You're okay with Roseanne Boylan dead. You're okay with all of that.
To be honest, I'm shocked they didn't use more.
That's
so you
something that crossed my mind.
Congress.
Do you realize like what a sick statement that is? That you're okay with 2 people's deaths that day?
No, I don't. You do not
think it's
go
perfectly
in.
you oh no, I
Do
just
you
want to
think it's okay to storm into Congress as a mob?
I certainly don't think 2 people should have died as a result of that.
So what do you expect to do with a crowd that big?
Trespassing. The most you do is you slap a fine on them, but you don't throw them in
How
prison.
do you
and
keep them from? How do you keep them from entering the building?
You arrest them.
A line
I'm
in the
addressing
sand.
I'm addressing this question, okay? So let me finish speaking. What I'm saying is that I certainly don't support 2 people dying like you evidently do. You just said you do. That's awful. That's like a satanic thing to say. You're not evangelical Christian if that's
A
the case.
satanic thing to say. We
Yeah, that
use
is. To
lethal
say that
force
you
all the
want those 2
time.
people to
That's how
die.
law is enforced.
Let's
if you
just
create a mob,
No.
and
Let's
quite
just
frankly,
let's
in
just
BLM riots,
let's just
they
clarify
burned
something.
down police stations.
No.
They had to use force. They should have shot those people.
No, they
You
should
think
not.
it was
Law
okay
and
to
order.
shoot them?
Delta,
Yes,
you are a
if you're
fucking
burning down a
imbecile,
police
dude.
station,
You're
don't know what-
to get
a
shot.
disgusting human being. You're
You're
like
a disgusting
despicable.
human being.
I'm
No,
despicable
wait a
because
minute.
I don't
No,
want
You're
people
just
to
a dumb
die.
Take it
bitch.
easy. Take it
And
easy.
these
Look, let's just relax because I'm going to say that I was shocked more people weren't killed by the government on January 6th, but then these are real human beings behind the lines in law enforcement, many of whom probably agreed the election was fucked up and were put in a very difficult position. And the real question is, who are these bad actors allowing people in, and who are the idiot cops that said, "Oh yeah, let's go ahead and open a glass."
Yeah, but Zach,
Well, one was an affirmative action hire.
But
You know what I mean?
Zach, you're not okay with 2 people dying.
I'm not
people
okay
were
with
protesting.
people getting killed when they could have been arrested. They
Right,
could have been
exactly.
tased
How
and
can you arrest
handcuffed.
a group that big?
None of them
It's
had
too big.
firearms, Delta. None of them
But
had
it
lethal
doesn't
weapons.
matter. If you're one guy with a gun against 5,000,
They should have.
eventually they're going to get
Look,
your gun. And
the
what you're
police should
defending,
have made an announcement on a
it's not
bullhorn
like they're
saying,
defending
"If
a
you don't
warehouse.
disperse in 10 minutes, you're all arrested for trespass."
What?
And
How
we're
are
going
you
to
going
bring
to
out the
arrest
paddy
them?
wagons.
That's laughable. And
No,
it's
it's
not
not
a
laughable. That's what they
warehouse.
do. That's what
It's
they do
the
in most
U.S.
places.
Capitol.
They say we're going to arrest you if you don't leave.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
no.
just a
An
disgusting
angry
position
mob,
to
you
take.
don't tell them you're going to arrest them and be
Sure
like,
you do.
guys, I
Yeah,
promise
you
you I
typically
won't
don't
shoot
open
you.
the door for people who aren't welcome.
Yeah, you don't do that either. Yeah.
They were
Okay,
fighting for the windows.
Delta,
They're probably
Delta,
ordered
Delta.
to open the
Give me a
door.
second here. Delta. Okay, from the outside perspective, the whole J6 stuff seems very bizarre. First of all, it was announced. It was no surprise meeting. Second, that shit happens over here all the time. So where were the water throwers? Like, okay, you have a bunch of people, then you prepare yourself, you have the water throwers ready, you know, like the trucks with the water throwers, what you always see with, let's say, European football hooligans, and then you spray them. And then the thing is, yeah, it's really bizarre because that was not the storming of the Bastille or the Winter Palace, but somehow it was honestly, yeah. I have my questions
could
as
have
well.
been if they would have done
No,
the job right instead of sucking their thumb.
but
We don't have
Delta.
fire hoses in this
Austin.
country, Kaiser, because of the history. You know what I mean? Like, I'm being serious. Like, honestly, like, they don't use it anymore because of the imagery of black people. I haven't seen fire hoses being used, like, ever. I'm not being funny.
Yeah, no,
That's what they
boxing
do.
is right. I was thinking the exact same thing as Kaiser said that. We don't have water trucks
Yeah.
for protesters.
Okay, I didn't know this, but anyway,
Because they don't know how to swim.
but you prepare yourself like this. It was clear there will be a big crowd, but it was like no preparation. Like it's like really.
Kaiser, honestly, they could have made this look really good if they would have said, you know what, you're goddamn right, we did it, and we'll do it again. Now that would have been a political statement. But what they did was they did it, and they said, "Oh no, we were set up by the feds. We would never do that."
Okay, Delta, just to let you know, buddy,
Let's be
this
fair.
space is going to be fucking fun to
John,
revisit,
relax.
buddy. It's
I've
being
listened to this for a
safe.
while.
I
The
hope you're
reality,
aware.
the reality of the matter is, right, is that the feds had informants and assets embedded with both the Oath Keepers, right, up to the number 2 of the organization, and the Proud Boys, right, multiple. We found out initially it was 8, now it's 40, now maybe 200. So if this was planned out like you said, and they had people at the leadership of the organization, right, they should have stopped this before it ever occurred. They should have known. But some of the stuff they brought, like, I'm not doubting there are bad actors there. I've seen them. But there are a lot of questions. They could have had the National Guard. They turned down security. They made certain decisions that,
that's a good point,
inflamed the
Prodigal.
situation. And the only thing I'll end with is, Jonathan's not wrong. I mean, footage came out recently again of a certain section that was not an open riot. They were peacefully gathered, and they just started throwing concussion grenades and everything else in there. And then all hell broke loose. And the funny thing about that is, listen, I don't disagree. If you start attacking, any of the government buildings, just like in Portland, just like in Minneapolis, the police department, you should be, pushed back immediately. But that's not what occurred here. And when you look at it afterwards, every city, I think New York City just paid out everywhere where they were literally burning down the cities and the police used these same grenades, the cities paid out. So I guess I understand there should be a single standard of justice. I think that's the main issue.
Wait, the
here.
city paid the person that got
They paid the protesters. They said the
New
police
York paid the
God.
protesters.
That's
Yes.
crazy.
And a lot of people in the video, I mean, you've seen it. They're not rioting. They're walking.
No, I know.
These are people.
Most of them didn't go to jail either.
I'm ending with this. These are people who have been held in solitary confinement, for months on end, years on end, and they're treated as terrorists. Where in the end, listen, I don't think I'm not a fan of BLM and Antifa. But people who might have been there for legitimate causes, towards the end, like you saw how it went every day. They'd go, they'd loot a store, they'd get drunk, and then at night, that's when everything started getting burnt down, right? So, I mean, just like there were bad actors there might have been some bad apples here, but to paint it as the worst thing since they used this to try to institute a new surveillance state. They wanted to take the Capitol Police. I mean,
I
they
don't
did
agree
it in
with
some
that. I don't agree with that at all.
So, I mean, I just don't trust the
You don't
narrative.
have to agree.
And it completely killed. I don't think they would have ever sent it back for certification. But for about 2 years now, it's killed any discussion regarding actual election integrity and security in this country when it's clear there's issues. So, I mean, I think it is important. I think it touches on a lot of stuff, but, I get what you're saying.
I don't disagree with anything you said, Prodigal. And my only point is, yes, we should defend our Capitol building, especially at that time. And if you have a riot, you have to put it down.
Yeah, and you know how we could have done that? This was not a surprise to anybody. Nancy Pelosi could have called to have heightened security that day. This was not a surprise to anybody. She had a documentary team there ready to film. If you want to blame anybody, blame Nancy Pelosi.
Why don't we blame Donald Trump?
Nobody needed to
Why
die
don't you
that
blame
day.
the people who created fucking COVID, Delta, and released it so that they could create the mail-in ballot situation that was then overseen by the same people as part of the January 6th committee, you fucking retard. Like,
Donald
maybe
Trump
know what the
literally
fuck
led
you're
that.
talking about
let's not
before
do
you
personal
even...
attacks, please.
No.
Yeah,
Fuck
don't
that,
call Delta a
Prodigal.
retard because then
Fuck
Delta's
that.
going to follow up, and then let's just keep it.
Let him follow
I don't
up.
want to sound like
Please
a faggot.
I'm not
follow
going to
up.
follow up. I'm not going to follow up to
Yeah,
that.
stick to faggot, not retard. That's a more acceptable word. Let's continue.
Okay,
That was a joke.
guys, Delta. I think you're just contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. Look, from the outside perspective, let's say my perspective, I'm outside. I was not in Washington, not in the United States. The way how the legacy media wanted to spin it, like, oh, that was like the second Bolshevik revolution or the second storming of the Bastille. That's ridiculous. It never was.
It
But
could have been, though.
no. The Democrats wanted it to be. They wanted it to be the second storming of the Bastille, but it never was. They wanted it to be.
Delta, you're being dishonest about that. Come on, listen.
And that
you
would
have to be honest
explain.
about that.
What gave it away,
They
Kaiser, was
had
that
no
when they
fucking
created
weapons. What were
COVID,
they gonna do? Sit there
100%.
and then, they had no supplies. They had no food. You think a vegan Q shaman was gonna it's not.
No, they look pathetic. They look pathetic.
It was a riot.
Well, the
I
shaman
will give you this. It was an illegal riot. That's what it was. But the question is, what role did they do? I mean, if they had these embedded assets and they had these warnings and they knew, and even Trump said, hey, take the National Guard, and they purposefully chose not to. And then we see videos of Capitol Police walking these people through the fucking Capitol like it's a like it's a Disney tour. Like it's a like some of this stuff
it's a field trip.
No, but some of this stuff was exculpatory evidence. Some of the people who are now doing jail didn't have access to these films, and the amount of footage there is, right? 14,000 plus hours. You think a public defender can sift it? Like it's insane.
Nobody can. No, I did the math on
They
it.
railroaded everybody, and
A law firm couldn't take that on.
No, Delta, it's still my belief that members of the Democrat Party that were very happy about this would have preferred, and I'm going on the record with this, would have preferred to see a member of Congress hurt by this.
100%.
They could have run that narrative.
Oh,
and they could have
definitely.
Really thrown
We'd
that
be in
hammer down,
gulags.
man.
We would
They
be
will
in
sacrifice
gulags
anything
already.
for the
Wished
cause.
everything that she said happened to her happened to her. Because this
Yeah,
was
Nancy
a
Pelosi
narrative
was having an
booster
orgasm.
that would have
Here's the
ended
thing.
the
Whenever
Republican
you
Party as
do,
we knew it.
whenever you
Done,
do
finished.
anything, any protest, any political movement, somebody's going to come in and use you as a vehicle. That's a fact. Everybody knows this. Anybody high up should know it anyway. And Donald Trump should not have called that the way he did that day. It looked to me like, from the outside looking in at Trump, that he wanted to have a military revolt against Congress and
No,
the
he
deep
fucking
state.
didn't. You
A
fucking
lot of
liar and
people
piece
took
of
it as
shit.
that.
No, relax, Jonathan. Relax.
God, are you on coke?
I mean,
man?
you have to
Like,
understand
No,
how it did look like that
you're
to
a
a large
fucking
segment of the
lying piece of
population.
shit.
Even if you don't agree with it, you have to understand
Delta,
how it
you
appeared
literally
like
admitted you were okay with 2 people dying. So you're the one who sounds like you're on drugs, to be
are
honest.
you okay with people dying in war, like World War II?
No, I'm not.
The
You're the one
war
who
is
said
war,
that's
though.
okay.
I mean,
That's not
yeah.
war, though.
Signed
That
up
was
Are
for
the
you
it.
okay with
government.
police
Rittenhouse
discharging their
That was the
weapons?
government killing 2 people
Yeah,
Are
that
you
didn't
okay?
die
Are
that
you
day.
not
Street justice,
okay? Hold
Prodigal.
on, I want
Street
to get your
justice.
moral compass here. You're not okay with a police officer using his weapon to kill
I'm
somebody.
not okay with the way that it went down after seeing that footage, the way that they killed those 2 protesters.
So
Obviously, I
it's the way
agree
that it
that they would
happened.
have been
You're
able
okay
to
with the
curb.
state killing
No,
people.
Are
let
you
me
okay
You're
finish.
with
just
You
not
asked
Marco
me a
okay with
Elias'
them
question.
doing
The
it
way
You
mother
that it
asked me.
planning
happened
the
does
release of
matter, and
COVID,
to
dude?
pretend like it doesn't is completely disingenuous.
Well,
Fucking
Delta,
idiot.
did you actually see the videos? Because the one,
Yeah,
the lady who was
I
killed, I
haven't
forget
watched
her name, the
14,000
veteran.
hours of it
She
though.
was trying to actually calm down people, and sadly, she was the one who was killed.
Yeah, she was shot through a
That was
door.
sad.
Like it was
It
not
was
like a,
sad that Air Force girl got killed. Yes, but I
Oh,
mean,
so now you admit
overall,
that it is wrong that 2
I'm
people
getting
You
died
sound
that day.
devastated.
Yeah, Delta, he's a contrarian, but out
Yeah,
of
I've never
principle.
heard anybody defend 2
Where'd he
people
go?
dying.
And I didn't remove no one, and he will come
Did
back,
you
I
get
guess.
rid of the
And
anti-Jan 6 guy? What?
yeah, the thing is, I mean, and actually, everyone made the point very clear. If let's say if the authorities wanted to prevent it to happen, they had all means to do so.
Come on, dude.
I
They
mean,
still haven't caught the fucking pipe bomber. DC has more cameras than
it was a crack
everywhere
pipe.
other
We
than
all know it was a
fucking
crack
China.
pipe.
You telling
100%
me
that pipe bomber
they
was
can't
an
catch it?
insider.
They
Yep.
don't want to capture the pipe bomber. They just wanted to make news out of it.
Well, don't
If
they
they
have
wanted to
footage of
capture
that
the
What
guy
about
like
US,
put it
walking
on
up
an
and
actually
talking to
camera?
they
undercover?
got all
It was one of
these
their
they
own.
got all these Jan 6ers by what is it, triangulating their cell phones at certain positions, right? Like that was very easy for them to do. If they wanted to catch this pipe bomber guy, they would have done the same thing, but they don't want to catch him because it doesn't feed their narrative.
And they also had one
Wow,
guy
you
wearing
came
that
out angry. You
short
shot
shirt.
some
Could
guns
have been
today,
a
Oh,
huh?
bro,
guy.
today was like fucking it was top 10 days of my life. It was so much fun.
I mean, you shook a little bit too much with that recoil with the automatic.
Bro,
You were jiggling.
that thing was crazy. You know, they had this I didn't post the video because it's so embarrassing. They have this shotgun. It was an auto shotty, right? That thing was so strong it sent me flying backwards.
You should have put
I'm
that
not going to
video.
post that shit. It's fucking embarrassing. And then
Like on your ass or just a couple
no, no,
feet
no, no,
back?
no. Like I literally like stumbled backwards. I got
Wait,
4
that's
rounds out and I
hilarious.
started
I'm
stumbling
like trying to
backwards.
picture that.
Well, I'll send you the video. Hold on, I'll send you the video. I got Lance here too.
What was the
Hold on.
event?
Wait, what?
What was the event?
Oh, Donut Operator and Brandon Herrera had an event. I get their like ranch thing where like they had a bunch of fully automatic guns and unlimited ammo, and like you just walked up and just shot.
Was it like a fundraiser
No, it was
for?
just literally there was nothing. It was just go shoot fucking guns and eat barbecue for free.
I wanted to ask a question. Was there a barbecue? I mean,
Yeah, there was barbecue.
yeah.
It is
Cool,
Texas.
cool,
It is
cool.
Texas.
Awesome. And Texas is cool. I like Texas.
Nah, it's all right.
I mean, they give you sliced white bread with the barbecue like you're an animal, though.
Dude, they do. They do. It's like such a meme. They give you the plain white bread. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Do I make like a taco out of it? Do I make, like, you gave me one piece? I can't make a
Yeah,
sandwich.
weird.
You know,
You throw it in the trash.
it's a little dry. You know?
Servus, Richard. I see Santa Claus has arrived.
Yeah, Richard, you lost your
Service.
blue check mark.
Well, correct. I sacrificed it by updating my profile picture. So I just did the Santa cap, and hopefully that will be reviewed shortly. I don't know how this policy could be abused. Like, you have a blue check
Yeah,
mark,
we
and then
lost
you
Ryan immediately.
misrepresent yourself or something. I don't even know what they're doing, but anyway.
No, Ryan, no.
Oh no.
What happened?
So we
I
were
can't hear
just
anyone.
talking about. No, we were just talking about J6, Richard. I don't want to rehash that, but do you have your thoughts evolved on that at all? What's your perspective on this? Given that we've sort of heard so much now about foreign agents participating and infiltrating the crowd, and you had like hundreds of FBI informants between Proud Boys and what's the other one? Prodigal. The other group.
Oath keepers.
The Oath
Oath
Keepers.
Keepers. Oath Keepers.
I think
Dude, those Oath Keepers are fucking shady, bro.
I think
We
I
got them up here in Texas. Those guys are like walking Fed magnets, whether they are feds or whether the feds are literally up their ass 24/7. I tell everybody to avoid those guys.
All of these
Dude,
groups are heavily infiltrated by feds.
I
yeah.
ran into the
Shut
Oath
up,
Keepers in
Tommy.
Tulsa once, and they were walking around like they were dragging a film crew with them. It was
Yeah.
like,
All right. Oath
it
Let's
was
give
Keepers.
very
Richard a
strange.
Go
chance
ahead,
here,
Richard.
guys.
Oh, wait, David's
Decorum.
here. He left all the parties. I need to get David.
Well, we'll
Dec-
get to
dec-
David, but I want to get Richard's take on this.
decorum. Prodigal. Decorum.
Yeah.
Richard, go ahead, please.
I think I might switch real quick to my headphones. I think I'll get better sound here. I'm actually driving,
Wait.
even though it's quite late. Anyway, look, I'll check out new information if you put it up in the Jumbotron. I mean, I don't think any of these things are contradictory. I mean, there's no doubt that there are tons of feds in the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, but that doesn't make this a fedsurrection where I could easily imagine the chaos of J6 occurring if there were no feds whatsoever. I would mention this. So there's this guy. I won't mention. I won't give out his name, but he's a very nice chap. He does have a lot of connections to federal law enforcement, etc. He's open about it, and he was always asking me questions. He got in touch with me. We've talked. We've had lunch or whatever, and I just talk about my ideology and ideas and history, whatever. I mean, it's very pleasant conversations. But before J6, we had not spoken in like a year, and he sent me this message. He was like, "So, what are your plans for J6?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, I have no plans. I was like, "What is J6?" And he was like, "Oh, well, I think a lot's going down." And I was like, "Well, they're just going to go and yell about how much they love Trump and go home." I thought it was over. I totally underestimated the situation and misjudged the situation. And I texted him the next day and I was like, "Dude, if you look at our last text messages, I look like a complete idiot, And I was like, "How did you know?" And he was like, "Well, there was just a lot of chatter about," or whatever. So I'm not even like criticizing him for being a Fed. If he is a Fed, and I'm not positive, I think he might just be kind of keeping some tabs. So look, yeah, there were no doubt a ton of federal informants and maybe feds, federal agents in that whole mess. But I just find it's this weird thing with conservatives where they, on the one hand, want to totally deny the reality of the situation by saying that, no one was doing anything. They were tourists. And if anything was done, it was the feds or it was Antifa acting as feds or feds infiltrating Antifa, who then infiltrated the Proud Boys, et cetera, et cetera. And then on the other hand, they want to say that like it was a revolution it was a movement. We're trying to take back our country. You kind of can't have it both ways, and it really annoys me that they don't want to just own up to what it was. So anyway, those are my thoughts briefly, and I don't know if you guys want to respond to those.
I agree with what you just said there, that you can't have it both ways. It can't be a movement, revolution, a retaking, and also a setup by the feds. It just, people have to make their decision. And so what Delta said earlier is the people should have doubled down. And like, yes, Fed posting, yes, but that's what real revolutionaries do. And I know we have Vaughn on here and Kaiser. They understand this as communists. That's what
This
you do.
is such bullshit. These were not revolutionaries trying to overthrow the government. You saw most of these people.
The narrative.
They
But I mean,
said
everything
they were
contradicts itself.
revolutionaries.
No, they could say what they want. Anybody with a brain knows that, yes, there was a riot. Yes, there were crimes
Prodigal is
committed.
100% correct.
But anybody with a brain, even you admit based on your fact pattern that this friend heard chatter. Anybody with a brain heard chatter. I told everybody in my circle, don't go to January 6th. It looks like it's going to get out of hand, right? So if some random hasn't spoke to knows this, and the FBI has embedded assets up to the leadership positions of both of these organizations that allegedly were trying to overthrow the U.S., then wouldn't they put security? Wouldn't they be guarded? Like, this is the same thing I heard people for weeks talking about. Well, Israel, they had the reports, and they did, right? So if Israel allowed that to happen, whether it's through gross negligence or for whatever other reason, they're at fault. If our government, if Israel, this is like saying Israel had top leadership in fucking Hamas, and then October 7th happened, you're like, oh, it's not a big deal.
If they cracked down on J6, you would be complaining with equal vehemence about how we live under a totalitarian government. I mean,
What are you talking about? Like, how many people are locked up
what are you
without due process?
I don't think
Richard?
grandmas
Well,
who were
no,
just
I'm
walking
just
through
referring to the
Capitol
day
Hill
itself.
should be
They've
thrown
had due process.
into solitary confinement.
No, they
Due
haven't, dude.
process.
They
Some of the
had a
footage only got
trial. What do you want?
some of the footage only got released now. Not all of it has been released. 14,000 hours of footage with a public defender or somebody with a minuscule salary is not a defense you can put up against the government. And you know that yourself. You've been in these situations.
Well,
They
I
got
get
fucking
that,
railroaded.
but you know,
There are appeals. There are appeals ongoing now regarding new video evidence that came out. You have Capitol Police officers going public, the former head, multiple times, just because they don't make coverage. You can look up these
all you're
positions. They've
saying,
spoken on it.
when I hear perspectives like this, all you're saying is basically that conservatives are helpless, passive weirdos who can't actually do anything.
That's not what they're saying, Richard.
to do anything. There's a
Richard,
legal
if they
theory.
wanted to overthrow the government, dude, they would have shown up with guns. Point blank.
Okay,
They wanted to do it in a different
may
way.
I chime
They
in
had
for
a
a sec,
legal
Richard?
theory.
They would have been shot.
In order
You're a
to,
fucking
did
retard.
they or did they not want to maintain Trump in office past January 6th?
Okay,
they did, of course,
okay.
because they believed the election was stolen and they were fucking correct, you idiot. But they
No,
didn't
okay,
want to do it through
okay,
revolution.
guys.
But that doesn't
I'm not
dispute
an
what
idiot,
Richard said.
okay?
Richard,
It was a
Richard's
riot.
correct.
It was a
Please,
riot. They're going to overthrow the
we're not
government
gonna have
with
that. The
Trump.
next
It was a
insult
riot.
is
Anybody who
removed.
says it's more than a riot is lying.
But
It was
Prodigal, I think to
clearly more
Richard's
than a
point,
riot, and I'm not lying.
Prodigal to Richard's
Go
point,
ahead.
like it may have just
It
been a
definitely
riot,
was more
but
than a riot.
they stated that they wanted to overthrow the government, right? Like that doesn't make it true, but like their intent was like what Richard was saying, like they wanted to keep Trump in office, they wanted to overthrow what they thought was a false election, right? So like that was their motive, right? It was just a riot in a sense, but their motive was to do those things.
Okay, may I? Because I've talked about this at length
Okay, go
before.
ahead, Bob, go ahead.
From coming from the left perspective, where a lot of us are revolutionaries, but we're not, and a lot of us have ideas, but we're not necessarily aiming to overthrow the government with every protest we go to or every demonstration we hold. Now, to be fair, we did that by accident once. It wasn't in 2013. It wasn't the intent, but the government did end up stepping down. But that's the thing. You could say something. You could say the election was rigged. Trump should stay in power, and you could go protest about it, and it could evolve into a riot. Again, I've been to hundreds of these, and most of them turn into devolved in riots. Cops show up, shit gets out of hand, whether it's agents provocateurs or not, because there are often agents provocateurs. Shit hits the fan, it gets out of hand. Rocks start flying, shit happens, but it doesn't mean that they were actually there with the intent of actually overthrowing the government. That's a protest that devolved into a riot. It's not, and calling it an insurrection is fucking lunacy. An insurrection is the events that made your country form. Your founding fathers were insurrectionists. That's an insurrection. Showing up at the I don't know. I'm not American. Help me out. What's the building called?
The Capitol
Capitol Hill.
Showing up at Capitol Hill, and okay, whether the guards let them in or not is immaterial. Showing on there, shit getting out of hand, running in, jumping up like baboons in a shaman outfit. Like it's not an insurrection. It's a protest turned into a
They
riot.
were buffoonish as hell.
Yeah, buffoonery
hang
isn't the threshold of what defines an insurrection versus a riot.
Well, I'm saying that they were clear. There was clearly a great deal of buffoonery. There was also
Agreed.
a legal. We agree. There was also a legal theory that would have allowed Trump to remain in office that this was coordinated with.
No,
so
that
I
actually
mean,
shut
it's
down
a,
the.
But I
it's a
mean,
dumb.
dude, we
like,
when they
protest
breached
election
it, they
results
were
too.
like if
said
I
The
went,
hope is that
You're
the
wrong.
government steps
They
in and
completely
does something,
backfired.
not
That was
that
the goal.
like how
yeah, they had
is
a plan
showing up
for the
at Capitol
government to
Hill
step in and do something.
going to actually topple the government.
No, look, I'm not claiming that this was Juan Perón doing a military coup and putting people up against the wall or something. I don't even know if Juan Perón did that exactly, but you get my drift. It is a typical buffoonishly conservative insurrection. But like when you want to maintain someone in power who has certifiably lost an election, I am sorry. Like that is a revolution. It's like saying if I went to the bank and I wore a clown outfit and I tried to rob it, and then I was arrested. I was like, oh, look at me. I'm just a clown. Like,
So
what is this, a bank robbery? I mean, look,
I have to disagree with you there, Dan.
When BLM and Antifa tried to
it
take
might
over the
work in
fucking
the
White
defense.
House, when they tried to take over the White House, and you had Secret Service being hit left and right, was that a revolution? Because I remember people charging the White House and Trump in a bunker. Was that a revolution? Yes or no?
It actually, that is closer to a riot because it was never vandalism itself.
They wanted
is
to kill
not,
the president.
Vandalism. Well, yeah, I'm sure lots of people want to kill the president.
Don't pull a
Vandalism
muscle
itself.
doing those mental gymnastics.
This is the weird
There was far
thing.
less of a
This
concerted
argument that I
effort
hear
during the BLM riots.
Let me finish a sentence. Yeah, exactly. You claim that something else is a insurrection, like resurrection. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene in her comments on Rashida Tlaib said that this anti-war Jewish group was an insurrection when they're clearly sitting in a public space, maybe breaking some laws, sure, but there's no like political motivation. The January 6th had a legal theory backing it. It was supported by the president of the United States who wanted to remain in office, and it was supported by conservative media. There was a political intent or tenor to the whole thing.
So they were going to beat up Congress.
Richard, there's
votes
always
to
a political intent.
How
That's
were they
not
going to
what
get
makes
the votes? They were going to beat up the congressmen and senators.
I don't know
and
what
say,
kind of
vote
Marxist
yay?
you are, but you sound like a crypto conservative, to be frank. And I like I can figure you guys out, and I can call you out. Kaiser also claimed to be a communist. To his credit,
Richard,
he's not.
No, Richard, I've never made the claim. I've called stuff.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay.
Let's say,
come on, Kaiser. You've called yourself a Marxist. You've explained in depth what dialectical materialism is.
I think GDR. I think it was, but the thing is,
GDR communist, yeah.
But the thing is, okay, I also realize that I'm living in a postmodernist society where those terms mean nothing. Because honestly, I mean, anyway, I don't want to go there. Do I think that capitalism in the form we have now is the end solution? No, it's not. And we see that. Everyone sees that. It's not going anywhere. But anyway, and I do think, but no, it doesn't matter. The thing is, Richard, to offer a compromise here, I know where you are coming from. Just because it was pathetic doesn't excuse it as not a coup. I mean, even if a coup d'etat is pathetic, often they are pathetic, still doesn't excuse them. There's still coup d'etats. This is why the Hitler Putsch is still called the Hitler Putsch, even though it was totally pathetic. I mean, but here's the thing. Was there a clear political, no matter how insane, a clear political intent, like a political plan? And that's intention is not a plan, Richard. Intention is not a plan. Like the Hitler guys in 23, they had a clear plan what they want to do. It was retarded, totally lunatic, but it was a clear plan.
Well, there was a clear
Intention,
plan. Yes, I've actually stated that already. And I would actually say that the Hitler putsch in the 23 beer hall putsch, that was more buffoonish than January 6th. And no
What
one
about the
doubts that
chance
that
of
was an
hanging Mike
attempt.
Pence? I mean, that was pretty clear.
but I would say
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It was pathetic, but there was a clear political plan. So they wanted to basically what's it called? Arrest this person. Then they want to go there and over
Yeah,
there.
but was there a plan to kill Mike Pence before the cheers? Like you have to have like
That's the point here.
No, but that's a
Boxing,
mob.
where I'm
There's a
coming
mob.
from. Where I'm coming from is intention is not a plan. Intention always like, okay, we're gonna do something. That's not a plan. And I think a coup d'etat needs a plan, no matter
Kaiser,
how retarded
I've
the
just
plan is.
addressed this. I've addressed this. There was a legal theory that was produced by John Eastman and company to maintain Trump in office, and they
So
would
it's
use
not
Grassley.
illegal.
What?
Keyword being legal, you fuckface.
Okay,
Jonathan.
stop it.
All
No
right, all right,
insults.
all right.
Jonathan, come on, man.
Jesus,
Dude,
man.
come
I
on,
mean,
Jonathan.
come on.
Come on, John. Please.
If Richard's saying there's a legal
Jonathan,
plan
why are you
backed
so
by a
emotional?
legal action, which is a coup. It's not complicated. That's what Richard's saying. I mean, this you got to listen to his words. Like it's not.
Wait,
It's
well, but it's not just that. Like, and I don't fully agree with Richard's take on January 6th, but there's been text messages and other evidence has come out that some of the Oath Keepers plan to like stay the night. They weren't planning on leaving. Like, some of the people there did have some kind of plan. I don't. It seems like there's multiple groups here. Most of the people were just kind of buffoonish, and it seems like either were kind of tricked into doing this or just kind of went with the flow of it. But there were people there who, according to the evidence that's been presented, did have plans that maybe didn't necessarily include this legal theory either.
And that's the point. We're
They
separating.
had that
We're separating the mob from the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, where the FBI had been embedded and should have known about that, and they did, right? Because some of the witnesses in the trial were these FBI informants and assets. So I mean,
I think it's really questionable that the Proud
they would have had a better chance of winning more people along if they actually let justice play out. Like to say, like we're giving false equivalency. We're just asking for an equal standard. And they said this is the worst thing since what, 9/11, since Pearl Harbor, since the Civil War.
Oh yeah,
And
I'm not saying
to
all
make
of
a new
that.
police apparatus to spy on Americans.
Okay, you're filibuster. Okay, look, I agree with you that there is a kind of overreaction to J6 to some degree. I'll actually grant you that. But that kind of, in a way, supports my argument because, like, the notion that it was a Fed surrection is like why would clearly J6 was destabilizing. I mean, I don't think that the liberals wanted something like this that was just so embarrassing to the country and really did question their power. And to be honest, might have worked. I mean, this is another where I just don't understand where you're coming from. Like, yeah, like 99 out of 10 times, 99 out of 100, excuse me, that thing is going to fail. But like 1 out of 100 times, like a shit show like that actually works. And
But you keep on
they
referencing
dismiss
Eastman's
electors.
strategy. You know what his strategy was? It was for them to decertify, send it back to the states to do recertification. And so they could only do that if they voted on it. As soon as the riot and mob broke out, it was done. Anything talking about election integrity, security issues, which to me are still an issue. Richard, you're old like me, right? This is the first election where I saw 6 battleground states shut down, not for a recount. They all shut down and massive vote counts started dropping in. So this was stuff where it was off limits, but the midterms were such a fuck up that now it's back on the table because of what happened in Harris County and Maricopa County. Yeah, but
the issue is
So
whether
it
it's an
worked in their favor
insurrection or not.
100%. The one legal method that they would have had to succeed would never be granted because a mob riot broke out and they painted them as terrorists. And they
Okay,
won.
so you're
They got to
saying
paint
it
their
was
opponents
a
as
legal
MAGA
look.
terrorists. Yeah. Which the FBI admitted now they're
So
investigating.
you're admitting there was a legal plan to maintain
Yes,
Trump in
there's nothing
office,
wrong
and
with
it
that,
would have
John
gone to
Richard.
the
Podesta,
Congress.
John
There
Podesta
is
war game
something
that.
wrong with it. You
John
can't
No,
Podesta
there
legally
isn't.
war
justify
game that.
anything you want to
John
do.
Podesta war game that on behalf of the Biden campaign. Go look up the New York Times article. It's very simple. Like if you're going to talk about these issues, know them inside and out.
Prodigal,
Philosophy.
listen. You
And
need to
look
calm
at
down,
the
man.
75 NGOs that sprung up with the J6 insurrection as their mission statement that have been added to the roster in Democracy Alliance, dude. These
What is your
NGOs,
point?
private pub. The point is they used it like the fucking Patriot Act after September 11th to create an apparatus of basically attacking conservatives and preventing them and America First candidates from being electable or even allowed to hold office. And if you can't see it, you're either too
Election
dumb to
denier.
realize it
Election
or
denier.
you're intentionally pretending you don't see it.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean that I'm
It's
a
not a matter
malicious
of agreeing.
actor.
I'm
It's
discussing
objective
things
fact.
that
I mean,
are
I don't know
common
what to
knowledge.
say.
The things that I'm
fact.
telling you are common knowledge now. It's not whether you agree or not. It's whether you acknowledge.
Most of
or
the
not.
public agrees with me, so I don't know what to say.
No,
You're going
they
to make
don't.
these
No,
types of arguments.
Jonathan. Most, if you look at the polls and the surveys, most American people disavow the behavior on January 6th and said they
So
would
do
not.
I don't
Wouldn't
avow it,
approve of it.
Zag.
And,
You're not understanding what I'm saying, dude. Like I'm not avowing. I'm not saying yes.
and that
J6 was great.
it was an attempted toppling of the election. That's what
It wasn't
like,
an
all these
attempted
mainstream
toppling
media
of the
polls are
election.
making
It was a successful toppling of everything Prodigal just said, which was the removal of the single legal avenue that John Eastman helped Donald Trump and his legal
Are you talking
team
about
develop.
mail-in voting?
No.
To decertify elections that are constitutionally given to the states?
Were you not listening to what Prodigal just said?
They're surely not angry because of that. People were angry because they felt the vote count stopped.
Why? They immediately passed a law to ban that avenue afterwards. It seems that they thought it was a real risk.
Yeah, but people aren't that nuanced and that intelligent, Prodigal.
Well, John Podesta was war gamed it on behalf of the Biden campaign.
Right, that's true. But I'm thinking the reason that this all happened was because of the nonsense in the
I'm not talking about
state.
the common man. We're talking about the fucking apparatus, the neoliberals who welcomed it, and the neocons, Romney and fucking McConnell, who immediately jumped on that bandwagon to attack fucking American nationalism and populism. That's clear as day, right?
Yeah, and there's like Zag, like the people in this room are not the common man. Like these are reasonable. Everybody in this room is a reasonably above average intelligence person or better. Like there's no excuse. It's not about like agreeing or disagreeing at this point. It's about acknowledging like what is fucking readily accessible information.
Yeah, but
So
I think the problem.
how do you punish people?
I think
How do you punish people who do this?
The problem here is the whole thing. J6 is so bizarre. It is bizarre. Like you have, it's like a carnival. It's a revolution.
Why? You saw it play out before. It's the same rerun from Ukraine. It's the same rerun.
No. Maidan was different.
Same shit happened.
No. You cannot. No. Portugal. Maidan was violent, brutal. There was purpose. There was drive.
Maidan also lasted
J6 is like
3 months.
I mean, honestly, guys, I watched like hours up and hours of
Brazil. We'll take away
footage
Ukraine. Just
of J6. That looked like a carnival, like a football game, like a Volksfest, and some people were a little bit more. It's really bizarre, and I think that's the problem here. I know where Richard is coming from, but I think the problem is because it was so bizarre that people have a really hard time to wrap their head around it. You know, just being diplomatic here. Okay, I try to be diplomatic.
Yeah, but the damage control was also bizarre, and that's the other thing too. Like you saw damage control. Like this is the thing I always said. Like if Biden was smart, he wouldn't have he would have pardoned the J6ers, and then he would easily be reelected president. It's
I
so
totally
simple,
agree with that.
Of course,
but he
but
just
Biden was convinced that the J6ers are a fundamental threat. I think because the way they speak
I don't
about
know.
that
I mean, come
address
on,
in
Jack.
Philadelphia
They did the
was
J6.
horrible with the red
They
lights
did this
and the
J6 show trials. They wouldn't even agree on a rule set with the party that they were indicting their leader. They put Liz Cheney and Kissinger, and I'll put the Washington Post article up there. They specifically did not focus on any law enforcement negligence that may have contributed to escalating what this was. And on top of it, they kept it out of the report. They just wanted to focus on Trump. Right, and this is you have both of them. What are they on CNN and MSNBC? Like, if it was as serious as the left and the middle and other people who think it was as serious as it was wanted to make it out, you should have treated it with the respect that something of that nature deserves.
They just overplayed their
Why do
hand.
you
They
think all the
overplayed their hand.
depositions are suddenly gone now?
Yeah.
Like
All right.
Yeah, they lost all the
the
evidence, right?
co-chair
For
of the
J6.
J6 committee at the same time, while he's the chair of the Election Security Task Force for the EAC. Like, it's the fucking fox that's guarding the hen house, dude. Where are the depositions now? They realize that people are getting wise to their bullshit, and it's probably better to just go ahead and openly be guilty of destroying the depositions than to be caught colluding to commit treason, which is what they've done.
I'm
All
going
right,
to just interject
let's go to
quick.
David,
And
then we'll go to patriarchy.
Yeah, David, go ahead. Then Hannah, and go ahead, David.
So I'm listening to what you guys have been saying, and I'm kind of curious because, I mean, like I think how Richard was saying too. I mean, excuse me. I mean, they were there basically to protest, the election. It was certified. It was legit. There was no evidence of any election fraud. And then, yes, there are some parts of the building that were peaceful. I'm not denying that. And then you see the side that was violence. So, and listening to you guys were mentioning about some of the Proud Boys were planned. So, are you saying that maybe like the Proud Boys should be the ones that were, caused the insurrection, and the rest were not? I mean, I'm just trying to understand like what you guys are trying to say here. Because to me, from what I saw, Trump was like saying fight, fight, fight. They're going to the Capitol, storming in because we've seen all that footage too.
It was started 30 minutes before Trump even speech ended. So like that's not what he said. He said go peacefully and make your voices heard. Like it's not what he said. They even on Twitter he posted on it before they banned them off of everything.
So where did the violence come from? Like how did that erupt?
There were
that's
bad
the
actors
interesting
there.
question. Yeah.
Also, fight also is can be figurative. Like fight the election results, or as I think it was put, fight the stealing of the election. I'm physically doing air quotes because I want to make clear I think the whole thing was ridiculous, but I also don't think it was an insurrection. And part of the insurrection narrative, I think, is, and I've spoken about this before, is on the left we like to take things, cast them as something to the extreme, then lump everything adjacent to it with that as something to safely dismiss and ignore. And Richard, you should be familiar with this. We did this to you.
Yeah, can I offer a compromise here? Can we say, Richard, and von Clausewitz and Jonathan, that a compromise here, the overall thing was a protest which escalated a riot, and within that large protest of 50,000 people, there was a small group of people who are retarded and who said, okay, we can pull off a coup d'etat here. No matter how ridiculous it is, and no matter how without any chances it was. That basically
that small group of people included Donald Trump, John Eastman, and many other people
Hey,
who were
Richard,
in
did you
power.
help
You
organize
can't say
Charlottesville,
that.
buddy?
You can't say that.
This is not a
And to be honest with you, here's from the Washington Post. If this was so well organized, tell me why that committee would not release information related to law enforcement and intelligence failure to assess and prepare for the threat, financing for January 6th. So they don't even want to know the groups they alleging or try to overthrow the U.S. They're not going to disclose their financing. Why wouldn't they? Or the role of the militias in the event, who you are arguing played an instrumental role. So why the fuck would the committee publicly task? This isn't Breitbart, right? This is the Washington Post. Say this, right? It's just it's not being honest when you
You,
look
I
at
mean,
this.
you seem to be
They
suggesting
doubled
that the
down.
entire thing was synthetic by these statements.
That's not what I said.
Like,
That's not. I've never said
well,
that
what
once.
are
I
you
think it was a
suggesting
riot.
then?
I think there was lapses. I think there was a mob and a riot. But I think for the organized
Well, then
groups,
why
that
is the Washington Post hiding the funding?
it's
If I
not the
take
Washington
that,
Post. It's the January 6th committee tasked with
why are they
investigating.
hiding the funding? Why?
You're the genius. Why you think?
Why are the fucking
Because
Don't
depositions
put me
some
on
of
a
missing?
the maybe
pedestal.
some
You
federal
tell me.
money
You're
went
the
to.
one making the argument. Was it synthetic or not?
I just don't think it does either
See,
side
you want
any
to have it
favors
both
to the
ways,
Yeah,
strategy
man.
event
you
that
don't
day
understand.
in
I
such
answered this
black and white
question before,
terms
Richard.
when
If
what
they're
took
at
place
the
was
top
clearly
tiers
in
of
such a gray
leadership,
area.
they know it's going to occur. Then at that point, they have no fucking excuse not to bulk up on security or take up the National Guard. They could have closed this down before January 6th if they knew this was an ongoing fucking plot. Like, this is like simple, common pedestrian logic. I know you hate the layman and
I
you
thought
like
I was a
complicated
genius,
shit.
but maybe that had something to do with the fact that it was the
And
Trump
maybe they don't want to
administration.
disclose
I don't know.
financing because
Hey,
federal
Richard, did
money
you
went
help
to the
organize
very
Charlottesville?
groups
Yes or
they
no?
claim try to overthrow the U.S. Maybe that would be a fucking problem if the FBI was paying informants and assets, and some of them are implicated in what fucking occurred. But I don't know. Do I have to spell out everything for you or no?
Did you help
Prodigal,
organize Charlottesville or no? Yes or no?
I didn't help organize Charlottesville. No, I mean, I attended Charlottesville.
What was your role in
But what is your
Charlottesville?
point?
Oh,
Because I mean,
all
you're
right, all
you're
right.
very experienced in psychological operations against conservatives
Okay,
already.
okay.
So, do
God,
we need to look
Jonathan,
further into
you
it, Richard?
just give me a break, man. It's
Let,
ridiculous.
Should I
let's
block you,
avoid
or do we need to talk about
Please
it further
block me.
offline?
Yes,
let's
since
avoid these personal
oh
attacks
my
about
God,
past
John.
history.
Oh,
Like
this is really
this is a
feeding us
space
people.
about
Come on.
something very different.
I love your opinions on J6. You know, from by far the most experienced psyop operative in the
Yeah,
This
room
is
right
very
now.
Isn't it
So
frivolous.
okay?
Come
I
on.
appreciate your
Everything's a psyop for
expertise.
you guys. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
isn't it possible they hold on? They overplayed their hand, for example, like lapsing,
yeah.
right? So instead, hold on. So instead, they whatever the officer's name, I forgot the black guy, whatever, who shot Ashley. So they doubled down and they called him a hero, right? So they kind of like again, I think there's a lot of it of overplaying a hand, misgauging kind of people's awareness of allowing things to happen, and maybe people did step on a rake, but there is a validity. What Prodigal says is that if there was leadership that were directionally associated with it, you can. It's not. It's a lot messier than I think that Richard kind of you're making it out to be, because the government has a responsibility to stop it if it's a legitimate insurrection
Nah,
in that
he's
regard.
right. I agree. Listen, everybody on January 6th was a terrorist, just like everybody at the Charlottesville. There was no good people. They were all pieces of shit. I agree, Richard. We're the same standard. Let's apply it.
I think you're joking, so I won't respond to that.
Imagine
but no,
being
I
involved with
obviously never said that.
Charlottesville.
Yeah, well, who cares? I mean, like,
To calm the mood here, to calm the waters, I give a little bit of my famous historical anecdotes. The whole J6 thing reminds me a little bit, actually, on the Reichstag burning. Because at the end of the day, it can be whatever you want it to be. Was the Reichstag burning? Was it a lunatic Dutch guy, who just was arsoning? Was it arson, or was it a political terrorist attack? On the new state powers. It can be with justification, whatever you want it to be. In
It
a
was kind
certain
of
way.
both, because actually,
Yeah.
from what I've read, and I'm not an expert in this, it actually was a communist attack. But needless to say, it was used as a justification. So it kind of was both.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. It was a lone wolf actor from the Netherlands, and yeah, you can say with justification, as I said, you can play it down as one lunatic dude from the Netherlands is putting fire on the Reichstag, or you can say with justification that was actually a political terroristic attack on the new state powers, because that dude didn't like the new state powers, and yeah. And this is the ambivalence. I think this is why there's still this discussion with J6 and all. It was so bizarre. And I get where you're coming from, Richard. I totally get you. But then it's really hard to consolidate, let's say, the overall protest, because you have seen, let's say, random boomers, really boomers, basically like barbecuing around the scene, and it's really bizarre. Can we at least agree on that one? It was super bizarre.
But it's also frustrating.
Yeah, it was
because
super bizarre. Yes.
when I was watching it, I'm like, when I was watching it in live time, I'm like, listen, like somebody fucked up here, and they're like immediately, I'm like, they're going to use this into their advantage, and I think most people believe that, at least people that are are more Republican. I think that they're like, this is going to be immediately, this is going to be used against Trump, the Republicans, like so it's like you step on a rake, but again, I think there's a lot of factors that went into there, but I don't know.
I just think there's some strange tension here. A lot of you guys.
All right, Hannah, why don't you go ahead?
All right.
Oh, I honestly have forgotten now what I was going to say. Oh, I do remember now. Okay. So that Stewart Rhodes guy, maybe someone else can dig it up because I have looked for it. But like way back in like, I don't know, 2016 or something, I read this article on BuzzFeed about how that dude was like probably a Fed, but no one seems to like know anything about that or think that now. I think that's so weird, and I can't find the article now. But they had all of those guns, like, or supposedly, I guess, like stockpiled in some like hotel room and stuff. I mean, like, there definitely were some like questionable actors. That's all I was gonna say. I think that they kind of spurred this on and like took advantage of it, and the what's being done in the court system. uh Richard, there have been cases of people like being denied video footage of what they were doing, and I think they're like appealing now because of it. That was like referenced a long time ago whenever I first came in the room.
Yeah, I might support them in this case.
You probably would. Do
Yeah.
you think that that people overreacted to Charlottesville?
Oh yeah.
Or
I mean,
yeah.
obviously there was a tremendous overreaction, but beyond that, to be honest, immediately after Charlottesville, I also thought it was a setup in the sense that the Charlottesville rally never took place. I mean, this is one of the forgotten things. Like there was a state of emergency called at noon before anyone spoke or anything like that, and everyone was pushed off the field that was formerly Lee Park. I think it was called Emancipation Park. They were pushed off the field into Market Street, and then chaos ensued. And to be honest, I said some of these things in anger and so on of like, oh, it's a setup. They wanted violence. I actually don't believe that anymore. The Heathy report, which was very good, just simply demonstrated like wild incompetence on on the Charlottesville authorities and the state authorities. And they made a bad decision. They suppressed speech. I mean, this was Heathy's conclusion. It's like speech was not protected, but then public safety was also not protected. It was just a worst of all worlds. But there's also a degree to which, like, is there like hysterical liberal outrage where they see a this protest, you got white nationalists and other dudes out there, and they're talking about a statue for the Confederacy, and they like Trump or whatever. Are liberals going to overreact to that? I mean, and do things that are unjust and ridiculous? Of course, no doubt.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like Charlottesville is kind of like well under water under the bridge at this point. I mean,
oh no, for sure.
I don't know. It's almost like a footnote in comparison to J6, which I mean, QAnon was like 1,000 times larger than the alt-right. J6 was 1,000 or 100,000 times larger than the alt-right and was more impactful. So I think all the hysteria over Charlottesville is kind of faded in many ways.
Oh no,
I mean,
definitely.
if that one idiot hadn't gotten behind the wheel of his car, how much would we even still be discussing Charlottesville today?
Yeah, but the haters.
Yeah,
always bring it
for
up.
sure.
Like, some of my liberal friends point to Charlottesville. Oh, you're in a space with Richard Spencer. How could you forget? Give me a fucking break. I mean, it's.
I know.
I will say though,
and that's like the whole thing. Like I think we all overblow this and everything. J6, Charlottesville. The reaction was so bad by the authorities, by law enforcement, by security. There were no contingency plans. Nothing was in place for any of these events, and you get what you get. I blame the state more so than I blame idiots because the state's supposed to take care of the idiots. not
It
like
really
kill them,
does
but they're supposed
seem
to
though.
manage them.
Can you bring up
And
Brandon? Because I think he was actually there, and he knows this inside and out better than probably
It
than
really
anyone.
does kind of seem though that like Prodigal was saying like they knew they had to have known that something was going to happen because we
Were
know that.
embedded at the top of both
Wait,
of the
hold
organizations, the ones you
on.
referenced. But it's the same thing with
And so they know, they have people like in these groups, and so they had to have known that this was going to happen. And then there's like these weird things that like, yeah, it could have just been incompetence, but it was like it's kind of weird that like all the riot gear was like locked in a bus and nobody could find the key and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, did they just like maybe not think it was going to get that out of hand and they were going to let it play out? I don't know. It's just there's some weird stuff like that. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of
I just think
incompetence with our
I'm
government in
going to
general.
speak
So
for
yeah.
just a second, or I'm going to leave because you guys haven't given me a chance.
Yes.
So
I'm
one thing
actually
that I
curious
think,
what Brandon has to
yeah, you
say.
guys
I
haven't
know,
yeah,
really
Brandon,
Brandon,
given.
thanks for joining
didn't
us.
you
Go
serve
ahead.
time or something for J6? Or?
Well, I was FBI raided and jailed, and then my case went on for about a year, and I was sentenced ultimately to house arrest and probation and fines and community service and all sorts of things.
Okay.
So it was a little of everything.
So they fucked with your life, in other words.
Oh, severely.
Yeah.
And still are. Yeah. I mean, I'm on probation until 2025 on a Class B misdemeanor with no prior record, and I never entered the Capitol on January 6th.
Look, I would just say this firmly. If I were Joe Biden, I would have shown grace. And I think that actually would have been a really power move in the sense of things got out of hand, things were done in anger. No, obviously, if someone criminally assaults someone, obviously that person should serve some time. But I think it actually would have been a power move to, accept these people, offer a little grace, move off things, but he didn't do that.
You have to show that you're I'm better than Trump. I'm uniting this country. I said that in the beginning, and it makes no sense why he didn't do that.
It would have been huge for national unity. You wouldn't be as polarized as you are today, and it's really sad that that's not how it played out.
I'm wondering actually the reason why he did it because, well, you guys are saying the crap that I've been going through from the far left. I'm wondering if it's because that he's receiving a lot of pressure from the far left to punish you guys severely, and because I'm hearing you guys' side of the story, and I gotta admit, I mean this is a conversation that our side never has, and it's always been one sided, all the time. It's like you guys are insurrectionists. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. So I'm like wondering, maybe it's because of the pressure that he gets from the far left. So I'm like
No, it's
wondering,
because
maybe.
you guys wanted to punish Trump. You wanted to punish Trump.
I
You
mean,
wanted to
true,
put anybody
yes,
who voted for Trump. He needed to be spanked, and that's what you
but
guys needed to do, and based on your guys' ideology.
but
And it is.
anytime someone said to Biden, hey, why don't you guys, release these guys for unity? Because I have seen comments like that, whether it's from like Republicans or independents or somebody, everybody will say, no, not a chance. They deserve to go to jail. And they don't want to hear you guys' side. So I'm just kind of like wondering,
Well,
maybe he
the
should.
playbook
Maybe he should.
the playbook on the far left is that typically national unity isn't something that's wanted. We want to marginalize everyone else. That's not strictly silence them, because that would make us bad, but marginalize them with stuff like this. So national unity is bad. You want polarization, you want class war. And when I say you, I mean we, but I'm speaking generally.
Just for the record, I don't buy that you are who you say you are, Von Clausewitz, to be frank.
Von
You seem to talk
Clownsovich.
and whatever.
Clown.
You seem Clownsovich, okay. You seem to act like a conservative parody of what a leftist is. And I just simply don't
That's
buy
interesting.
it. I have to be frank.
Well, I'm an Eastern socialist, being Syrian and Armenian. We're typically seen as more conservative than Western communists, and I'm not a progressive, so I don't do the whole identity politics bullshit. I don't care about intersectionalism. I care about the economics of it and the social factors of it. And to be fair, I'm more interested in the transitionary step than the end goal because I'm not going to live to see it.
Yeah, Richard, I've been in spaces with Vaughn since like February. He's quite consistent. I've never been suspicious. I'm usually very suspicious. I was suspicious of others, and I turned out to be right, dead right. But no, I've never had an inkling that Vaughn is a fraud or a LARPer or anything like that. Just that's what it's worth for me.
Fair enough. I'm interested in hearing what Brandon has to say, actually, because he has a lot of personal experience. I mean, do you want to react to anything that was said or say something that wasn't said?
I hate to say, I mean, I just got to the space a few minutes ago. You guys called me up right when I got here, so I missed the majority of what you've been talking about.
Okay, well, I am on this issue at least, I'm considered a liberal cuck, delusional person. And I do think that J6 was an insurrection, and it was buffoonish in many ways. It was violent in many ways. It was also peaceful in many ways. I grant all of that. But I do think it was a genuine attempt to maintain Trump's presidency and reject certified elections, which are certified by the states according to the Constitution. So, I mean, did you go to J6 with the intent, excuse me, of keeping Trump in office? Or maybe I shouldn't even prejudice you. Just what was your state of mind when you went there? What were you trying to accomplish?
No, not at all. And I went there knowing that the goal or the purpose of the day and the event was that people were coming because they wanted to basically petition their Congress people to have like a 10-day reprieve to throw the certification back to the state legislatures, to have a forensic audit of the vote, to ensure that the results that we were being forced to believe were the way that they were, being told the way that they were accurate. I mean, we just wanted to know exactly what was going on. And what was being discussed for weeks ahead of time was that a lot of Congress people were going to object to certification, not to say that the president is Trump, but to say the American people don't know, they're divided, they want answers. And so this needs to go back to the states. It needs to be looked at thoroughly, and let's give it 10 days. And after that 10 days, whatever the results are, what the results are, and we'll move forward with certification. And so, more specifically, I went there because I was asked to be a speaker. And there was another permitted event on Capitol grounds after President Trump spoke at the Ellipse. I mean, I was one of dozens and dozens of people who were supposed to be speaking. And when I was on my way to my speaking engagement, I started getting messages saying that people were going inside the building. And at that moment, when I heard that, I started shooting a video, and I shot one long continuous video for about 10 minutes where I walked up the east side sidewalk onto the grounds, up to the steps. When I got to the steps, there was a man at the top of the steps. He's shouting down, "They've opened the doors. They're letting us in. We're going inside. We're going inside." So I walked up to the top of the stairs. And when I got there, the doors on the east side of the Capitol were open. And there were several hundred people at the top of the stairs. And some of them were trying to push their way in. And the majority of them, like me, were standing outside shooting a video. And I shot my video for about 8 minutes. And then a man came outside of the Capitol, got on a bullhorn, and said, "They've cleared Congress. Everyone's left the building. Move out, move out." He was a protester, not like a police officer or anything. But when he said that, I immediately turned around and I left. And I actually told the people behind me to move out as well. And then I stopped shooting my video. And then I uploaded my video to Twitter, never thinking in a million years I had committed a crime. And 2.5 weeks later, the FBI raided my house, got me out of jail, or got me out of bed, took me to jail. And I learned I was facing multiple felonies for, quote, what I had done on January 6th.
Wow. Do you think that other people around you might have wanted? I mean, what was it like? Like in the sense that there were a few people who
wanted to go into Congress and, you know, prance around or something like that. There were some people who probably did want to do something violent. Like, what was the mix of people and opinions around you?
Well, look, I definitely think that there were some hardcore Trump zealots there. And I would even say, probably to the degree that, up until that point, I had attended dozens of Trump rallies between 2018 and 2020. And there's a typical base that you see there. And I think that some of the people we saw on January 6th were a little harder core than that base. And I think, a little, maybe a little more fringe. Now, that's not to say that I believe that they came there to do violence. I don't. I really don't believe that. I think that they were. I think there were people there that were not the most intelligent people in MAGA, and probably emotionally uh, less than what we would want in terms of stability. But I think what what I think pushed things over the edge for some of these people were there was this tease. I mean, there was this big tease leading up to that day. I think a lot of people thought they were going to come there and something was going to happen. I mean, there was kind of
Yeah.
this tease going out. Like, I don't mean something like an insurrection. I mean something like that the certification wasn't going to happen, or it's almost like there was this tease that there was going to be a big reveal, and then there was no reveal. And then the next thing that happened was, oh, Mike Pence is going to move forward with certification. And I don't know why people start breaking windows. I don't know why. I mean, we're seeing now the footage of police officers instigating, throwing flashbangs and stuff into a very peaceful crowd. And I know that definitely escalated things. I wasn't on that side of the building either. I mean, that was happening exclusively on the west side. I arrived on the east side, and when I got there, like I said, the doors were open. But I don't know why all of a sudden people thought, let's start breaking windows, let's get inside there. I don't know, but I don't in my heart believe that anybody thought they were going to go inside and tie people up and beat them and overthrow the government with pepper spray.
Brandon, you said there's a tease, right? And to be fair, the tease, if that's how you frame it, the tease did come from Trump, right? Because we all paid attention, and so you have to like, is that I assume that's what you're referring to, right? He was kind of giving a lot of these people hope about this and that, and so you could, I mean, this is kind of what the Democrat brand is, attributing some of the malice.
I mean, I don't think it was just him, but yes, I do think that some of his verbiage on Twitter and whatnot indicated that you should come to DC on January 6th if you can. It's going to be wild. Something's. I definitely thought we were going to learn something that we didn't know.
See, and like I said earlier, like I was here for quite a bit of the space, and I was telling them like this is a lot of new information for me, being that I was on the left, and hearing your side of the story, which I never heard. It sounds like it was just one big clusterfuck. When you think about it, everybody had different missions, ideas, and seems like there's a. I mean, from what it sounds like, there's bad faith actors in the group that took advantage of the situation, and all of you guys are getting punished for it.
I appreciate you saying that, David. And the only thing I'd push back on is it wasn't one big clusterfuck. It was like hundreds of different clusterfucks. And this is the biggest problem. If I had one message that I was allowed to give to people about January 6th, I mean, if I had to narrow it down to one thing and I couldn't say anything else, I would say the biggest problem with the narrative of January 6th is that everyone views it as black or white. That it was either it was you were there for an insurrection or you weren't there at all, and that's not the case. I mean, it was so different. For instance, I didn't even know that people were breaking windows. I didn't even know that people had fought with police officers. I literally had no knowledge of that. All I knew was I was walking up on the east side. People were texting me saying people are going inside the building. And I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. So I start shooting a video. And when I got there, they say the doors are open. I go up there, the doors are open. When the guy came out and said, leave, I left. That was my. But if you were to read the government's documents in my case, they don't treat it like the east side was one thing and the west side was another thing. And by the way, no one that was around me was rioting. No, I mean, you're a complete and total liar if you say that I was amongst rioters or in a mob of rioters, but that's what they say. They refer to me as a rioter. They say that I was in a mob of rioters. They say there was no rioting. If you want to say people were being disorderly, fine. I ended up pleading guilty to misdemeanor disorderly conduct. I didn't want to go to trial. I knew what was up. I saw the writing on the wall. So fine. If you want to call me disorderly, I'll own it. If you want to call the people around me disorderly, fine. But I was not present for a riot. I was not rioting. There were no rioters around me. So this is the problem. They're trying to make it one thing, one size fits all for everybody, and it is not.
What do you think of the let's say like programming that was going on before J6? I mean, QAnon is really obvious, and QAnon was extremely popular all over the place. Now, QAnon didn't, actually tell people to do what they did, but it offered this vision of everything's going to change and et cetera. And you even saw this with like Steve Bannon was talking about the storm as the days were leading up there. I mean, the last video message from Ashley Babbitt was the storm is here. So it's almost like she thought that she was the storm. And so what do you think about like I can even grant a lot of people that Trump and others didn't just directly tell someone like go do this right now, go riot or do a revolution right now. But there was all of this kind of weird programming, like psychological prepping that was going on before J6. Like what do you think about that? And I mean, I know this is maybe kind of an edgy question, but like do you think you too might have been kind of caught up in that psychology?
Well, no, I really don't. So I'll address both things separately. Yes, definitely. I think a lot of people got very caught up in the Q thing, and to be honest with you, I don't know the whole Q thing that well. Frankly, I was just too busy with everything I was doing for several years, running around the country doing stuff. I never really was able to dive in to what it was, so I kind of always heard secondhand from other people what Q was. I mean, I never even understood where people were getting drops from. I'm like, where are these drops? And they're like, the Chans. And I'm like, what's a Chan? But anyway, like, so, but I
Wait,
do
wait,
know.
wait. They knew it was from Chan?
What?
Because Q started as, if you look at the name, Q Anon, who calls themselves Anons? 4chan does. It started on 4chan. I was there for that. It was one Anon per line, per post, making a conspiracy speech, and then it took on a life of its own once and got out of 4chan and became a cult. And it's hilarious that, in a very sad and disturbing way, that a 4chan prank turned into an actual cult.
Right. Well, and that's kind of what I was going to say is that then I think around 2020, this I'm just speaking from my own experience. I feel like when we all got locked down and we were all stuck in our homes doing, flattening the curve and all that horse shit, like that's when it started to get really out of control. I feel like because we were all kind of
That is
stuck and we
true.
started like yeah, and we started like looking at Instagram more and we started going on social media more. And that's when I feel like, because I remember messaging my friends and being like, these fucking Q people are awful. Like they're so, everything was about people, Madonna was in her bathtub messaging with the flowers in her breasts, and Ellen had like messages woven into her sweaters and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? And but yeah, I think that by the time we got to January 6th, I definitely think there were a certain number of people that were radicalized by that. But now to answer your question about me, no, in no way, shape, or form was I influenced or radicalized by Q. But I will say, I think if anything, maybe encouraged me to the point where I felt more swept up in a moment than I normally would have in my everyday life. It would be 8 months of watching what Black Lives Matter did and what Antifa did, and that like nothing happened. There were no consequences. And to the contrary, the media kept telling us, oh, this is this like beautiful moment. It's a reckoning in our country. Finally, racial justice is being implemented and stuff. And it was like, what the hell? And then the election happened the way that it happened, and the same people that stood in front of burning buildings and told us that they were standing in front of a peaceful protest were also saying, trust us, that nobody stole the election. There was no fraud. This was the most secure election ever. Like, don't believe your eyes, don't believe your ears. The same shit that they did during Black Lives Matter. And I think that only further made me think, and I think a lot of other people think, look, the biggest liars in the world are telling us to believe them. No. And I think also there was this moment, I think there, again, I can't say for sure, but I feel like there was this moment of panic when people realized there was going to be no big reveal and that there was going to be no delay of the certification of the vote. Things were going to move forward. They were going to certify the election for Biden. And then I believe that some people had this moment where they were like, oh my God, all the people who just burned our country down for the last 8 months and all these radical people who are beating up Trump supporters and all this stuff, they're now going to be in control of the government. And I think people freaked out. Again, I didn't engage in any violence. I didn't break anything. I didn't do anything. But I think if anything got me to a point where I was like, oh shit, we're really in trouble and we need to do something, it would be 8 months of watching what the left got away with. And now all of a sudden it was like, now these people are in control of your life.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that, actually.
I mean, the main thing is,
Do you think going in 2024, like, I agree that in 2020 everyone went nuts collectively, and BLM and J6 and wild conspiracy theories online, etc. Do you think that 2024, like, what do you think that this could happen again? Or, I mean, not the same thing, of course, but something like that? Like, do you think we've actually gotten over this or learned from it or reflected upon it? Or do you think we're just headed towards yet more of that type of desperation? Because I agree with you. Like, there with a hyper polarized society, it's like the other side are demons, and both sides think the other side is a fascist, and so there's almost like no way of resolving it, at least ostensibly. But do you think the right has learned or changed, or do you think I kind of tend to agree. I kind of tend to think that we're going to just see this again, to be honest, in 2024.
No, I don't think anything like this could ever happen again for the right. I think the left could do it, and
Okay.
nothing will happen. And I think the left could replicate frame by frame everything that happened on January 6th, and absolutely nothing would happen to them and nothing would be said about it. I think the right I mean, people on the right are afraid to come out of their houses at this point. I mean, people don't like to go to rallies, they don't like to go to political events. They're afraid to go to school board meetings. Like, no, the right is the right's not
but
bringing their
Brandon,
zip
it's not
ties and
even
their
that.
pepper
It's not
spray
even that. Like,
to the Capitol.
literally, if let's just say Biden, gets elected, I think they'll over protect it and they'll put like a fucking tank there, even if nobody comes out. So like, they have to protect their asses on this time because, that's another factor. And I do obviously agree with you. People on the right are afraid, but even if they try to do something like that, it'll be squashed like just by force. I mean, you saw how they brought what? I don't know the number. I'm sure you have more new information on this, but how many troops did they bring in after for no reason, just to show force, to show that our country's strong after we fucked up, right?
I mean, the thing I would say, bringing it back to the QAnon thing, is that, to me, a lot of other people said similar things that, this is similar to like, communist propaganda from the Cold War. Like, Soviet Union, this reminded me of Operation Trust. Mao had a similar program where, it lulls people into complacency. Don't worry, the white hats are here, the patriots are here, sit on your ass, don't do anything, 2 more weeks. And if this was a threat, which it seems it was, right? If they bring this up at a presidential debate, I forget her name, Guthrie, when she looked like a crazy demon. What do you think about QAnon? Like, if this NBC News is asking this at a debate stage, then it's embarrassing if our intelligence community doesn't know who's doing it. Which means that either this was a foreign operative. I mean, you could say it was whatever, but it was weaponized because people did believe the stupid bullshit about January 6th. So, I mean, I'm going to disagree with you, Von Clown, because if it was, then maybe it'd been useful idiots, but at a minimum, for them not to know, or for another foreign actor to be able to do that, is insane. And to be honest with you, it's starting to come back. I've seen some spaces where I'm like, are these people serious? Like, it's just there's nothing about violence, but it's just the whole thing is to lull you into complacency to believe that somebody's going to save your ass when nobody's going to save you. Your opposition is organized, they're motivated, and they're way more willing to use violence. So, I just I look at it and I think that you still see people clutching onto it as if they're going to be redeemed, and it's like you have to let it go. It's interesting.
Well, could I just say real quick too? I think it was Boxing MD who just said if they tried to do it again, they could or would shut it down. I disagree with that. I think they would absolutely encourage it to play out again and for it to be as terrible as possible, because it would finish the right once and for all. I mean, if it happened, I think they would encourage it, because I don't think the right could ever recover from it if they did
Yeah,
it
but
again.
Brandon, so let's just say
For sure.
let's
For
just say
sure.
Biden gets elected, and then you don't think
The
that
suburban voter, forget it.
yeah, you don't think that there'd be a series of information and news about how unsettling from the right, unsettling from the right. So up until that point, you think then the Democrats could sit there and not protect it? Like, this is kind of like where I like disagree with you, because they have to do it one way or the other. They can't be, there's a threat.
Yeah, Boxing. What language are they using? The FBI has come out that they are consider MAGA to be basically domestic terrorists. It's come out now they're using FISA to get political donors to campaign. You have fucking Hillary Clinton on CNN with Christine Yamanpour laughing about how they're going to put us in re-education camps. You have Biden going
Yeah,
on
but
TV.
dear prodigal,
But
before
my
you
point
get,
is, it's clearly being weaponized, and it has been
but
weaponized. I
Prodi,
agree. I'm finishing on this sentence. Relax. I agree with Brandon. This happens again, they will round all of us up, because that's the brush they've been painting, and anybody who doesn't see that is fucking crazy. Like they'll come for you eventually. They'll get me.
You don't think it shows
Just send me
weakness
stuff in the
though? I
comments.
don't.
They're not getting me.
they're not getting me as well.
Well, they're not getting me alive. No way.
I'm safe. No, no, what the thing is, prodigal. Yeah, I mean,
You
yeah,
live in Bavaria.
but
The long arm of the law.
yeah, the thing is, look, prodigal. Outside perspective here. I will give you outside perspective. The outside perspective always was the Democrats are like, if you have a Democratic president, he will is like, yeah, country above party when it comes push comes to shove. The Republicans always were like, a little bit petty, vindictive, and every day it's party policies above country policies. Just saying perspective here, not saying it's the reality. But what happened is Donald Trump happened. Donald Trump was very petty, very vindictive. He said, lock her up, lock her up. And the Democrats, it seems, they took that personally, and now they want their revenge. And now the
Yeah, because they
Democrats are.
committed crime. You're ignoring
Yeah,
so much
yeah. Wait
about
a
what
second, prodigal. Let me just finish a
you're just
sentence here.
pissed. He threw starburst at Merkel. That's
Yeah,
what you're
yeah,
pissed.
I mean,
actually,
what happens basically, the
yeah,
Democrats
no,
are now morphing into something. They're very petty, vindictive.
no,
They're going after you guys now. It seems like, I don't know. That's like the impression you get.
Kaiser, I love your opinions usually, but this one was fucking
yeah, no.
outrageous.
This is
All right, go
heading.
ahead, Trash. Go ahead, Trash.
Yeah, like all right. So like,
I was just saying the perception from the outside, guys.
Yeah,
Outside
don't say it
perception.
again. It was retarded.
Oh well, Jonathan. Listen, I mean, I don't even know where to start with that. Trash. Go ahead.
what you can't dump the fucking conversation on me because I have no idea where we're at now.
Oh,
Like
I thought you wanted to comment on what Kaiser
I
said.
was going to, but like you also then, I mean, it just
No,
shifted.
Jonathan said. Jonathan's been using some interesting language tonight. I know you're not going to say that.
You've
Go
been
ahead.
saying
Speak your
some
mind.
retarded stuff too, Zag. Watch it.
Okay, sure. Right. Trash. Go ahead. Speak your mind.
No, again, you can't dump the conversation onto me when I have no idea what the fuck we're talking about. But like, all right, so like, holy shit, dude. All right, so like, I'll try to recover this. So, but what I do know is that we have a weaponized DOJ. We have a serious problem in this country of the average, I don't know, like average salary earner within our DOJ and the FBI, just like trying to do their job and whatever else. I had to have a conversation with the FBI about a meme, and so this we're moving into an era where in 2024 where you have a lot of the country bifurcated, right? They were gaslit into believing something in 2020
I don't know, 2020, they were gaslit into believing that the world was coming to an end and that like Donald Trump was this pariah figure and he's going to tear down all the institutions and all these things, and you had to vote against this person if your life depended upon it. And
did he cut out, or is that just me?
I can't hear him.
He seemed to be
Trash,
just
are you muted?
spouting Republican platitudes, to be honest. I'm
He's
curious if
probably
Brandon could.
Wait a minute, Trash, are you there?
wait, Republican platitudes?
Yes.
Please elaborate.
The weaponized DOJ is coming after. I mean, I've heard all this stuff.
Because it's fucking true, idiot.
Jonathan.
Charlottesville.
Uh-huh.
They have nice restaurants there.
That was overdue, Zagnall.
So let me be clear about something, Richard. It's Republican platitudes that there's a weaponization of a Department of Justice. Am I hearing you clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you say that it is a Republican platitude that you have a Department of Justice, most certainly the Washington field office, that are going after, I don't know, Catholics, or they're going after parents at school board meetings, or anybody who is protesting at a school board meeting as a domestic terrorist? That is a Republican platitude?
Don't forget pro-life, too. They've been going after them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the FBI is going to FBI. But I mean, this victimization that they want to stifle conservative voices or something, I think is just extremely overdone.
Well, I think that stifling of conservative voices, I think, is a reductionist take on it. What I do know is out of the Richmond field office, out of the FBI, they put together this product that Christopher Wray would call it, or a report, that these Catholic priests and anyone that wanted to gather to exercise their First Amendment rights were then put on a list and then were investigated. And you're saying that that's a Republican platitude?
The FBI is going to FBI. None of this is new. I mean, do you want to get rid of an investigative body like that altogether? I mean, this is the kind of thing they do.
If it's been weaponized,
Well, so like I can tell you specifically from people within the FBI that they were once actually put onto, I don't know, child trafficking, various different rape allegation type rings, and they were called back to Washington and they were refocused on American citizens, and their focus was there was Catholics, whether or not these people who disagreed with abortion, oh my God, or actually protested school boards. And all these people, their resources were reallocated within the FBI in the Washington field office to actually look inward on the average American citizen who were expressing these values, saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't kill kids. Maybe we shouldn't be transing kids in school. And if you're saying that's a Republican talking point, I have
Well, I thought, okay, so I said that I don't think they're trying to just stifle conservative voices. Like, and you said it's not about that, and then you seem to say that they're trying to stifle conservative voices. Like, what are you saying? I mean, whether the FBI is like politically motivated to some degree, whether they're doing the right thing, etc. Those are all kind of technical questions, and I might very well agree with you that they should be focused on this rather than that. But all I'm saying is that the FBI is going to FBI. Like, this is what they do. And yes, there have been pro-life actions, terrorist actions in the past. It's been obviously Antifa is, I think it's actually now under control. They seem to have disappeared to a large degree, but yeah, they were totally out of control. I mean, I understand why the FBI would want to look into the alt-right, to be honest. I mean, it's just a kind of like, this is a given of living in a modern state. and the notion that like it's some like unique conspiracy against conservatives, I think it's just extremely overdone.
No, I agree.
And to
I
be
mean,
honest,
yeah, it's good
like
when the
if you're a
Biden admin.
Palestinian, if you have a Palestinian flag on your Twitter account and you've said from the river to the sea, I really bet they're going to start investigating you because again, everything's kind of about like the current social mood, etc. I mean, that's just kind of human nature, but it's like this is what it's like living in the modern world.
I mean, we could make that argument if, like, just for an example, let's say the changes the Biden admin made to Title IX. You're familiar with them as it comes to like transgenders, and you do agree that some Americans are devoutly religious or don't subscribe to this ideology. So when you ram this down using tax-paying monies and weaponize it against both their freedom of speech and freedom of religion, and then you tell the FBI to go after these parents when they voice their concerns in the meeting, and not only is the DOJ and the FBI funded by these same NGOs of people, but they also used to fund the Loudoun County prosecutor, Buddha Baberai, who also engaged in these type of tactics to force down ideology. So to say that this isn't occurring, it's actually occurring in real time and still ongoing. But I mean, whatever you say.
Richard, you said the FBI is going to FBI. I mean, do you not think that they're choosing to FBI very selectively?
Well, yeah, I granted you that all of these organizations are politically motivated to some degree, and that they're going to go with the flow of like the mood. It's like let's investigate the alt right. Oh no, let's investigate Catholics. Let's investigate Palestinian protesters. Let's investigate Antifa. I mean, they're gonna flow because they're human beings, and they whether that's right or wrong, we could have arguments. I might very well agree with you, but I'm just saying like there's not some deep state conspiracy that's trying to stifle
Well, you could
conservatives.
couple this with the vaccine mandates, where people, who are libertarian or lean to the right, they didn't want to, agree to a shot every 6 months, being forced out of the agencies and these bureaucracies. So you're left with ideologues. You're educated. I'm sure you've heard of O'Sullivan's.
Prodigal, can you just
O'Sullivan's.
lay off the sarcasm, okay? I mean,
So these organizations are already embedded, right? They know what the resumes are. They know if they see Federal Society, LGBTQ. Like, you act like this hasn't been ongoing for years, if not decades. And COVID served as a nice tool to flush out people who actually believe in right to worship, right to gather, regardless of fear of a virus. So like this, I understand I can't point to a concerted conspiracy, but there are a lot of situations where they used and pressed their advantage for clear political weaponization of all systems of the U.S. government and our institutions. Like, it's just, I don't know. Maybe we're looking at a different reality, but that's just me.
But Richard, the issue I have with what you just said is you named 4 examples, and 2 of them were left wing and 2 of them were right wing. You said,
yeah,
you said the FBI might be investigating Catholics or the alt right. You said, or they might be investigating Antifa or what was that?
Palestinian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you. The Palestinian. Here's the problem: they're not investigating Antifa, and they're not investigating. I mean, you said hypothetically they might, but they're not. But they are investigating Catholics. They are investigating the alt right. They're investigating January. They're still going after J6ers 3 years later, and not going after left wing people who do literally the exact identical behavior. And
I don't totally look. These are a lot of technical issues, and we're out. Both of us are out of the loop. Like we're not hanging out in Langley, or I guess that's CIA. We're not hanging out with FBI agents knowing what their charges are. But the idea that they weren't seriously investigating Antifa strikes me as implausible. And in terms of Palestine, I actually think a ton of bricks are going to start coming down on sincere Palestinian protesters, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I think it's possible. I warned people. I mean, it's a danger. I mean, it's already been weaponized. They're not. Why? If they use power, they have no. They don't care. So I agree with you. I think it's possible. I think it's
Yeah.
very possible. I mean, listen, the private sector is already going there. Look at what
The
Acumen. You see the
Yeah,
conversations and the tweets with
the
Acumen. Like,
Antifa thing.
yeah.
I brought this up before. The Antifa thing is very curious because Antifa went from 0 to 60 to 0. So in my own career as a outrageous dissident boogeyman, I can remember Antifa back in like 2014, and they were just these like
weirdos with tattoos, drug users who would just like call you Hitler and then have a conversation with you and maybe spray like a literally silly string on you. But then you'd also like talk to them. I mean, it was just odd. I remember one of them was screaming at me about how Stalin was right, and he was like a full on tanky. Anyway, I found them more amusing than anything. And as 2016 rolled around, I started to find them less amusing. And I was assaulted by one. They were just totally out of control. And then they seem to go back to zero again. And so, like, I've asked this question. It's a genuine question. Like, where was Antifa at J6? I'm almost, and I would stress almost, going to agree with someone who thinks that they like did J6 because I don't understand what they were doing. Like, where were they? And then now, I would say Antifa is over. Am I wrong? I mean, I don't think they have a
They
presence at
pop
all.
up
It's
during
just a
elections.
curious thing.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
always
like,
pop up during election season.
yeah, but like, but again, you
Richard,
asked
you're
the
wrong.
question.
Antifa only
Yeah,
Antifa comes to life when the right starts getting active in the
yeah,
streets.
yeah. And so
Or when
you asked
Soros sends a bunch of money.
you asked where they were on January 6th. And I'll tell you, like, we could look to like John Sullivan, which was what, Jaden X or whatever. And we can look at a lot of these people. And what they did was they put on MAGA hats and they went and smashed windows. They went and attacked the Capitol Police. There were some of them, not all of them. Like, listen, there were some retards that actually showed up and they were like, oh my God, like the blood, the tree of liberty needs to be watered by the blood of patriots. Like, he had a bunch of retards that showed up on the right.
Don't you guys believe that? I mean,
no,
you don't.
I know 100%. Like, many Antifa members were involved in January 6th, like, violence. They were. So, like, to say that like they weren't, like, we already know this. Like, even John Sullivan. Like, I even had retards from Gateway Pundit trying to tell me that they babysit their case, and they were there. And like, John Sullivan may have been involved in January 6th, but he was a good guy, whatever. Like, no, listen, like, Antifa was involved in January 6th. They put MAGA hats on. We know they did. It wasn't just John Sullivan, Jaden X. It was many other people. So, like, they actually riled up the crowd. They attacked Capitol Police, and then basically it set off the motion of what we saw with the January 6th political prisoners.
Well, they did more than that. He got paid. He got paid, and he didn't get charged.
Okay, this is where I instinctively want to push back on this because okay, hold on. Let me just speak my piece, and then I'll let you talk.
Yeah.
I just find this to be like a cope and an excuse. So are Antifa such just like evil people that they would be willing to do what you just described? Yes, they are. Okay. But it seems like you're escaping responsibility. And it's like, you're not exactly saying this, but you're almost saying, these poor agency-free conservatives, they went there with the best of intentions, and then Antifa started a riot, and then the conservatives just got kind of like dragged in by the crowd to do these things. I just feel like you're not owning it. And
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
I'm
That's
just kind
fine.
of skeptical of this.
Yeah. No,
but I
get
agree.
it.
The lack of Antifa presence at J6, at least ostensibly, I do find remarkable.
Well, no, so like we saw, like I mean, I can share the footage with you. I mean, it's out there. It's on the Rumble channel. So you
put it in the Jumbotron, sure.
Yeah. So like a lot of like the Capitol Police or whomever they were on the other side, they were firing like concussion grenades and a lot of grenades in the crowd to try to like amp up and amplify and try to get many of the crowds to move. We saw this. I mean, I have the footage of it. I even have the timestamp footage of it. And so what happened was you had Capitol Police, whomever they were connected to, they were firing concussion grenades. They were firing grenades into the crowd to try to stir them up. At the same time, you had these Antifa clowns that had dressed up in complete black bloc with masks or whatever, with a MAGA hat. And all of a sudden, they're like attacking like the windows. They're going after all these Capitol Police people, and it was creating the situation where it was like it was untenable. So like if you were in the crowd and you're waving around your Trump flag, your Gadsden flag or whatever, and you're like, hey, Mike Pence, maybe not certify these votes. At the same time, you had Antifa people like actually insinuating violence, like actually intentionally creating violence, whatever it may be. And we have the documented cases of these people in that crowd that were Antifa people that dressed up as MAGA supporters.
I want to see some evidence of this.
I mean, but we've been showing it for like the last 3 years.
Okay, I know, but I'm out of the like. Show me the evidence. I'm really taking you at your word. I just want to see some evidence of this. And the Epps, Ray Epps stuff, that's not going to cut it. I mean,
well, Ray Epps, listen, Ray Epps is probably not even a Fed. He may be a confidential informant. Most likely, he was with David Brock and most of those people, like Michael Teeter and David Brock.
I'm not sure.
Wait, David Brock from Media Matters?
I am actually. So David Brock was the Media Matters David Brock. David Brock also created the 65 Project. Also, Michael Teeter was the executive director of the 65 Project. Michael Teeter is also the attorney on record for Ray Epps on the lawsuit against Fox News. That all of this is true. So
that doesn't mean that I mean, they want to screw over Fox News. I don't doubt that. But I don't. Ray Epps, the guy seems like a just deluded boomer who things got out of hand. I mean, that's just the most obvious explanation.
But like, no, it's not at all. Like, so Michael Teeter specifically working under
that guy's not a. I know that guy. Like, I'm not literally, but you know, these people are not like evil or sinister. They're morons.
David Brock and Michael Teeter are not evil or sinister?
No, Ray Epps.
Ray Epps. Who is Ray Epps' attorney against a lawsuit against Fox News?
I just granted you. I think that he no doubt wants to screw over Fox News. I don't doubt that at all.
Michael Teeter is the executive director of the 65 Project and Facts First USA. The 65 Project is the same project that went after attorneys that were anybody that was challenging the 2020 election and anybody that was representing a January 6th defendant and anybody that was representing the 2022 election cases.
Yeah, Ray Epps was demonized by conservative media.
So
to the
Michael
point, he was
Teeter
so demonized that liberals started to like him. It was a remarkable situation.
Richard.
And they're using him as a tool to trash Fox News. I don't doubt that's just the obvious explanation for what you're describing.
No.
If it was a sinister plot, then they wouldn't, put that lawyer in charge of him. I don't know.
Michael Teeter, the executive director under David Brock. David Brock, the same DNC.
Yeah, I heard you, man. I heard you.
Well, the same DNC influence machine. The same guy
I heard you, and I just addressed what you said, and you're saying the same thing.
You haven't.
I just did it. I did it twice. I'm not.
Wow,
I don't want to just say the same thing over and over again.
But
my explanation makes a lot of sense, and it's a lot simpler than it's a vast conspiracy involving someone who's clearly some just like peasant, to be brutally frank about it.
Richard,
on the previous topic, we had Blood Tribe in Wisconsin, in both like Milwaukee essentially and Madison, and it is really weird how Antifa isn't there at all. Like Antifa wasn't at either of them, despite them literally being quote unquote Nazis.
And we've also got the was it Bonefish or Boneface guy, whatever, that had some goofy connections to intelligence.
Oh, that was total nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to my dad about this.
Connections to intelligence.
Oh, the handsome guy who's in Ukraine?
He was, he went on RT and claimed he's a CIA. He's Agent 0088 for the CIA, the James Bond.
Fair.
Yeah, give me a break.
Fair.
I think it's interesting because my dad was like, these people, they've never been reported on, so they probably have good security. They're not letting in CIA agents, FBI agents. But then I said, well, the FBI and CIA, they would probably be interested in mostly causing election fraud, like things around elections. So I don't necessarily think that their security of like the neo-Nazi / Nazi groups are necessarily accurate. Like they're not super secure. They just have different objectives other than actually arresting Nazis in the CIA and FBI.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's totally implausible that some bad actor kind of like nudges Blood Tribe or whatever, and they're like, "All right, go out and do something." I think that's like plausible, although I don't see evidence for it.
I was actually I was reading,
But
if I may, the old Pinkerton handbook on union busting, and if you look at their program, it's pretty much identical to the COINTELPRO PATCON type stuff that we've been dealing with for the past 40 years, where someone will come in and then become the loudest voice, take over whatever the
That's really
organizing
interesting.
is, and then if he can't take over, he'll try to encourage people to take violent acts.
Yeah, that would make sense actually.
Just a short comment here regarding Antifa. Antifa is actually antifaschistische Aktion. It's really strange. I will tell you, look, the Antifa originated in the 1780s, mostly from West Berlin. It was an antifaschistische Aktion, action. It was never a movement. It was like
Wait, what the fuck? Wait a minute.
What?
Hold up. Like, Richard, is your position that you were actually, are you actually explaining away the fact that Ray Epps, like the most central figure that has never been investigated in January 6th at all, ever?
He was not the central figure.
What are you saying? Like, is Nick Fuentes not also a very central figure?
No, I mean, like, you can talk about Ali and Nick Fuentes. Like, I'm not.
Isn't it curious that they haven't been arrested? I mean, especially Ali, who is a behind the scenes man.
Yeah, no, I think Ali should probably be arrested. Like, I am not an Ali fan, like, at all. But like, what I'm talking, like, specifically, like, wait. So, like, the group of attorneys that went after attorneys that were challenging.
Dude, you've said this is like the fourth time you've said this.
Yeah, I'm saying it again. This is nonsense.
I've addressed it.
You haven't. You're trying to explain it away. You're not addressing it.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean, like, I don't want to repeat myself over and over. It's probably boring for the audience. I've said, the idea that Ray Epps is a mastermind is
no,
just
he's not a
bizarre.
mastermind. He's not a mastermind. He's
okay.
Simply
What is
operative.
he?
No,
he's
operative.
Not give me a break.
No, Richard, not from the fucking intel community.
Wait. Okay, Trash. Is the only video of Ray Epps like saying the night before we need to go into the Capitol, or is there more stuff?
No, dude. Like, yeah, that's a baked Alaska. That's a baked Alaska video. He's also at the same point when they actually breached like the bike racks. He's also at the same point when he said we need to go into the Capitol many times. It's not just the baked Alaska video. This guy specifically, who was on the FBI most wanted list for like 2 days and then was removed, now has an attorney in a lawsuit against Fox News of the same group that went after any attorney that were challenging 2020. After any attorney,
because Darren Beatty and Tucker Carlson demonized this man in a way of escaping responsibility to the point that liberals began to feel sorry for him. So a remarkable occurrence, but that is what happened.
So his attorney is the executive director of the 65 Project and Facts First under David Brock?
Yeah, they see an opening and they want to take it. Yes. Because it's about screwing over Fox News.
They can make a lot of money. They can make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Are you guys fucking kidding me?
No. Look, you can disagree with us, man. I mean, just don't, like, I don't know what to say.
Hey, Trash, you brought it up a little bit, so I just want to circle back to it. Do you think that Baked Alaska is an informant?
Yeah, probably at this point. Yeah. Yeah, probably at this point.
I don't know how that guy was allowed to go across the country and harass 7-Eleven employees. I mean, I would see those.
Richard, there's so many of these people. Like, I still find it hard to believe that there's still people that exist that respect Ali Alexander. Like, even after all the pedo stuff,
there's people that respect Ali Alexander.
Ollie's a piece
No,
of
I
shit.
was at a local Texas GOP thing talking about like political stuff, and there was a J6er in the audience, and he's like, "Oh, you know, like Ali apologized for the pedo stuff, so he's cool now." I'm like, dude, that was like 60 days ago. He was like admitted to being a pedo 60 days ago. Like he's cool now. What are you talking about?
I mean, R.
Is he
Kelly had a
Johnny
second.
MAGA?
I mean, R. Kelly had a
I'm
second
not
for
gonna name
violence
who it
for, you
was.
know what I mean? So it's people forget things, Karen.
No, he didn't forget. It's not that he forgot. I think that they're just lax because these people are on their side. Because politics has less become
Yes.
more about principles and more about like red team versus blue team. And so like they'll forgive stuff like literally being a pedophile as long as you're like spouting out like pro J6 stuff.
I think it's like anti-team versus the team, not even red versus blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, Richard, I agree with you a little bit in the sense that like people do tend to connect dots and overcomplicate things when sometimes the truth is simpler. And
Yeah.
I know Trash knows way more about this than I do, and I'm not claiming to know more, but I think a lot of people they have opportunities, and sometimes they're simpler than There's this. I agree that this Ray Epps guy was a pawn used against Fox News, and he became like this like anti-hero for like liberals. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, and just putting it on this man, I mean, I just found that bizarre. I mean, he whispered in someone's ear or something. It was just too simple, too much of an obvious case of trying to escape
Plus, I think that
responsibility.
the explanation. I mean, anybody that's been in a riot or at like a big group, and you can see how that group dynamic plays out. A small little spark over here will turn into an avalanche over there, and no one will really know why. And the idea that maybe a couple of dozen Antifa spattered throughout the crowd, that would have an instigating effect that, if left unchecked or even encouraged, would lead to what we saw. That makes sense. But like one old boomer, I don't buy it.
Well,
Okay, why
them
is...
they used
Sorry,
them for the
again.
BLM. They used them for the BLM riots. Like they were kind of like they claimed that they were the ones who, not the black people that were peacefully protesting, that they were the ones who started breaking into like government buildings, right? Whether they were directionally doing that or they were scapegoats, like nobody knows, I guess, exactly, right?
Why is Antifa dead right now compared to its 2016, 2017, 2018, 19, 20 self?
I think someone mentioned this. I can't remember. I mean, I do think that the establishment, if we to use that word, they kind of they looked aside and they let it happen because they did feel that the alt-right was a genuine threat. Probably an overreaction, but remember there was a point in 2020 where Kamala Harris was saying, oh, this is great, we love BLM, it's happening, national reckoning. It was like August or September of 2020 when they just really turned on a dime and they were just looking at polling. And you saw this thing. I mean, there was a great New York Times article of like BLM approval rating, and it was super high, almost universal, and then just like crashed through 50%. And I think they saw that and they're like, oh, shut it down, turn it off. Like it's bad now. And I think that kind of the same thing with Antifa. I mean, Biden said he said an accurate statement in a way, but he said a weird statement where he was like, Antifa is a cause, it's not an organization, which is true, I think, to a large extent. But you could view that as like justifying Antifa, and the fact that Joe Biden is doing that is just absurd on some level. But I don't think he would do that now. I mean, remember at a State of the Union address, he said, "Let's fund the police." It was just like a direct rejoinder to a lot of his base, actually.
So, like, you guys, like, that's fine. You guys are welcome to block me, but like, I don't know what the fuck is going on in the space, but like, y'all are fucking crazy. Like, I don't understand what you guys are saying. Like, that's fine. You guys can opine and like circle jerk each other, but like, all of you, like, I don't understand like most of you what you guys are saying. Like, I'm
try.
about the truth. Like, I don't really give a shit, Richard. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, are you guys all Fed posting tonight? Like, is this what we're doing?
We're all Feds.
I'm anti-Fed.
We're everyone in here.
Yeah, like
is a
you guys are
federal
kind
agent.
of fucked up, dude. Like,
No,
I mean, I have
Trash.
the
What do
receipts
you
for what
mean?
I'm
What do you mean?
talking about.
some of
I
us are
think
double or triple agents. I mean,
You
it
guys
gets
can
confusing,
minimize.
granted, but
Yeah, that's fine. You guys can
like
minimize. What I'm
sometimes I'm
saying.
like pro
Yeah, that's fine,
Kaiser,
Richard. Yeah, I understand.
but only as a game because I'm like
yeah, I know
openly anti-Kaiser.
you're elitist fucking
No.
crap. Like I get it.
Trash. Trash. I'm actually really interested in Jan 6 because I think it's interesting to what degree.
I'll leave.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick.
That's fine. I'll leave. But like, you guys are seriously fucking retarded.
No. What do you mean?
Thank you.
The question about Antifa, I think that Antifa comes out more when they're feeling threatened. I think they felt very threatened during the Trump years. I don't think that they feel as threatened
Wait,
now as
did
they
you
do. But I
kick
think the other
Trash
part
or
of
did
it
he
too.
leave? Oh,
He left, unfortunately.
Who is he talking about? Why
I
is he
think
so
he's
emotional?
talking about Richard
I didn't get what he was.
mostly.
No, you said you guys. I
I don't
assume he
know.
was talking more about Richard.
I don't think I've
I
said
didn't
I
even
think he was
anything
say
talking
about
about
something
me
about
too,
men to
but
take a piss at a Buc-ee's. I'm not saying.
A bucket. Why a bucket?
same at New Orleans.
Are you still driving new ones?
Well, no, I'm at Buc-ee's now.
Oh,
he had to charge his battery.
Very
Liz
short
finally
comment.
came home.
Very short comment to Antifa. I don't know how. I mean, I have a hard time taking those guys in the US serious. I mean, they were cringe already in the 80s when it was never a movement. It was a cause, an action, action. Like you have several groups who come together, form the Schwarze Block, Black Bloc, and then do some stuff. In the 80s, you can say it was legit. But when you look at the Antifa today, when you look at it, let's say, what's over here, they're completely conformist. They're tools. And Nurture actually agree with you. They're just tools. Like they're pro-Ukraine, pro-Israel, yada, yada, yada. I mean, what kind of left revolutionists are they when they're going with the government line? I mean, that's nonsense. Honestly, I have a huge problem to take them serious. They are just, I don't want to call them controlled opposition or whatever. This is giving way too much credit to those dudes because they're not relevant. And I don't know, and I honestly have the feeling, Richard, they're just a tool. I think you were actually spot on. And this is why you don't see them now, because they're maybe an unwilling tool or unknowing tool, or only some people know. I don't know. But honestly, sometimes you have this feeling they're bigged up so much in those spaces. They are not like a boogeyman. Like, come on, they are not some kind of American Red Brigades or whatever. They are just a bunch of people. I mean,
did you like Antifa back in the days when your main man Vladimir Putin was having meetings with them and giving them money, which has been
Is that
documented?
proven, or is he working through Soros, perhaps?
No, I'm
I
not
don't know.
joking. I'm not joking. He was stationed in Dresden. That's well known. There is actual documentation of him meeting with the residue of the Red Army faction.
That's right. When he was stationed in Germany.
I mean,
he was involved in some clandestine ops.
Guys,
Yeah.
I mean, this is normal. That's normal. Obviously, I mean, look, no one in the GDR liked the RAF because they thought they were retarded, basically wealthy students without any kind of real job or whatever.
You guys thought they were pussies. You guys thought they were pussies.
But the thing is, obviously, in the Cold War setting, you will use these tools. That's normal. But no one took those guys serious in a certain way, and because like, we can pull off a revolution. God, give me a break. And the thing is, yes, you use those tools. And what I'm just saying is, when you look at the Antifa today, what I'm seeing over here, they're completely conformist. They're like almost like a clandestine government organization. Because when you look at Twitter, what they're posting, it's the same what the normal politicians are posting. Like, support Israel, support because of Nazism. It's crazy takes and support Ukraine whatsoever. And the thing, my problem is they don't feel authentic. They have because if you're authentic, you would have, at least when it comes to Ukraine or Israel, you would have some, let's say some ambivalence, like, oh man, yeah, actually, but there's nothing like this. It's, I don't know, man. It's like, it seems like a boogeyman, like a.
I mean, they were there to fight Richard, like in the alt-right. That literally, that's it. They don't have this like.
Yeah,
scheme.
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
but this is. I mean, they're not some kind of red brigades or whatever. Never will be. And that's
Yeah,
that.
I can remember them. I can remember the smell, definitely. I mean, and I'm not joking about that. It was powerful. But yeah, I remember them chanting my name and screaming. Weird stuff. There is a funny thing about them. It's like a revolutionary party can be a tool of an outside power, and now they're almost a tool of an inside power. I mean, I remember many people were joking about this. I engaged in a protest in Washington D.C. outside of the White House in 2017. I think it was like April 2017, and it was after Donald Trump sent some missiles over to Syria, and we were kind of doing the whole, don't do the terror war. This is a bad thing. You're a neocon now. It was a protest against Trump. In fact, people forget this, and it was kind of funny that Antifa is doing a counter protest because it's like we're protesting Trump, you're protesting us. Just mathematically, you're pro Trump. Like, what is going on here? And in a way, they were. I mean, they are an odd bunch. I agree.
One thing, it's crazy. I mean, they will masquerade as, we are still those radical commies. But then they're using it like a smoke and mirrors. Like, why should I support Israel? Because, never again, never Auschwitz, and you have to support LGBTQ because of I don't know, KZ and all that shit. This is but it has this feeling of astroturf, complete astroturf feeling. Because if you are, let's say, if you are legit and authentic, you would have at least some kind of stomach ache, honestly, the Russian, let's say, okay, the Russia imperialism, okay, that's bad, but but the Koreans, oh man, they have all these Nazism, you cannot ignore them, like, scheiße, but there is no kind of this thing. It has a really astroturfy feeling, and how you describe them, Richard, like a bunch of I don't know, like
but Kaiser, so I know a kid that's like kind of like, I don't know if he's Antifa, but I just knew him in the days. They're all like really poor, so like I don't know if they're motivated by a little sums of money or like whatever it is. Like, I mean, that could be a factor too. Like, none of these people have like jobs.
From the
you also got to think.
No, I'm
On the
sure you
right,
can
there's
find
like
some
Nick
trust fund
Fuentes
kids who are in
and Laura
Antifa,
Loomer.
but like I genuinely think they're authentic. I mean, I'm not joking about the smell. Like, it's real. And that doesn't
the trust
strike
fund
me
thing.
as,
I think is like, Richard. Do you think the average person that you saw there was a trust fund?
Absolutely,
or do you think it's just like
no?
Exactly, they're like poor losers who like it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
They want to feel like they're doing something. They want to feel important. That's when the whole protest is the new brunch thing became a meme.
Yeah, and you can see that on the right as well. I mean,
For sure.
I don't think Patriot Front are feds. Like, I don't think they're a tool, but there is a kind of element to it where it's like, what are you doing? You want to reclaim the country. It's like, okay. It does.
It's also a shift in culture, right? Because back in the 2000s, it was considered uncool to be politically inclined, to be involved politically. Now it's trendy.
Yeah.
And in order to fit in, you have to be politically involved. So.
But also, Richard, on Patriot Front, if 1 in 100, 1 in 30 people were
Gentlemen and
feds,
ladies, I'm going to go to sleep, actually, but it's been a great conversation, and I will talk to you guys later.
See you later.
on
Bye, Richard.
Patriot Front or all these groups, it's like if 1 in 30, 1 in 100, 1 even like 500 are feds, they can push the group in one way a little bit and affect elections, affect all this kind of stuff. So I don't think they have to be massively involved. I don't know what you guys think.
The thing with controlled opposition is that they don't always need to be, let's say, witting controlled opposition. Sometimes they are just useful idiots, and you use them when you can.
Yeah, exactly.
Let them off a little bit off the leash. And the difference is the OG Antifa, okay, the Antifaschistische Aktion from the 80s. They were actually somehow legit, but this new stuff. This is like LARPing. Like, really, honestly, it feels so different. like so conformist in a certain way. Like
yeah, but the thing about Patriot Front, which is my skepticism, is like you get like 30 Republicans. Like, how are none of them fat? Like, I don't understand. Like, they're all like in shape. Like, come on, like what the fuck? Like, that's my thing. I'm like, there'd be at least a few fat fucks. Like, I don't know.
They're not feds, dude.
That's unironically a good point.
And I know that they're not feds because they got arrested.
I don't know if
where
they're
I
feds.
live,
It's just
you know?
weird.
Well, no, I'm just saying they got arrested in my town, 2 years ago, for protesting that gay pride parade, and I was pretty much like I was one of like two people covering the court stuff on it, and nobody ever even reported on it. The fact that the police broke four policies in storing their evidence. They did not keep chain of custody. They kept it in an unsecured place for months at a time. They falsified the federal warrant to search their phones. The prosecuting attorney that signed the warrant was a participant at the Pride in the Park event and was a witness and not qualified to act as the prosecuting attorney for the case. And then the FBI agent that actually said that there was not probable cause for the FBI to search their phones because no interstate crime appeared to have committed. When senior supervisory resident agent Zach Schofstall refused to sign the warrant, he got booted out of the office and put on a desk in Virginia to work the call center, basically.
Where are you, David? Like where?
I'm Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Okay.
So, but anyway, so like, all of that like has unfolded and like 99.9% of the public don't even know about it. They don't know that Thomas Rousseau, actually, the whole case against him got dropped. It was dismissed by the judge and called a miscarriage of justice. And another one, I think his name was Richard Jessup, also had his case thrown out because they were trying to arrest me that day. And they thought I was going to lead a big protest with like a big biker gang or some bullshit. And like, that was not the case. Nobody knew Patriot Front was going to show up.
Yeah, you were going to do that
Cops didn't
tomorrow,
know.
right? It was like a
Nobody
slip in the schedule.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Nuance, have you played Lego Fortnite?
What? Dude, I don't know why you're pretending like I didn't block you on Fortnite because you kept joining our games.
Okay, I didn't mean that on purpose. I didn't mean to be there.
You cause
I didn't
so
know how
much
Fortnite worked. I
drama.
haven't played once.
I hope you feel bad, Secondary.
Sorry, Current, by the way.
Oh, you don't have to
What
apologize. We
happened?
just
What
couldn't
happened?
figure out how to make it work. So.
Drama. You see people are getting angry at each other. Secondary, what you are doing?
What?
It's
No,
Twitter.
I have
Welcome to
no
Twitter.
problem
Yeah,
with Jonathan.
everybody's so emotional tonight. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy.
There's
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
hate Current
drama
let's
and
going on.
Nuance.
let's let Samira speak. Go ahead, Samira.
Wait, what did I miss? There's a
Well,
lot of drama. What did I miss, Jeff?
Jonathan
Jonathan's
gave you in space earlier,
Jonathan
but it's
can't.
recorded, so you can go back and listen to
Yeah,
it.
you should just
Oh,
listen
okay,
to it.
so I'll go back and listen. Did you
You
guys
can
pass
listen to
the
all like 12 hours
geopolitics
of it.
section of the space or?
No,
Or
I mean, it's we've been
yeah,
going
it's a
back
quick
and
question.
forth.
I don't plan
This
to,
all started when I asked Richard if his takes on J6 had evolved, and then 2 hours later, maybe it wasn't a good idea, but everybody really had
It
a
started
nice
way before
discussion
that,
though.
Zach.
But
Yeah, but
It
like
started with Charles
Richard,
Johnson.
yeah, but like Richard can like give his opinion on things, and he's usually pretty level-headed and calm. But like people freak the fuck out. They
they
get
really
really
do.
emotional.
yeah.
Trash was unhinged today. I mean, sorry. You
Uh,
call us back. Come on, Secondary. You
well,
cannot say
listen,
you are all
I
retarded.
intentionally sort of walked away for a little while. I didn't really want to be a
You're
part of any
responsible
of
for
the.
everything here.
It was a metaphorical thing. He was here the whole time.
Yeah, I mean,
Also,
like it's. Listen, I think this is one of those subjects that people have become very entrenched on. A lot of people have spent a lot of time reading, doing spaces on this, speaking to people who have been involved directly, and they've made their decisions, I believe. And I think it's very rare on a subject like J6 that you'll get anyone to change their perspective. So that's why it was so fascinating that David Weissman, after he heard Brandon's testimonial, was like, oh, wow, okay, interesting. And same with Richard. So I think that's in, but I don't know, other people, if they heard other things, they would dismiss it. They would dismiss it. And I think that's very short-sighted on their part.
also, I
There
hate
was
Current
something. There
and
was something that Brandon said that I
Nuance.
kind of took note with that, or disagreement with, but I didn't bother really to say anything. But there was a time where he said that nobody that was there at J6 had the intent of arresting or with like kind of like holding down people at the Capitol. But wasn't there like a group of people that got arrested and they had zip ties on them?
I mean,
I'm
that's what I
pretty sure
saw.
there was. I'm pretty sure there was. So like,
Whoa!
if you're going into the Capitol and you have zip ties on you, it kind of shows some intent. Like, why else would you carry zip ties like with you? You know what I mean?
I vaguely remember this. Were they the skirmishers with
Gotta be
like the bear
prepared.
spray and stuff? Was that them?
I don't know about the bear spray part, maybe, but I remember a group of people got arrested and they had zip ties on them and the kind that you use to like restrain people. And so like clearly that shows some intent. And then Brandon's on here saying, "Oh, like nobody had any intent in restraining people or arresting them, blah blah blah." And it's like, well, I don't know if that's exactly true. Some people did.
Also, Kurtz and Nuance won't add me to their Fortnite party, so I hate them permanently forever. Just kidding.
I'll play with you when I get back. I'm away from home right
No,
now,
I'm just
but I
kidding.
will.
But,
That's kind of mean,
no.
you guys. Why don't you want to play with
We
Jonathan?
had a full party.
Yeah, I didn't
He's
understand that you guys all wanted to play together or something. I
no,
just
you
thought,
just can't do more than 4 people or else it gets all
no,
fucked. So.
I understand. I was just being kind of retarded.
Are you any
Not
good?
retarded, but the PC word.
Are you
Yeah,
any good?
Yeah, are
I
you
was being
good?
dumb.
I think if people have
Wait, shut
invested
up.
in,
Jonathan, are you any good?
No, I'm trash.
Well, then why would I want to play? Like, you have to improve your skills first.
You guys are all playing with bots, anyways. Current literally said that yesterday that you guys were playing with bots. So
Yeah, I mean, when we play with certain people, there are a lot of bots. It's weird. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's strange. It only happens when we play with what's his name. So it's kind of strange.
John, who do you play with that's playing with bots?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Are
Maybe
you
there's
okay with
more bots.
Hannah?
Ever since this new season, it's just
Enough
a lot
of this.
of bots.
Ashley
I
won't
have
invite me to
never
play
played
anymore because she's so
Fortnite.
yeah,
aggressive.
I feel like when
Everyone
you play
knows I
Shannon, it's
only
more bots.
play Mario Kart Racing on the Nintendo
uh,
64.
Jonathan, stop.
I don't play video games.
Yeah, stop video games now.
I
Enough
mean,
of video games.
the
Sounds
last
like
I
it's
think
Sorry,
time to
computer
Kaiser.
game that I played was Roller Coaster Tycoon 20 years ago, and that was
Roller
a great
Coaster
game.
Tycoon was so good.
Such a
My
great
girls
game.
Kaiser,
still play it.
what about
It's
FIFA is
fantastic, but
interesting
it's
in
not the
Germany.
same. It's not the same on your iPhone because no cheat codes. You can't.
No, they play the game
Yeah.
I played. My brother like still had our old computer. It still works. It
Okay. So
doesn't
I don't have a PC,
doesn't
so I
even
can't. Yeah, I can't.
yeah. It doesn't even connect to the internet, which is why they do it. I wanted them to be able to like play around on a computer, but also not have internet access. So I was like, this is a perfect solution.
Civilization's a good game for that.
excellent
I
game.
don't
I
know
love
that
Yeah,
one.
Civ's
Civilization.
great.
Yeah,
that's a
Samir,
little?
are video games a sign of the degeneracy of the West? Is that what we should understand?
That's a good tweet. I might tweet it.
What about Pong? Is that allowed to be here?
Nah, Pong is too new and hip for these people.
I don't know what is that.
You know
I
what
don't
Pong
even
is,
know what.
Samir.
No,
Yes, you
I swear
do.
to God, I don't know what that
It's the
is.
old
It's like
game.
Is Dota too new?
I used to play a game called Star Goose. It was a DOS game. If anyone knows this game, get with me. It was awesome.
There's a good
Can
chunk
we
of
stop
people in
talking
this
about video
space that won't know
games?
what DOS is.
DOS. I
That's
do know
fair.
Right. So real quickly, I do have a geopolitics question, if that's okay.
No.
The
Why is
host.
everyone thumbs downing?
Go
No,
go
Nobody
ahead and
wants
ask the question.
go
geopolitics.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Kaiser loves geopolitics.
Yeah. So I was reading Nuance Pro is thumbs downing. This is all he's been
Just
talking
ignore
about
it.
for
Just
2 months anyway. But all right. So I was reading the latest CRS report on Israel Palestine, of course, and
Wow, what a nerd.
yeah, go talk about Pearl Davis's tweets instead. Actually,
all
Nobody
right.
really
talks
funny.
about Pearl Davis. You talk about
Dang.
Pearl.
We have yet another
She has me
face-off tonight.
blocked.
I don't know if I can handle it.
One more before I pass out. Let's get it going.
Wow,
Let's
now
do
we
the
know
ding,
where
ding,
Honey
ding,
Badger
ding, ding.
got her. Oh, did Samira leave?
She left.
I don't know. Maybe she just had a connection issue.
Wait, she was going to tell us about her TPS report?
Praise Allah.
Yeah, I wanted to hear about this. She's still a
TPS.
listener.
dead right now.
Oh, come
I
on.
had a joke about that stupid tweet that Honey Badger put out, but now she won't hear it.
God,
Oh,
man, we've had several.
Hannah, what's another?
I don't like this. I do not like this.
Wait, what?
Hannah, what's another Royal Rumble?
Okay, guys. I went to
Did Caroline
I
fall asleep?
still didn't hear you.
No, I'm just kidding. I
Yeah,
said that you want
obvious.
another Royal Rumble, but I was just kidding because I know you.
Okay,
Caroline.
I have to enforce my authority here
You
because
think you think Zach would keep someone up co-host?
what is
Yeah, I think
what is
Caroline
What's
fell asleep.
going on?
what is up today?
Your
Everyone is
co-host has been asleep probably for over an hour. So.
Yeah.
Caroline, are you awake?
Nah, she's sleeping. Let her
No,
She's
sleep.
out.
use your brain. Come on.
I
All right,
mean,
well, we can. Okay.
what's going on here, Nuance?
In about 45 minutes,
Guys,
here.
you
I
made
bet-
Samira go away. I mean, that was not nice of you, Nuance. Come on, that was
What did
nice.
I didn't do anything. She wanted
Nuance
to
didn't
change
do
the
anything.
topic to serious bullshit. Take that to a
Kaiser,
place.
I met a girl today at a bar that liked Vivek and Trump. Surprise, surprise.
Okay. I mean, is that abnormal for someone to like Vivek and Trump? Or are you talking about like a girl just being into politics? Not a
In
total lip
Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's big.
Was she more or less
Wow.
than 250 pounds?
Did you talk to her about marriage?
Way less than 250 pounds. Actually attractive.
All right, that's a good
Jonathan, are you in Madison?
I'm in Wisconsin. Some people say Madison.
I have family in the Madison area.
No, I'm in Madison. I go to Madison.
Okay. I have family in the suburbs of Madison.
They're nice. I like the city, honestly. I like cities more than rural. I like being able to walk places. So, I mean, while if you have kids, it's like super expensive and stuff, so it's not really feasible. But
Aren't you guys the Honey Badgers?
we're the Badgers, but yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Whoa! Let's not bring up Honey Badger.
No, I
Thank
was
you
talking
so
about
much.
sporting teams.
Yeah.
Whoa! Don't bring up Honey Badger.
Vivek will be vice president of Donald Trump.
I don't think so. Donald, it doesn't
possible.
if he takes place.
You got to worry about the Hindu stuff. Like you got to be.
Yeah.
Yep. Got to worry about that Hindu stuff.
I mean, he picked Mike Pence to get the evangelical, like, Christian vote. I think he picks another person that gets him a certain vote in 2024.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
will
small
never
voting
vote for a
demographic.
Hindu.
What if it was VP though?
If he was a VP?
Yeah, he just has maybe a chance in case the president dies to become president, but people typically don't think about that.
I'm gonna say probably not, but I mean, if my husband told me to, then I guess
Speaker of
so.
the House. Speaker of the House is Hindu. Then do you vote for the? I guess it wouldn't matter then, though, because
Yeah, what am I
it wouldn't
voting
matter
on?
Republican Democrat. It is. If they're speaker, they're speaker.
Yeah.
I want a Muslim vice president.
Oh no.
I want a
Muslim United States president. That would be fun.
I want a Wahhabist president.
We already had a Muslim president.
That's a joke, by the way.
You must
That's a
always
joke.
top it. You must always top it. You know, it was so clear. Yeah. But jetzt super, nur if you really
I have to
lot of
remember this is a recorded space, and that's obviously a joke.
Yeah, Zach, why are you
drama.
recording spaces now?
That was
It's because
awesome.
Chuck wants him to record spaces now.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, so he can dox me.
Yeah, Chuck was very insulted.
No,
because,
Chuck. Chuck doesn't like to. Chuck's been attacked. Has been, whatever recorded. Things have been used against him.
Dude, Chuck's having the time of his life. Did you see him in that chair, just spinning
Oh
around?
yeah, but then the despair starts when he comes into the spaces. He's got to deal with all the Israelis.
Right round like a record, baby. Right. I want to take that footage
But yeah, I'm
of
kind
Chuck
of disappointed
and put that song in the background.
We saw Chuck at the gun range today.
No, stop it.
No, I'm serious.
Post the photo, Kurt.
I'll post the photo. Hold on, give me a second.
Wait,
I gotta go through
okay, so whom of the spaces going to Amfest?
Too many people, to be honest.
Is it just us three?
I wish less people
I'm going.
Fest, honestly.
Even
Who said I'm
David's
going?
going now.
I invited too many people, and then
Yeah,
additional
it's gonna be a
people
shit show
I
now.
didn't
Wait,
invite.
did somebody get a ticket for me? Because I'll.
I'm going.
David, you
Hey,
could
Sharks,
literally no, David, no joke. You should just apply with your outlet and just.
Yeah. When is it?
yeah, it's free, David, if you
When is
apply
it?
with your outlet.
I posted Chuck in the jumbotron.
You could literally apply with any outlet, and they would give you free credentials.
Yeah. Where's the when is it happening?
Arizona, not next weekend, but the week after. Weekend after.
Wait, it's
I
next
think we're
weekend. What are you
having our
talking about?
Christmas party that week.
Not this weekend, next weekend.
Yeah, the 16th. We're having our famous Christmas party, the 16th. So that would be that weekend, right? Unless it's the 23rd.
Yeah, see, Zach, that's
Wait, that's
Chuck. I
not
don't know what
Chuck.
you're talking about. That's Chuck.
Wait, David, where do
That
you
isn't
write
Chuck. That
for?
isn't Chuck. That isn't Chuck.
It looks a little too hefty to be
I'll
Chuck.
DM
No.
He's
Wait,
not a
who was
skinny
that?
guy.
What? Wait, why do you have to DM it? Why can't you just
Because
say
because this is a recorded space and it's a recorded
what?
space and that's
What?
David, where do you write for?
David, all the spaces are recorded,
Yeah, I don't
man.
Wait,
like this
David,
recorded stuff,
is it
Zach.
really a
Everybody
secret that you
records
write for that
no
outlet?
matter what.
Is it
it's
really a
Okay.
secret?
I
How
don't
do
know
we
what
know
you're
this?
talking
Because
about.
someone stormed back in and said, "I heard the record."
Wait, so you pretend like that's not your outlet?
I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah, David disavows any of this. Yeah.
Wait, what?
It has nothing to do with any state that he may have lived in currently or in the past.
I like model trains.
Anna was asking me as well
Thomas the Tank
if I
Engine.
will be at Amfest. She asked me if I will come. She wanted me to come. I said, "Sorry, babe, I'm married. I'm in Germany. No chance. But next time, you see." Yeah, Amfest. Yeah, Zegler, it's the truth. It's the truth. The space recorded.
Wait,
But yeah, Amfest will be very fun. And
Kaiser, I
Nuance,
cut
you must
out.
take
Are
care
you
of.
going to be at Fest?
No.
But Monolith will be there,
Yes.
and Twyman and Phil. So Nuance, you will have
Oh,
three.
joy.
Nuance, you must take care
That's
of those
the A
three.
team right there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Nuance
the
is
Asperger
Hannibal.
autism /A.
You realize I'm not there to be a babysitter. Like I'll see people, but I'm not going to accept if they just want to like
Don't worry, I don't need to be basic.
hover around
You're
me.
not gonna let them stay in your room, Nuance, all of them in the corner.
No, I'm going to send them to your house.
No way. Zach, look what
We're
look what I
sending
posted.
I thought we were sending everybody to Trash's house.
That too.
Look what I posted about David, Zach. He already changed his opinion again. He was in the space, and it's I don't know. I try. I welcomed him back in the Republican Party, and then he's accepted, and now he's back in the Democratic Party.
Poor David. He's just confused.
He got very angry today about perceived anti-Semitism on the left, which I understand. There's a lot of that, and no one stood with him when he tweeted something.
I called
And
him on a.
It's cold anti-Semitism.
I called him on a Bowman. He was like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is so anti-Semitic, and I know that the platitudes. He's like, well, you know, Bowman, who she's so much more anti-Semitic than Bowman. Like, well, do you realize that? Like, Bowman voted against the bill, and he
That's
goes,
why I
I'm
take
learning.
relief factor.
Yeah, he goes, I'm learning now.
Bastian
I'm learning.
Gorka.
It's a tough one, man.
No, yeah, no. Listen, I don't know. Today's not even a Friday. People are getting this worked up. Imagine what the weekend will be like. It's getting to be towards the holidays, though, and as we all know, some people sort of struggle with this time of year. I don't know.
For me, it's already Friday. It's 9 o'clock in the morning.
Kaiser, are you going to go to CPAC?
Give it all to me, baby. If Nuance is paying, I will come. No problem. Or Zach,
Nuance, please pay.
I don't get involved in these sort of political conventions. Certain things about
I
them would be a
thought
little
you
bit.
already have a sugar mommy. You should go ask her to do it.
Yeah, exactly. You know who?
Oh, that's not possible. I mean, I would feel emasculated if I would ask a woman to pay for me.
No,
I cannot.
Jen. I think Jen would be more than happy to do this for you.
Kaiser, if I came to Germany,
Oh no.
could
It's
we
the
get
least she could
our
do
lunch or something?
after embarrassing you.
I mean, Twyman has something going on with her, so I will not jump into it. You know, it's okay.
Oh
It's
yeah,
cool.
I'm sure that's happening. Yeah.
Kaiser, if I came to Germany, could we get like lunch or dinner or something?
Okay. Obviously, we can also eat a schnitzel, grüne sauce, green sauce. That's the Frankfurt specialty. Everything what you want.
Yeah, but he doesn't
Ich
want a
liebe
taste
Schnitzel.
of the culture. He doesn't want it. He just wants to hang out with you and eat good food.
Nuance, ich bin eine Deutsche.
Wow, I can say that. That's great.
You know, like JFK. You remember that?
Sprache de Deutsche.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
If you say that in front of the right crowd, they're just going to go
Era,
based.
ich
You
bin
know what I
ein
mean?
Berliner.
Oh, based.
Also a Berliner. We have too many Berliners here. Unbelievable. Yeah, today, but Nuance, you really missed something. Today it was really emotional. We had Chuck was angry. He left. He just left. And then we had Jonathan was really agitated, calling everyone retard.
Idiot.
Whoa. I didn't mean it like that.
And not you, the other Jonathan.
No.
And then
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Laser
Then
eyes.
we had,
Okay, good.
then we had the whole thing about we were protecting Samira in front of Delta, was calling her out. No, don't do that. Then got emotional. Then
Wait,
we
what
had,
did Delta say? Was he
He
making
said Samira
points?
said that she hates Jews, and I was like, nah, she's never said anything like
No,
that. I
she
gotta be
hates
like,
Americans, especially American women, and
yeah.
Oh, she that part's true though.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody was disputing
that she hates American food. And I was like, Delta, American food's disgusting. You've seen the
That's
French
same.
Nile? And he's like, yeah. I guess you're right. Yeah.
I mean, what are we counting as American food? Like burgers and fries? Because that's delicious. I don't know what you're talking
Good as
about.
fuck. Barbecue?
Texas barbecue's overrated.
You guys are picking out the best of American foods. Nuance.
What about Louisiana barbecue?
Louisiana, like everything sucks. I'm sorry.
What about Mississippi barbecue?
North Carolina barbecue.
Just barbecue.
Better.
Barbecue is mostly overrated. Like it is what it is.
It's
A
good,
Korean
but
barbecue is good.
That's okay.
Wait, new overrated.
The Chinese
Chinese
barbecue is
barbecue?
good.
Wait, overrated in the sense that like what? Like
Most Chinese stuff.
so many people can make it well because it does taste good. Nuance. It's just not that
Peanut
complicated.
butter chicken is crazy
I'm not
good.
saying it tastes bad. It's just
Japanese barbecue.
If I had a choice, it's not like at the top of my list.
Yeah, but like a nice rack of ribs is always nice sometimes. I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
I'm not saying it's not nice. I'm just saying it's not at the top of my list.
Are any of you guys going to the New York Young Republican Club gala tomorrow? Saturday?
I wasn't invited.
Over.
The what?
New York Young Republican Club?
Oh, that shit? No, I mean,
Nuance is not young anymore.
No, I don't go to that. That scene's kind of weird, I have to say.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's a weird group of
The
people.
NYYYYYYRC is weird.
Yeah. What about Gavin Wax? He seems like a smart guy.
There's a lot of weird people in that org.
What do you mean? What's
mean,
going?
Yeah.
Hey, Kaiser, in Germany, do you guys have like these like groups, organizations of like young, like I don't know, it's not conservative
Yes.
or whatever the fuck they do?
Yeah, they have like young youth organizations for every political party.
And that chapter in particular, kind of like, you ever see the speeches where they all try to like outdo each other on how radical and like based?
Yeah, it's cringe as hell.
It's like weird.
But that's how every Republican thing is, like young people.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
What's an example of nuance? How did it say I'm more based than you?
I mean, there was literally, who had the compilation where they had like the speeches back to back, and it's just people just going crazy trying to sound out-based one another. I don't know. Someone had a compilation. That was pretty.
But they're not doing it like to be funny. Like it's serious.
No, they're serious.
Because it would kind of be funny if they were doing it like tongue in cheek, I guess. But yeah.
No.
people, children, and it's okay. You need to be idealistic as a young one. If you're not idealistic as a young one, I mean, yeah, that's also scheiße. But yeah, you cannot take it serious. Like, yeah, we have those youth organizations. Every party has their own youth organization, and yeah, it's the same. They're talking shit and
Kaiser, we're very familiar with your country's history with youth organizations.
Ich bin eine Idiot.
oh, mamma mia! You see exactly what's happened. As soon as words comes, it's getting weird. You know, Zeggy.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just letting my dog out. He's a little restless. I just don't want him to be barking at this
Yeah.
hour.
What kind of dog?
It was a little bit emotional, a little
He's
bit
a
of
mix.
drama.
He's a
That's
mix.
cool. Yeah.
He's lab hound, pit bull, Akita.
I think what you have seen today was the start of a certain vendettas. I don't think that you will see trash in your spaces as long as Richard is here. I don't think so anymore.
I mean, listen. I've discovered that there are lots of rules. People have lots of rules. I'm learning these things, and I often forget them. And people come up, and I forget, and then the rules go into effect, and somebody has to leave, and I regret it. I do, and they're not taking it personally. Thank God. Some of them, many of them, because they get it. Like they get it. It's just a space. But I hope it stays that way because I mean these things are more fun than not, and if they don't stay that way and they become toxic and hostile, then simple answer is I just won't do them anymore because I don't need this shit. So yeah, it's just discussion. No one needs to be getting bet. No one needs to be saying this is misinformation peddling by allowing people on. Like get fucked. Like we're just having a discussion.
He said we were Fed posting. He said
Like
people were
there is
Fed
no
posting.
Fed
Yeah.
posting. Like we're just having a chat here. People are very sensitive in the right leaning space now because of what happened, and I get it. But like, hey, like as long as you're not doing anything retarded, you have nothing to worry about. So I don't know.
And I hate Current and Nuance because it didn't add me to a Fortnite party. But other than that,
Yeah, well, but that's legitimate. You're kind of
We'll
being
get better at the
game
first.
I'm better than you for sure, Nuance. I'm not
I
gonna.
don't know because I'm better than basically everybody I've played with so far.
Okay, then I'm better than
Pretty
Current.
good. Not at first, but
Nuance. He's
I
so
learn
humble,
very
you
quickly
know?
because I'm autistic and I get obsessed, and then
How many hours have you played Fortnite, Nuance?
I don't know.
Ish. Ish, like 10 or like 100?
I'd say probably close to like 40 or 50. I don't know.
Okay, then you're probably better than me. What about you, Current?
About an hour.
Okay, then I'm better than
That's
Current.
not
Worse than Nuance.
true. That's not true.
Well, there are a couple of games that I have on Steam that have an absurd playtime because I would just always leave them running.
Which
Because
games?
Civ,
Hearts of a good one.
Hearts of Iron, Europa
good
Universalis. Those three games.
Civ is like a time travel game. Like you start playing it and then 12 hours goes by and you're like, what the fuck just
yeah,
happened?
all these games, all of a sudden, it's like so long has gone by, and you're like, fuck. It's almost worse than the Spaces in that regard. Although I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, speaking of, I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh no, Chuck's here.
Oh, you're tapping out already?
Well, now Chuck's here, so I can't.
Can't go to bed.
Wait.
Chuck, it was really great seeing you today at the gun range.
You're welcome. I'm everywhere.
Oh, Charles, that's you. You look.
I told you it was him, Zach. You didn't believe
You're
me.
a little bit like sturdier than I thought.
I was the one who
You're sort of
pointed
like
it out.
lanky British
I
looking guy.
pointed him out to you. I said, "Hey, there's Chuck."
Yeah, but Zach didn't believe me that was Chuck.
You know, I'm often
Chuck.
confused for AOC's husband too, or her fiance, which is like it's actually happened now a few times where it's like kind of awkward. Like I had some people come up to me when I was walking the Capitol Hill, and they're like, "Oh, it's AOC's fiance or whatever," and they like waved me down. And I signed. One of them asked me for my autograph, and I couldn't remember the guy's name, so I had to like act like I was tying my shoes while I Googled it. And I still like it was in my head and then out my head in a second. So anyway, so I signed their physical copy of the New York Times and handed it to them and thanked them as the dude. The fuck's his name?
Okay, for anybody in the space,
That's
if I were to live near DC, where should I live? Ish.
Depends what you're into.
As far away from DC as possible if you want to live
If
near
I'm
DC.
poor, where should I live near DC?
Oh, you should go out to
Within
like
You want to
45
live
Spokane
minutes
or
in
train.
DC or do you want to live?
Outside of
Are
DC,
we
but close enough to
womanizing?
DC
Are
where I
we
can kind of
married?
train in.
Are we womanizing? Are we married? Like,
No, no,
what are
no.
we doing?
Womanizing.
Oh, okay.
Womanizing.
Then probably Arlington, or I would think like maybe, I don't know. That would be kind of my read on it. I'm not a huge fan of living in DC. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I heard a friend that
it's really
said
good if you're not in
Reston.
politics.
Really? You think so?
Reston?
I live in Reston. I have a home in Reston,
Okay, I'm going to
but
Reston
that's
then for
kind of
sure.
far.
I'm fine with being
It is
far. It'll
far.
be
You should
remote, but I
ask
want to be
Luca
Near
near.
where
Dulles
he was
Airport. Yeah,
living.
that's far.
Wherever's Luca's
He's
living, you don't
also
want to live
poor.
near.
Hey, Jonathan, you said you're poor. That's good luck living in Northern Virginia. I don't understand how poor you are. It's not easy.
I'll make some money, but I'll be pretty poor.
I mean, he'll suck dick.
Yeah, I
He'll
mean,
suck dick
'cause
on the weekends, like everybody does, to make some money. It's not a big deal. It's just recreational dicks. So you got to go to P Street for that.
Well, I got to become gay to become like respected in Republican politics, anyways.
100%. Frankly, you should already be sucking dicks if you're going to do anything in the Republican Party.
Trust me, I'm on board already. Don't worry.
Okay, good. It's important. They don't allow
Sorry, Hannah.
they don't allow white heterosexual men into the Republican Party anymore. It's illegal.
Yeah,
it's
and
such a
if you
shame because
are
that's what it used to be.
heterosexual, then you become Speaker of the House or Governor of Florida.
You got it. You know the law.
Why the takeover,
I get
Charles?
it.
Why did the white hetero allow this to happen?
Well, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine today, and it was like the Democratic Party has a big white male problem, and that they have no white men in the party. So they punish you and they make you president if you're a white male Democrat. That's clearly what happened to Joe Biden. He was like, fuck, I'm old. And they're like, yeah, but we need you because we're like losing white men to the Republicans. And he was like,
What about Obama?
well, Obama was basically like well, I believe that the 2008 election was rigged in favor of Barack Obama. And
Obama was white.
I think John McCain threw that election. That's my theory of the case.
Well, but picking Sarah Palin
By being John McCain. I think you don't win a Republican Party. You don't win in the Republican Party unless you fire up the rednecks. If you're a Democrat, you have to fire up blacks, and if you're a Republican, you have to fire up rednecks. That's basically like the way it works. You know.
Yeah. That was a very interesting thing with Trump. Like the 10 million rednecks that came out and voted for him between the first election and the second one was pretty outrageous in U.S. presidential history.
Yeah, but he lost white men, and he lost a larger share of them going into the 2020 convention.
That's crazy considering how many votes he picked up. You think? I mean, like that's
white
like the thing.
men like Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a certain archetype. Like you have neighbors like Joe Biden. You know, Joe Biden is your Gran Torino, Clint Eastwood type. Like that's what he is. You know, he drives American cars. You know, he fucks American women, which God help him, but he does. Unlike Trump, right? Trump has had 3 wives, none of them been American. I find that very interesting.
No, Marla
Chuck, what?
Maples is
Marla
Canadian.
Oh,
Maples.
Marla Maples was. You're right.
Marla Maples.
But 2 out of 3 wives being non-American is kind of a lot.
And two
Chuck,
out of 3 were Eastern European.
What's that?
2 out of the 3 were also Eastern European, I think,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I don't know why anyone would marry an Eastern European woman. It's kind of terrifying.
Chuck, what do you think of the New York Young Republican Club?
Not much.
Okay.
I don't dislike them, but I don't think much of them. I think Gavin Wax is a pretty good political operator. I just don't understand the point of the New York Young Republicans Club.
Seems smart. Yeah.
Think it's a front for something?
I don't know what it's a front for, but I just know that, like, Gavin Wax has a lot of friendships with, like, the Hungarian government. I don't know. Everyone's just kind of like, yeah, that's normal. And I'm like, wait, what? Why is this little Jew boy from New York, like, why is he friendly?
Uh-oh. Did he cut out?
Chuck, are you there?
It's like one of those things that you just kind of notice in life, and you're just kind of like, okay, whatever.
Well, they're also hosting Trump
Well,
tomorrow.
to be fair, Viktor Orban's like kind of tied in with a lot of Republicans. Like he goes to CPAC and
Yeah,
stuff, and
and
he hangs
nobody,
out.
but like, Gavin is like 3 or 4 years younger than I am, and he's like flying over to Hungary, meeting with the Hungarians, speaking a little Hungarian, eating Hungarian food, and everyone's just kind of like, okay, whatever, YOLO, you know?
I really don't think that's that suspicious when you network well and those people are kind of plugged into
I
the
don't know, man.
American.
I think you're being a little, generous here, Nuance.
If it was some group that wasn't really like well tied into the American right, then I'd agree with you. But they're just like everywhere, you know. Like you some of your friends are friends with like Netanyahu's kid and stuff. Like they got ties over there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know that Laura Loomer like knows
Oh
Yair
yeah,
Netanyahu?
but like that's Laura Loomer.
Yeah.
What's the deal with Laura?
I mean, she's crazy. What is there to know? I mean, she's my friend, but she's nuts. Don't you all have like a friend or two that you're like, yo, this bitch is crazy. I have like maybe 4 or 5 female friends where I am afraid of them, so they're my friends.
Based.
Do you ever have women in your life where you're like, I need this chick around because if she's not around, like I'm gonna, how do I describe this? There are these women that I have collected over the years where they are like the barometer by which I judge all other women as being crazy. So like there'll be situations because like women are by nature somewhat crazy. And so you need like a woman who's like your crazy litmus test. You know what I mean? Like you need a chick where you're like, oh, all these other chicks are crazy, but this one's especially nuts. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like some of the men in here will know what I'm talking about.
Is
Yeah, but
there any
Kev,
women
Like
crazier than Laura Loomer?
you need
because Charles,
you need a reference point, okay? And I have like a few of these women in my life that I've collected where like they will do some crazy I don't want to name all of them, but like they will do some crazy shit and then some woman I'll be dating will do something slightly less crazy and I'll be like, okay, like I can understand this. I can work with this. It's within normal woman behavior, right? Like
yeah, but
it's like you look for the poles of the craziest behavior that's out there and you sort of like set your parameters of like behavior you're willing to accept. And if they go
Hannah,
outside
what
of
do
those,
you think about
like
that?
if I run into a woman that's crazier than Laura Loomer, I'm going to like be freaked out. Like it's going to scare me. Like it's going to be like one of those things that I like write in my diary, you know?
but
That's a
why do
pretty
you
high bar.
but why do you keep them around? Like the only reason I've ever kept like a woman like that around is like sexual purposes. To be honest, I know it's kind of
Oh
vulgar, but
no,
it's the
no, no,
truth.
no, 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 no.
But
You don't
not
stick
Laura
your
Loomer, I
dick.
know
You don't
that.
stick your dick in that crazy because you might lose it. That's like no, 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 no. That's not what they're for.
Maybe our cages then.
Yeah,
No, and I wasn't
they're
accusing you of
also
Laura Loomer.
deeply
No.
entertaining. Like this is what the homosexuals understand about having fag hags or fruit flies around. Like you need. This is what I think most people don't understand. The homosexual is correct that a lot of women are like batshit crazy, and they are entertained by them because they hate women. And I like women, so I like to like be like, all right, what are the normal acceptable barriers of behavior that I'm willing to tolerate from women? And that's what I spend a lot of my time figuring out is like, all right, this one's kind of making me treat her like a prostitute. I don't want to keep like doing that, so I get rid of her. Or this one like wants to wife me up or wants me to wife her up like after 3 dates. Like that's a little crazy. That's like pretty nuts. So I get rid of her. So I have like a list of like acceptable behaviors and, if I've ever asked myself, is this something that Laura Loomer would do? By the way, she's fearless. Like, I admire her in a lot of ways because she's just like, she does not give a fuck about anything other than her own opinion on any subject. And I admire that level of confidence. Like, I don't have it personally. Like, there's always a nagging thought in the back of my head of like, oh, was I right about that? Could I have been more measured? She doesn't have any of that inner dialogue. She's just like full on, hard charging at all times. And when I was with her, with that other crazy Jewess, what's her name? Roseanne Barr. When I was with the two of them, I felt like there was going to be a hole that was ripped in the space time continuum and that I would have been like sucked into it. And they just went off on each other and they kept talking over each other and fighting and arguing. And I was like, this is too much. I have to leave. So I went out from Roseanne Barr's studio and went and got a burrito. And I came back, like I had like a full course, like a giant burrito, came back and they were still at it after I had left. It was like, it was deeply disturbing to me. So anyway, that's kind of how I think about these things.
That's very non-surprising.
Yeah.
Well,
That's some heavy jury. Like I
well, I
mean, the
mean, so
arguments between the two of them.
Roseanne Barr
It's a
can go
lot.
toe to toe, huh?
There's something about these women that are like from families that are kind of disturbed in different ways. And there's something about those types of women where, but they're still functioning, right? So like, I have this guy, he like fixes my car every now and again, and he's a young Earth creationist, okay? So he believes the Earth is like, whatever, 3,000 years old, some shit. And so he'll try to talk to me,
6,000.
whatever. Right? He will try to talk to me about all of his like strange religious views while he's like fixing my car in my driveway, and I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, I get him. You know, I keep alcohol at my home even though I don't drink, and I get him a beer, and I sort of like, oh, you know, that's great, thank you, Marvin, and you know, that's kind of how it works, right? And so I don't really care that he believes that the Earth. Like, he's not my personal geologist, okay? He's like my mechanic. You know what I'm saying? So there's these certain people that you have around where like they believe crazy shit, but you don't care. Like I don't really, you know, the hot Vietnamese chick who cuts my hair and trims my beard, like I don't really care what her views are on particle physics. You know what I mean? It's just like doesn't come up. It's not germane to the conversation. And so there's a lot of people in this world that want everyone around them to kind of conform to their views on various subjects. And there's a lot of people that I know where I just like, I don't really go to them for anything other than, you know, what they're an expert in. And with Laura knows who's fucking who everywhere in the Republican Party. She knows, like, if somebody grabs somebody's tit in 1996, she knows about it. Okay. And that's just how she is. And I find that deeply entertaining. I also know that if I learn a piece of gossip that Laura Loomer wants to know, I know that if I go and call her up, millions of people will know it by the end of the week. Okay? Because she has that ability to just summon.
End of the day.
Maybe. It depends on the day. I've actually tested this out. Like, I've told shit to Laura Loomer in the morning, and I've had totally unconnected strangers tell me the exact thing I told Laura Loomer in the morning in the evening. Because, like, that's how powerful she is. She can basically warp the world around her. And I remember her telling me just straight up, I will not allow Ron DeSantis to be president. And I just remember being like DeSantis announced like that week or whatever. And she was like, I've got him. Like, I'm going to stop this. And I just remember being like, oh shit. like, you know what I mean? So I'm always like, I'm kind of afraid of her. Like, I'm not going to lie. And so, yeah, she's been a friend of mine now since 2010, maybe even earlier than that. And I just love her to pieces. I find her just amazing. And I'm also a big fan of people having platonic relationships. I don't really agree with Harry met Sally. Like every guy here knows that there are women that are just like put into the sister equivalent category that you just never fuck because you're like, I don't want to go there. You know, there's certain types of women like that where you know that if you did it, you'd be a changed man afterwards. And I just don't want to. I don't want to go there. That's how I think about it. You know.
I mean, I will say that she's out of, you know, she uses like that. Like I said, I know plenty of Jewish women. She uses that I guess the skill set that she has in a way that I've never seen. Because she is, I don't know, it's impressive in a way.
Well, she's
she's
half
fearless.
British and she's half Jewish, and I can see the British side as well because she has these moments of like sheer pure logic that scare me because I don't really run into that all that often among American women. So she has that aspect of her of just like meanness that you only have when you're raised by cold English people. She has that. Like you can feel it from her when you're around her long enough. No, you know, like all these American women who are like try to cultivate, like, oh, be nice, be good. You know, did you have a good day at school? You know, da, 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 all that bullshit. You know, where they like talk to you like you're a child when you're like, I'm a grown ass man. Like, what are you talking about, woman? She like the British women, they will cut you into pieces for fun. Like this is what they do at their society events and at their soirees and all of that. And she has that. She has that mean British streak to her that I find extremely appealing and interesting in friendships. So I'm into it. I like it. It's
I
fun.
think Richard has the same thing, to be honest.
Richard Spencer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a bit of it too. I mean, Richard is a little too Jewish in his thinking for me. Like I don't he's like the most Jewish wasp I know, which I find a little annoying because he like goes on about all this like shit about the Bible or whatever. And you're like, bro, we are talking about geopolitics. We are not nobody gives a fuck what some old coot wrote in a book 3,000 years ago. Like if you think that people aren't just about ripping each other off in the Middle East, you have not been to the Middle East. Like that's what they do there. That's the national sport is cheating each other. And if they're not cheating the outside group, they're cheating the inside group. And anyone who's been to the Middle East, anyone who's been to Israel knows what I'm talking about. It's not even really about a religious conflict. It's just about who can they can rip off and take their shit. Because they don't produce anything in that society, in that part of the world other than oil, and they don't produce it themselves. They have our people do it for them. You know, that's how it kind of works.
I don't even mean this in like an anti-Semitic way, but I went to Israel earlier this year, and the religious Orthodox wouldn't even look at me. Like it was really
Yeah,
Listen,
it's weird.
upsetting, I guess. I
they
don't
don't look
know.
at me either. Okay, they don't
It's
look at me.
weird. It's weird to be a
Yeah,
separate race.
yeah, yeah. I
Charles,
just, I
they
just
don't look
didn't
at
get it exactly
Charles.
before.
They don't look at me either. They don't look at the Jewish women I was with either. They're pieces of shit. So the ultra orthodox are like not nice people.
I find
But
the
it's
Middle East.
also interesting
Go
that
ahead.
like the Jewish like they can't even pray on the Temple Mount. Like I don't get how they control it, and yet they are kind of like, and I don't mean this in like a weird way, but
Because they
they
cut a deal.
submit to the Muslims
They cut a deal.
in that sense.
They cut a deal. That's what the Jews do. Is they cut deals. Don't worry about it. It's not
But
a big deal.
what's the deal? What's the deal? Like why can they own the property like in a material sense, but they can't pray on it?
They war. And all the kind of fighting around that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so listen, I like I think that's like an interesting take about Loomer and being British because the Brits are very like you said, they're very cold. They're almost I don't want to say not loving, but it's almost tough love. They're harsh in a way. I don't know if it's because they're from like a chilly island or what the deal is, but
It's just the culture. You know, like if you
it
meet
is
a
culture.
Brit,
But you think it's like the like stay strong and carry on that sort of mentality.
yeah, I think there's a big part of that. I don't know. I mean, when I was younger, I used to spend a lot more time trying to figure out why cultures are all this way, thinking that there was some kind of way in which I could like, you know, nerd out, and it's just easier if you just kind of understand them. Like, oh, okay, that's how these people are. Got it. Whatever.
Charles, did you ever live in the UK? I lived in England for 5 years, and I think it's just more of like they're just not as like annoying and like uppity as Americans. It's just like a
Well,
decorum
let me put
thing.
it. Let
That's
me
why
put
there's
it
not.
this.
That's why
Let me
there's
put it.
no.
This is the main
th-
problem I have with the Brits is that none of the women could fuck worth a damn. That was my big problem
ew,
in the UK. I
that was
mean,
it.
I bet
that
Charles.
that was a big problem. Like they would drink a lot and they would smoke a lot and they were kind of just like, it just wasn't. I understood why my ancestors had to leave that place to come to America. That's what I have to say about that, because it's kind of a joyless place. They like to make fun of each other and they like to be nasty to each other, but nobody seems to just genuinely love their work or love their lives. It's a very muted. There's not a lot of like highs or lows there. Everything is just kind of blah.
And were you visiting?
Yeah, I was visiting for a while. I probably spent over the last 10 years, no, let's see, over the last 15 years, I've probably spent maybe a good 7 or 8 months in the UK. It's not for me. Of the countries of the former British Empire, I would say I like Australia, New Zealand, then Canada, then the UK. That would
Good
be
old
how I
fashioned boozers.
I like a man that can look me in the eye as he steals my girlfriend and laughs at me. I like that kind of Australian attitude.
That's a good cuck attitude. I like that.
No, but like they burned it. You know what I mean? Like when you go to Australia, it's like a culture of good-looking men who are like descended from criminals, and they want a crime. They can't really help it, and they want to laugh at you as they do it, and that's just how they are.
Just cream pie your girlfriend.
Basically, yeah. That's what they want to do. They want to steal your. And by the way, if she can be stolen, you don't really want her anyway. So the Australian test is a great test for a woman in your life.
Dude, what? I love it.
Yeah, if you bring your woman to Australia and you leave with her, and there was no one sleeping
And
with
nobody
your
cucked
girlfriend,
you?
and
You're
nobody cucked
gay?
you, no, then you have the right wife. That's a good material.
Ah,
Because it's a country where
gotcha.
they specialize in it. You know what I mean? Just like what they do there. It is what it is. Every Australian will know what I'm talking about. Nobody has a real job in the whole country. That's the other thing you learn really quickly.
And
They
you were
just.
like there for a minute, or like
So
you were
now
visiting?
Caroline's awake.
I
You were
was in
just
Australia for a month.
Yeah, and you were like for sure let everybody cook your girlfriend when you're here.
I was married at the time. I went there for my
Oh
honeymoon,
shit! Jesus
and
Christ!
I went there for my honeymoon, and I saw it. Like I would go and I'd go to the bathroom, or I'd like get beers or whatever for my then
And
wife.
she was just
And
taking it.
no. What would happen is they would show
Uh,
up. They would sense that I was in the pisser or whatever, and they would show up and they would make a move on my girl. And then I would come back and be like, "Get the fuck!" I was like chasing away. You know, like when you have a pigeon that really wants to steal your sandwich at the beach. It was like that.
but how did your
You know,
girl feel? She was kind of into it a little bit.
she thought it was like kind of hilarious. She liked to smile and laugh and all that stuff. And
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like, what was I supposed to do? Like, here I am, 5'11" redheaded guy going to Bondi Beach, like flabby as all fuck,
Bondi
and
Beach,
and
baby.
here are all these fucking Australian Adonises coming out of the woodwork trying to steal my girl from me, my then wife from me,
I know, but it
and
got you. But hold on, but it got you a little sized up a little bit too,
no,
though.
no,
You were a
no.
little
I
bit
I
like,
admired the hustle. It's like when you go to like it's like when you see a master criminal at work and you're like, "Oh, okay, I see why you have these skills. Like there's a lot to learn here, you know." But
Chuck,
again,
you dog, you know. I think you swing both ways a little bit, brother. Come on.
no, none of that, I'm afraid.
Okay,
I
all
didn't work
right.
I didn't work for the Blaze, you know. You know how it is. You know
Touche,
how it is.
touche,
I'm not
touche.
I'm not conservative enough to swing both ways. If I did, they'd make me the head of
Hilarious. Yeah.
they'd make me the head of one of Ben Shapiro's shows that nobody watches, like The Blaze or whatever. What is the one he has? The one that
You'd
Ben
have to
Shapiro.
work with Mark Levin.
Oh yeah, Mark Levin. Oh goody.
Wait, hold on. No. That's not get off the topic here. I want to hear a little bit more. So you were in Australia. They dicked you down. Did it happen in the UK too? Where else
No. I was I
where else
was
were we getting
unmarried in
cucked
the
out?
UK. No, I
Oh,
never
okay.
got no one
Word.
no one dicked no one's ever dicked down my girl except I misplaced a woman one time and it was for the best.
Ooh.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
Where was she
Is she
misplaced?
alive still?
she
Is
was
that
too
like a
hard.
weird
She was too hot to handle, and she was dating me, and she got knocked up by somebody
shit?
else. And that
Oh.
was that.
So you were doing like a full blown cock bull, like cream
No,
pie
no, no, I
fantasy.
wasn't doing any of that stuff. I'm not. Listen,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not.
My bad.
I'm not into that sort of thing. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but that's not really my thing. I'm sort of the view that if you're dating me, you sort of can't be dating other people. It's sort of just, and certainly not be getting impregnated by other guys. You know, that was sort of awkward when I learned that. So that was a very interesting moment in my life.
All right, why don't we let Philip speak? He's had his hand up forever.
I was actually enjoying your conversation. I was laughing my ass off. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know the fact that you know Laura Loomer makes me laugh too. It's
She's
she does-
great.
She is funny. You
I
know,
think everybody needs a Laura Loomer in their life.
I had one in the 90s, actually.
Yeah,
A
everybody
girl.
had one.
I had a girl from
Everybody
Manchester.
had one like that in the
You
90s.
know, one of my friends in the '80s wrote a song when he was in a punk band, and I thought it was extremely funny because it was a fantasy of his. I want to f me a British girl, right?
I don't know anyone who's happy with a British wife. That's what I would just say.
No, but I
That would
will
be the
say
thing I would say.
I had a hookup in Tel Aviv, and I was in uniform at the time, and it was quite fun. She was a British girl from Manchester, you know, and it turns out she was headed my way because I was doing Nachal at the time,
Hey, what year was this, Philip? Real quick, just trying to.
1993.
Ooh,
I
okay.
was young. I'll show you a picture. I was very young, very skinny,
Based.
you know, and I was going to the same
Where
kibbutz
were
she
you? What
was,
city were you in, though?
Tel Aviv this time.
Oh, that's right. Based. So based.
Okay, and I was staying at the Soldiers and Sailors Hostel, basically the IDF hostel, you know. And I was on the beach and I met her, you know, and she was admiring my rifle, and I said, "Which one?" You know. So we would
Based.
talk. And I took her out for something to eat. Push came to shove it. It turns out I was in the Knuckle Brigade at the time, and I just went up north to her kibbutz, and she wanted. I didn't want to. I couldn't live with her because I was staying in a little barrack for the IDF border guard, you know, which was at Kiryat Shmona. So I was literally protecting the border at the time. But we had our little interludes at night, and she said, "We're not getting serious." She was Jewish, you know, and this was a summer romance. She claimed, you know. You know, she got back on her plane. I ordered a Ben Gurion. I even put her on the plane directly. I wore my uniform when I went, you know, and that was it.
How long did that last? I mean, did you guys make love? What happened?
Well, we fooled around, I think, in kibbutz. I invited her to my barrack.
At the barracks.
Yeah, I also took her up to the guard tower, you know, by the border. I could have gotten into trouble for that.
Was she also Israeli?
No, British.
Oh, she was just hanging out.
Yeah, on a kibbutz. Yep.
Dude,
What do you
Yeah,
think she was doing there?
Well, she was a British Jew. Her,
yeah.
her family owned a video game. They owned a video store.
was she doing like a little birthright thing going on, or
It was a birthright trip.
what? A video store? What happened with the video store? What are you talking
I
about?
don't know. No, the father of the girl owned a video.
In Tel Aviv.
No, not in Tel Aviv, in England, in Manchester.
What? All right.
He's
That's
from
random.
Manchester.
Okay.
You know, so I brought back
Based.
when I came back home. I said, you know, Ed, you remember your song? I want to F me an English girl. And well, I did. I spent the whole summer
Did
with her.
you what did you all do?
Oh, I took her out on the Sabbath. I took her in the Jeep, the border police chief, because I had that. I drove her around the country. I took her to Masada. I took her everywhere.
Did y'all make out?
Not at Masada. I wouldn't do it there.
Did you do anything else than that, or
At the kibbutz, mostly at night.
just at the kibbutz? Did you just only hit first base though?
I went all the way with this kid.
Oh wow, protected
Of
kid?
course, protected. I wouldn't want.
Why, dude?
There would be a shotgun wedding.
Well,
Happen.
that's not very based. I mean, come on, dude.
No, it's
You're
not.
bang. I
No,
mean,
it's
she was
not.
hot, right?
Yeah.
Should have had a baby with her, dude.
No, thank you.
What are you doing now, bro? I mean, it's 30 years later. You could have had a beautiful 30-year-old son. He could have taken over the world, dude. Where are you
Actually,
from originally?
Originally I'm from New York.
Yeah, what if you just had a New York fucking Israeli British fucking Jew kid he'd be like Jared Kushner. You'd be fucking money right now, dude.
Probably. No, but I choose the other route. I chose to be a Marine. I chose to live in Israel. I chose to serve at EMS. I chose to go to Ground Zero. I chose to do all these things. You know,
Indeed, two paths emerged in the wood, and I chose the other.
that's fine by me. I mean, you know, if you want to marry, do all that, that's fine. You know,
So, okay. Are
you know, but
you?
the good news is though, I'm soon as shit at 23.
Okay.
Anyway, that's besides the point. But you guys, I mean, you guys make me laugh. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Yeah, dude. Philip, you're so fucking money, dude.
So-
Merry Christmas, dude.
And
yeah,
happy
Merry Christmas, Zach. Did you hear what happened with? I don't know if you talked about it. Moms for Liberty, aka MILFs for Liberty.
None of that surprises me, by the way.
No, what is this about?
Every time
Zach,
you
are
meet one
they-
of those chicks in the wild, you're like, whoa.
Basically, a woman from Moms for Liberty really put the MILF in the name. She wanted to have a threesome. No, she was having a threesome or something, and then I don't know. Basically, what happened is her husband is accused of raping that girl that they were gonna have a threesome with. But yeah, they like prided themselves in being good conservative Christian role models, and they're having threesomes. Now, I don't know about the
Sounds kind of
Bible,
hot, to
but
be honest with you.
I don't think threesomes are in the Bible. I think it's
Well, how does that
specifically
make you
talked
feel,
about.
Tryman?
I mean, polygamy is in the Bible. Why not threesomes?
I don't know, man.
I don't even think Mormons do menage a trois.
I never understood
So,
this. Like, what is with the pro polygamy but anti like threesomes thing? I mean, isn't just polygamy like a threesome where they just keep staying over? I mean, what is the difference?
No, dude, because it's bad.
like,
It's bad for
rooms,
God to
houses.
disappoint two women at the same time, dude.
Oh, I see.
I think they go to different wives at different days.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
very
Do
much
they?
shared. It's shared. It's not all.
You
all
would
at
know,
once.
but you gentlemen would know better than I would. I'm not quite familiar with any of this.
Dude, Charles, you weren't in the same room when that dude was just completely bullying your ex.
No, she wasn't bullying. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not as exciting as you think I am.
Oh, dude, you are though. You are the international man
wanna
of
be.
mystery.
So
But I'm not.
apparently, they had a threesome with a woman who knew the couple for 20 years, and like the husband is a major player in the Florida Republican Party, and Ron DeSantis is telling him to resign. This shit's crazy, man. Like, dude, I would have never expected it from someone from Moms for Liberty, conservative Christians. Like, are you kidding me?
I think it's fantastic, personally. I think it's one of the funniest things out there.
Well, dude, Charles, what is your? I mean, it's the Protestants that are the sinners, the true Jeep sinners. I'm a dirty
So
Protestant. I'm United
I hate to
Methodist.
break it to you all, but it doesn't matter what party you're from, but people like to fuck and they do a lot of weird shit. It's actually
I'm
normal.
for it. I'm for
So
it. The
I don't have a
Republican
problem
Party,
with it. If Loan
they
Bobert wants to fucking get felt up in a theater, good. That's how adults
But
act. So if people have
You're
threesomes,
forgetting
people
this
do.
is not just.
Who cares, dude? This is what people do, man. This is real life.
This is
Yeah, but you at least have to like kind of
we're in
repent
the
a little
middle
bit.
of a culture
I
war.
support
Okay,
it.
we are in the middle of a culture
Fuck
What
it,
are you
war.
dude.
even talking about?
If
What are
people
you
do
even
that
talking
shit, it's normal and that is life. And good for them.
Okay. It's not good for the culture war.
Whatever, dude.
What are you even
Charles,
Dude, you're
dude, you
high.
cannot be getting cucked and talking about the culture war. I mean, what are we doing, dude?
Oh
What's
my
good for the
god,
goose gotta
people
be good
had
for the gander.
threesomes. Jesus Christ. Good for them.
Threesomes are chill. Actually, that girl, the Democrat in Virginia that was doing the OnlyFans with her husband, that was good for America, honestly. That was like wholesome white people having great sex. She's very hot.
Okay. People left So the
I'm with
guy
you.
was
I'm
a
with you 100%. She was keeping that marriage alive. Like
the
I have
dude was
nothing
a
against
Like
it.
lawyer.
honestly, it's just she wasn't banging rando. She was just banging her
Yeah,
husband
banging her husband,
for
and she was getting,
No,
campaign
but
and
funds,
she
dude.
was
That's
getting.
like the
no,
most.
she said that he lets her. She said that he lets her fuck other people.
No, I
Dude,
don't think
if
that's
anybody
true.
has that like leak docs of that
By the way,
video,
by the
send
way, by
that
the
my
way,
This is
way.
by the way, by the
degenerate.
way, the most surprising thing about that story is that she was a Democrat. Okay, like if she were a
Right?
Republican, like that. I mean, first of all, like
The Democrats are repressed, dude. If you meet a Republican woman, they want to
100%
fuck.
correct. 100% correct. This is what I missed, by the way, the most about going to Republican or go. Now I go to all these Democrat events, and we fucking talk about policy. Like we actually talk about the issues. And I used to go to these Republican events, and there'd always be somebody there whose wife was super like overly sexed, and you'd just be like talking, and then they try to get you drunk and take you home with them and whatever. And like none of that stuff happens at the Democrat events. Like they're actually kind of boring.
No, dude, all
So
the Republican chicks smoke fucking cigarettes for no reason. It's like they do, and they don't even enjoy it. It's awesome. You can go outside, bum a cigarette from
yeah.
any hot bitch
Dude,
at any
Swampus,
Republican event.
please. Do you still smoke cigarettes?
Me?
Yeah.
No, dude. I mean, yeah, if I'm drunk, fuck it. Who cares? Yeah, sure.
I'm just sort of
I'm not gay, dude. I'll smoke a cigarette.
annoyed at this whole. Oh my god,
You
Republican
guys are
women
making me
fucking
laugh.
around. I mean, like no shit. Of
Dude,
course.
do we have Jonathan in here or name redacted? The hell is
Yeah,
this?
what's up, Tryman? I'm here. You miss me?
Yeah, for some
Like
reason,
welcome,
Tryman
welcome
thinks
to real
name
life.
sounds like Jonathan the researcher, but I disagree.
Women have sex. I mean, yes.
Okay, but
Doesn't
yes,
matter if
name. I
Republican.
understand that, but it's like
Like,
the fact that
why are you all like uptight or like
it's
surprised?
no, I'm not uptight. It's like the values don't match up, right? Like,
Whatever.
Are you trying to suggest that people in politics are hypocrites? Like that's how it is, man.
What if how
Like
matter of
Exactly.
fact you are?
you can tell if somebody's powerful simply by how hypocritical they are. You know? It's how it works.
Little Charles coming through with the truth bombs every single time.
I don't want to scare you guys, but like the very fact that the least surprising thing about this, like, what is there to do in Florida other than to fucking go to the beach and do crazy shit?
Florida's
Like wrestle alligators? I don't even know. Like,
Florida's basically like Palestine, right?
dude,
Like the United States Palestine.
whenever I read one of those stories about all the crazy shit that these people get up into in Florida,
Oh,
I'm just like, keep all that shit down there.
I hear it's
You know,
because of
like,
their like media laws or something. Like they can
that's what they always
spread
say.
headlines around the country or
That's the
something.
bullshit that they say.
Yeah,
I've
that
spent time in
seems like
Florida.
it. Yeah, it seems like
It just seems
bullshit to cover it
fake.
up.
Like they love it. They love all that shit. Let's
You
just be
know,
real.
I find it ironic the Republican Party would go after Clinton for his little trysts and sex, but
It's politics, man.
but yet when it's the other foot, it's like, oh my god, they're
My
reprobates.
real complaint of Clinton was that he was fucking Monica, and that's just gross. Like he could have done so much better. He's our president.
dude, she's
You know?
beautiful.
What are
She's
you talking about?
Oh my
You're
gosh,
high,
try
dude.
man. Oh Lord.
He's trolling. He's got the
Okay.
troll bug.
All right,
no,
I'll accept it.
no, dude. Now she's
It's
gorgeous.
okay, try
Do
man.
we
You don't
get
have
a
to
show
like.
of hands here on who, if Laura Loomer offered, would you accept?
You know, somebody's got some bad feedback. I think it's Charles. Maybe try man.
No, it's Charles. Except what?
Would you have sex with Laura Loomer? Right?
Oh,
Raise your hand.
disavow. This is recorded.
Is that a
Yeah,
yes?
Laura Loomer is a mutual of mine. I'm not going to get into
Yeah,
this.
this is degenerate behavior. No, this is.
All right. If it was, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Then I'm just trying to be a little outrageous, you know.
Nah, it's fine. It's early and it's 1 a.m. It's
Imagine
late
my
night.
shock.
4 a.m.
But
I can't sleep.
of course,
Dude, we've already had this
and
conversation like 30 times, dude. Everybody's like a hard no. It's like not. It's like foregone. We're all good. I mean, honestly, this has come up maybe 100,000. It's like maybe the most talked about conversation ever
my
when it's
God.
like 3 a.m. and it's like, would you fuck Laura Loomer? And everybody's still drunk, high, tired. Everybody's still like, dude, hard
By the
no.
way, I want to meet
Couldn't do
the
it.
guys who would say yes. Like those guys are fucking war heroes. Like as far as
Try man, dude. Try man. Have you gone on any dates recently?
He didn't go on dates.
Yes, he does, dude. Tryman
Really?
fucking pulls bitches. What are you talking about?
Nice.
No,
Love it.
I'm saving my money to spend it on your Substack.
Nice.
Oh shit, dude. Oh shit. I
Am I
just got a
still
little
subscribed? I
tingle.
think so.
I haven't updated that. I just have one thing I did one time.
Yeah, about how you made $100,000 in a year.
Yeah, I was doing digital marketing. That's what I do. You can Google me. My name's Harrison. It's fine. Swampist. If you want to pay
Nice.
me, I'll teach you how to make money. It's fine. It's great. But I work for the Blaze now, so I'm all about just
Is it easy
selling
money?
subscription to boomers, baby. What?
Is it easy money?
What?
Digital marketing for 100K?
Yes, if you do it the right way. Yeah, well, I used to want to start like my own digital marketing agency, and then I realized that was fake and gay. And really, what you want to do is just find one type of person. So I just sell testosterone replacement therapy and semaglutide patients to med spas and plastic surgeons and those type of clients. That's all I do, right? So I run ads. I don't do this anymore. I'm my shit's all turned off right now, but that's like it, and it's an easy. Just pick a niche. You run ads. You do, but really, all the hard part is actually like figuring out how to actually make people show up. You can get leads, but you got to make them show up for the actual appointment. That's where the people make the good money, but I don't know. All that's getting real saturated, but everybody can do it. Anybody can make like $10,000 a month is super easy to make. And I think a lot of people like freak out about that. They're kind of like stuck into education or mindset or any of that sort of
Dude,
stuff. It's very
10K a
easy
month
to do
would
it.
be so great.
I think for a lot of people, they don't understand that's like a not like an that's like a normal thing you can do pretty easily. You just got to get 10 people to pay you $1,000 a month, and you just don't fuck with them and actually get them business. And just, but don't be like, I'm a marketing guy. I'm a Facebook guy. That's not what you do. You go say, I just do this one thing for this person. I literally just get like, I get more tailor clients for tailors. Like you just market on Facebook to tailors, and literally you'll get people to show up. You figure out the math. If it makes more money for them, you know, they pay $1,000, they spend $1,000 on Facebook, boom, that's it. They're $2,000 in, they make $5,000 a month, they'll never stop paying you. You're basically a software for them. You can get 10 of those clients, make $10,000 a month, never have to worry about life ever again. Anybody can do that. That's normal stuff.
Nice. What say you, Charles?
Sounds like a scam to me.
Yeah.
But wait, Swamp is
That is
how
Facebook ads, though. I'm not telling anybody to like buy anything from me at all. My Substack's $3 a month, I think. So don't do. I mean, I have one
wait,
article. You can get it online for free.
so how much time does this sort
If
of
you want
take?
to actually do this for real, go find Jeff Miller on the internet. He's the one that taught me all this stuff. He's got a thing called Facebook Agency Skills
Don't do any of
Secrets.
that. Stay away
Yeah,
from
don't do that.
those.
Yeah, you don't have to just look at this is just Facebook ads.
Go do other things with your life. Don't listen to this
No,
nonsense.
Charles, if this can be
Well, no,
done
there's a difference between
easily,
financial this is what you do to do that. That's what like you just work 10 hours a week. Spend Facebook, just run Facebook ads. Come on. I'm not making this up. You can Google me. This is what I've done my whole life. Go to radioharrison.com. I don't sell anything. I don't do any of this stuff. I have a day job. This is what I do. I work for the Blaze. I have a day job.
wait,
I don't
so
do
I
this.
mean, with the money are you the sole breadwinner? Is your wife is she also working?
Nah, dude, she's a fucking packy psychopath. She won't stop working. That's just how she is. I can't get her to stop working.
Oh yeah, South Asians like
But she's getting there, but she won't stop. She doesn't
yeah,
care.
nobody's gonna South Asians. We don't retire. Like what the fuck? What's the point of retiring? Retire when you're dead. Work.
She comes from her parents were like very entrepreneurial. She's just like, nah, fucking do whatever I want. Fuck you. I can't control her, dude. I'm like Chuck, dude. I'm just not getting cucked out. I'm dating an Asian. It's a lot to deal with. Or I'm dating. I'm married to an Asian. I have a child. This is life, bro.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
No, it's good, dude.
I'm pulling for you.
I would encourage everybody to just have a kid and get your shit together because like life doesn't really start until you have a kid. Then you're like, oh, literally nothing else mattered before. It's all good.
Are you guys? When's number 2, number 3 coming?
Dude, I'm trying to cream pie hardcore, dude. I'm getting it in. I'm trying to work. I'm at the
Oh,
Blaze.
Oh my god. Okay,
We're
you
doing
didn't
it.
have to go in that much detail.
Oh
Holy shit.
What do you
god.
mean? That's what do you would you just want to say we're trying? That's all that means. Just busting loads, dude. Getting real,
Well,
dude.
good luck to you.
We're watching
Yeah, good
hentai
luck
and
to
shit,
you.
dude. You know what I mean?
Maybe maybe go do your husbandly
I know
duty
what you
and get
mean.
off this
Maybe
I'm
stage.
in
Paul
Dallas. I'm
Kaiser
at
doesn't.
work. I'm fucking at work.
Kaiser doesn't know what you mean at all.
Yes, Kaiser fucking knows, dude. Kaiser's the most based fucking dude there is. Awkward. Silence.
You put the
I
German to
don't
sleep.
know how to respond
Yeah,
to
the
that.
Germans are asleep. The Germans are asleep.
Yeah. No, isn't he? It's morning
No,
for
but
him.
hold
He's
on,
like
Tryman. So what? So you're saving money for what? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
He's
not saving
trolling.
money. I
He's
want to
trolling. He's
make
not
more
doing
money.
shit.
I want to sort of have another stream of income.
Why?
No, dude. Dude, just read the shit I said. You don't have to spend money. This is the. I think people get
Yes.
weirded out. Just try shit out and just fuck
Yeah.
around.
I'll
Be
definitely
like
do it.
fucking Chuck and just start writing. Be smart and write smart shit. And you can fucking build a real brand. You can build something. Just do it. Do it. Just
I don't
do
know,
it.
man.
Quit
I've
being a
always just
faggot.
Yeah.
Don't
ever since I
stop
was a
waiting
little
around.
kid. Ever since
Just
I was a
put
little
shit
kid,
out.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was just
thinking
good at
of
making
starting a
money.
company called Clear
All right, go ahead,
Views.
Chuck. Go ahead, Chuck.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was just good at making money. Some people just are good, and some people are not. I
Yeah,
just
I
think it
want
is
to
what it
start
is.
Yeah, my company, the name is going to be Clear Views.
To be fair, I was not good at making money when I was growing up. I was always like a normie
Terrible
fucking like
joke, Tryman.
my parents like told me to go to school, get a job, all that sort of shit. My more blue collar and I didn't have that sort of like no, dude, do your thing. And my brothers were like software developers and I'm like a retard, I'm more midwit. And so they were like, yeah, dude, just like just stop being a faggot and stop making things harder on yourself. And I was like ADD and anxious and it's fine. Now it's good. And now we're adults.
When are you
But we
leaving
took
New
all these hits.
Orleans?
I gotta be in New Orleans for a while, dude. That's where like my wife's whole family is here. The Packies have been here since like the 60s. They're like a mafia down here. They run all the
What?
they run like all the t-shirt shops down here. When you're walking around in the French Quarter, it's like run by all the Packy mafia, and that's like my wife. I like married into fucking Packy royalty down here.
Does she have an accent from New Orleans?
Yeah, she's a redneck Packy. It's based as fuck, dude. But
Yeah,
she's like a
I have.
libtard. She's a libtard though.
I thought you changed that.
Yeah, I mean it's coming around a lot. It's coming around a lot. She's racist, so it's good. She was like literally like, you don't believe all this like Israel stuff, right? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Dude, all South Asians are
I was
racist to
well, dude,
some extent.
Pakistani. She was like, no, I support Palestine. I'm like, dude, you're such a libtard. You're almost base. I'm like, but I don't know. It was so funny. She's
Yeah.
but she's had a kid now, so like she thinks everything's like, and her whole family's like conservative, even though they're like they love Biden, but like it's all the brown people in America are kind of like this. And they're almost multi-generational. They've been here since the 60s, so it's like they're kind of just cucked.
That's
They're
amazing.
cucked New Orleans folks. I mean, everybody's woke in New Orleans. They basically are fucking white Catholics in New Orleans, just degenerate, horrible people. I'm just kidding. I'm
Yeah,
joking. Everybody, I'm joking.
New Orleans is quite
I'm a
in
piece of
shape, I
shit.
hear.
I'm a filthy Protestant. I don't even, whatever.
Interesting,
Fuck, dude.
Swamp.
Well,
I can't believe this is
That's a
like
lot
being
to
recorded,
unpack
but
there,
this
man.
is fine. We had our Christmas party, the Blaze Christmas party was tonight, and actually
We're gonna get you
just had the
fired.
whole.
That's what we're
Well,
gonna
no, I
do.
just told all this to my boss like an hour ago. So if I was gonna get fired, like it's gonna happen either way.
No,
So
we're
it's
gonna
fine.
fire you. Don't you worry.
No, I'm cool, dude. I'm chill.
All right. Well, we're gonna get you fired anyway. You need that. It's good for you.
No, dude, I'm chilling.
You don't need to work for the Mormons. Like, quit working for
Well,
Glenn
they're
Beck.
not Mormons. They're not
Get a
Mormons.
real job. Get a real job. Don't work for Glenn Beck.
Nah, Glenn's
Don't
legit.
encourage people to don't
Have you
encourage
ever met
people.
Glenn? Have you ever met
Oh
Glenn?
yes, I met Glenn Beck, and
What
he's a
did you think
fucking
of him?
criminal.
What did you think of him? Wait, what?
He's a criminal.
Why?
Because he's a Mormon con man who will basically steal your shirt from you and sell it back to you because that's how he
What?
is.
Oh, dude, I don't know. I generally
I
have
know,
a
I know. I'm
pretty.
just telling you, he's a crook. Like, you shouldn't work there. You should
Oh,
get a real
dude,
job.
whatever. That's so not. I honestly would tell you if that's how I felt. I would maybe even I would giggle and laugh. I've worked at a lot of places. I mean, you can see the places I've worked in my bio. I've
Yeah,
worked at a lot of
don't
places.
work at any of those places. Go get a real job.
No, dude, these guys are legit. I like them.
Did he ever get Israeli citizenship? Because I knew he like wrote a letter and shit.
Well, you know what's funny? He's like a constitutionalist, and I didn't know any of this because I'm like kind of a normie, and I don't keep up with shit like this. And I sat down with him, and I was like, "Yeah, dude, like I don't even believe in the Constitution. That shit's all fucking gay." And like, and then everybody was like, "So what did you guys talk about?" And I was like, "I just told them like, Constitution's gay," and they were like, "Oh, that's not a good call. Like, you're like, don't do that."
So
But
he was What? Go ahead. Sorry.
well, he's just like a norm. He's like an old school boomer normie. He's not a boomer. He's like Gen X. I really thought like he was gonna be a megalomaniac. Like, I was like, Glenn Beck is like, dude, he makes like $50 million a year. He's not. That guy's not like he's not playing around. That guy's like legit. He's an old school radio guy. Fucking Rush Limbaugh, he owns Rush Limbaugh's fucking microphone. Like his Rush Limbaugh's wife gave him his microphone. He like got the sort of like okay from Rush to go on after Rush. Like he's like anointed and he's legit. So he's an old school radio personality. He's not just like a right wing Politico that came out, since 2015. Glenn Beck's been around since forever. He was like the original Tucker Carlson. So he's not he's like a legit personality, and he was like asking me shit, and I was like, oh shit, I'm not just like fucking around with some dude on Twitter. This dude's like trying to see if I'm a piece of shit or not. And I think I passed the test. I haven't been fired yet. So but he doesn't run the show there,
You
to be
should quit.
fair, but
You should go do important things with your life, and you should quit.
no, dude, it's important to sell news memberships to boomers. But we're doing some new stuff. It's gonna be
No,
good.
no. Do something that your child would be proud of.
Well, dude, Chuck, you
Quit that
own
stuff.
$7 billion in assets or whatever. Hook your brother up, and then I'm down. Hook it up. Hook your boy up. I'm from DC, bro. Like I'm from Alexandria, Virginia, bro. And that dude that was talking earlier, he should move to Alexandria. I think it's like you can actually get it something a little cheaper in Alexandria.
Okay, what I was gonna say is, wasn't Glenn Beck? I know he was super anti-Trump. How is he now? Is he like super pro-Trump?
I don't even know if he is. He's just pro everything that Trump talks about. I don't think he talks about Trump that much. I actually don't know. I was actually just thinking about this recently. I don't think he's an anti-Trump anymore because I think that was like devastating to his audience for a moment.
Yeah, it wasn't good for business.
And I don't think and he doesn't care about that. He honestly doesn't because he's not paid. The Blaze, I don't think he makes money from the Blaze. I don't think he's actually like part of, I don't know how much ownership he has in it anymore, but he's paid by Premier Networks. It was the same thing with like Daily Caller and Tucker. Like he owned part of Daily Caller, but he couldn't like talk about it. And Fox was very protective of his brand. And so, but his radio show, he makes like 20, 30, $40 million a year. It's like insane. And he has for 20 years. Like the dude, for him to even be anything.
Rhyming.
But dude,
Yeah,
think
go
about
ahead.
how long that is. Like you're rich and he still kind of has like, I'm just saying decent takes. He's been the same guy for 20 years. A lot of people in this fucking space are probably like in their 20s, don't remember Glenn Beck in 2000 saying the same
Of
shit he
course
was
we do.
saying
Of
now.
course we do.
Well, I'm just saying he was the original conspiracy theorist. He was the original Jones, I think.
Actually, the first one would be Paul Harvey. If I were the devil,
I think all of you are full of shit.
No, I'm not even standing for like the Blaze or anything like that. I'm just saying like whatever. If you like, I work for the Daily Caller. I think they were fucking cool too. I like everybody. I think the Daily Wire is a little fake and gay, but I don't know. But I'm just saying.
I think the entire category is a waste of your potential as a human being.
Well, dude, hook your boy up. Give me that potential, Chuck. Just don't
Quit
let
your
me.
job
Just don't
first.
make me like cuck my wife, dude. You're not gonna
Quit
do
your
it.
job. Quit your job first, and then we'll see if you're made of serious stuff.
Nah, dude. All right, done that, dude. Come on, please. I don't need all that. That's nonsense.
Why does Glenn Beck want to become Israeli? Can somebody answer that?
Cause it's fucking base, dude. It's just base to be fucking railsed out.
Good heavens, this is a bit much. What am I even doing at 1 in the morning? Good
Good
lord.
heavens.
Yeah,
Alex,
listen, guys, it's getting a
I'm
little
like,
late. I'm gonna close down the space, but it's recorded, so go back and listen while it's still available until people start complaining and demanding I take it down, which usually happens, but we'll see. We'll see. Kaiser, if you're there, appreciate it. Everyone, thank you. Till next time.
God
I
bless you.
love you.
Later.
Love everybody.